So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to. So we are back with a brand new movie on what if Shinobu Oshino gets to know the past about Naruto. But before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. Naruto Uzumaki had one goal in life really. One goal that pushed him forward, to endure through all the hardships, pain, and suffering. One goal, and that was to become Hokage one day, because in his view becoming Hokage would mean that he'd have the respect and love of his people, his village. And he was so sure that he was going to make it. After all, he was already considered one of the most powerful shinobi of the Leaf. However, some dreams just don't come true, and he had learned that the harsh way. Just another day, Naruto thought as he walked through the sea of people through the busy streets of Tokyo. It was just another day for him in this world he had found himself in. After all these years it was all still so foreign for him, and he knew it. He was reminded every day of what he had lost. Should have killed him long ago. I wouldn't have lost an arm otherwise, Naruto thought as he glanced down to his right arm, at least where it should have been. His left hand balled into a fist as he remembered the final battle between his friend turned enemy. Revolution my ass. He was always a self-centered asshole, Naruto thought once more as he released a sigh. Even in the end Sasuke was a sour loser. It wasn't enough that the two of them quite literally destroyed their arms, him losing his left and Naruto losing his right. He also casted Naruto away into this world with his last bit of chakra and dying breath. Coward. Naruto muttered to himself. He should have known it wasn't going to be easy brining Sasuke in. He should have also known that Sasuke hated to lose, especially to him. He should have also known that Sasuke was a well-known traitor of the Leaf. Yet he couldn't bring himself to kill him in their first battle at the Valley of the End. He had made a promise to Sakura to bring him back, alive. It was that promise that cost him the battle. Instead of drilling a hole straight through the traitor's chest, he chose to alter the trajectory of his attack. The result? The bastard had beaten him and put a fist-sized hole in his chest. It was a miracle that he didn't die from that attack. And yet again he should have realized that Sasuke was beyond saving. He was a lost cause if he was willing to kill his own friend for the sake of power and revenge. In the end, Naruto considered himself too weak to do what was necessary. His word was his bond, and he never went back on it, no matter what. And yet that costed him everything. He had lost his homes, his friends, his arm, and his dream. At least the Teme got what was coming to him, Naruto said to himself. In the end, Sasuke was as good as dead. Sasuke might be strong, but he wasn't an Uzumaki, and after getting his arm essentially blown up and with no more chakra, he was a dead man. Naruto had to count his lucky stars. His Uzumaki blood kept him alive. When he had finally come to, he found himself in a hospital room. At first, he assumed he was back in Konoha, but he quickly concluded he wasn't. The people here were different. They lacked chakra for one. The technology was advanced, far more advanced than anything the Leaf had. It was at that moment he sneaked out of the hospital to assess the situation. He was a trained shinobi and he had found himself in a foreign land that he knew nothing of. He needed to gather intelligence and figure out his next moves. Flashback 3 years ago. Where am I? Naruto questioned himself as he looked at the vast city before him. He had sneaked out of his hospital room and made his way to the roof of the building, and the moment he opened the door he was bombarded with the various sounds of the city. All around him were buildings that reached the very sky. No way, this is Konoha. This isn't even anywhere I know of back home, he said to himself as he looked at the cast on his right arm, but he could tell his right hand was no longer there. His forearm wasn't there. It was completely obliterated in the final clash with Sasuke. Gritting his teeth, he slammed the cast into the wall, causing it to shatter. Damn, Naruto muttered as he looked at the stump. He might be an Uzumaki, but even Uzumaki healing wouldn't restore whole limbs. Now he was down to one hand. He was slightly glad that most of his signature jutsus only required one hand. Still, one hand left him with a severe handicap. He shook his head as he sat down and closed his eyes and began to meditate, absorbing the natural chakra around him. He frowned as he tried to get the ratio correct. It's so much more violent. The nature chakra here was just so much more rough and violent, but he was a sage and quickly adapted and adjusted the ratio accordingly. After he entered sage mode, he expanded his senses as far as he could, and at that very moment, he realized that he was nowhere near home. Every single human here lacked chakra. They had no chakra. Where the hell am I? Naruto trailed off as he looked at the cast city. Flashback end. After that day, he had sought to gain more information. From what he had gathered, he had founded himself in the nation of Japan, specifically in its massive city of Tokyo. He had learned that this world consisted of many different nations, But just like back home, war was still a constant, and even now various small conflicts and hotspots existed throughout the globe. It seems like even without chakra humanity still fought each other, developing more and more horrific ways to end each other. Seemed like chakra wasn't a prerequisite for hatred and war. After he had learned the lay of the land and a bit of history, he began to forge an identity. Here no one knew him, his statues as a shinobi and his history. The best way to blend into this new society was in plain sight. Creating fake documents was easy and creating his identity was easier. Naruto Uzumaki, born in Tokyo, orphan and etc., Naruto thought as he began to make his way into his apartment complex. Naruto's work, well, if you would call it that, was that of being a writer. However, if you asked him, he would never ever admit that. Why? Cause a vast majority of his published work consisted of Jiraiya's Icha-Icha, make-out series of novels. As his students, Naruto had to, eventually, edit some of Jiraiya's novels. As a result, Naruto kept a lot of Jiraiya's work on his person in a seal. Now, Naruto wasn't exactly the smartest man, so he wasn't going to acquire a career that required a high level of intellect. After all, he barely paid any attention in the academy. And he most certainly wasn't going to land a job that required physical labor or such on the account of him being one-armed. And so, he chose to publish Jiraiya's work, and it was wildly popular. It seemed no matter where you went, perverts were also constant. He chuckled a bit as he remembered the time when he accidentally saw his old teacher's account book. He still couldn't believe how many zeros he saw in there. Although, he himself had now acquired many more zeros than his teacher ever could. Still, he chose to publish the work under Jiraiya's name, as a way to honor the old pervert. Super pervert, he said. Naruto chuckled fondly. Those were similar times, even peaceful times despite all that happened. He sighed as he banished those thoughts. Those days were long gone, and with no way back, he had resigned himself to living out the rest of his days in this world. But it wasn't all bad. Despite the bloody history of this world, it was very much peaceful. Children here weren't expected to become soldiers or warriors like back home and to fight and die for them. And this world didn't need shinobis, legally speaking. Of course, he could go out and seek work of a more criminal nature regarding shinobi's work, but he didn't. Naruto was a man with a strong moral character. As he once said to himself, professionals have standards. As Naruto was walking up the steps to his apartment, his attention was drawn to a stranger he had never seen before at this complex. He knew pretty much everyone that lived at this complex, call him paranoid, but that was a given his past. The stranger was not someone who lived here, that was sure. He wore a jacket with the hoodie up, covering his face mostly, and in his hands was a bouquet of flowers. I've got a bad feeling about this, Naruto muttered to himself as he chose to follow the man, who coincidentally was going to the same floor that he lived on. As Naruto followed him, he was running through various scenarios in his head. That man isn't in the right state of mind. He is oozing negative emotions. Naruto deduced. Having a massive fox sealed inside of you for almost 2 decades gave him that ability. As the man turned to the door of a residences, Naruto narrowed his eyes. He has a knife. Naruto thought as he increased his speed, easily approaching the young man as the door opened. Hey, you, what do you think you're doing? Naruto questioned as the man was spooked to slowly turn to him, but the knife was now clearly visible as the man quickly became aggressive and charged at him. Like that'll help you. Naruto scoffed at the man's speed, too slow. He quickly brought his arm forward and quickly disarmed the man by swatting the knife from his hand before bringing up his knee and kneeing him right in the gut. The man fell, crumpling into a ball as he held his stomach. It was as if he was hit by a steel bat or something. The man tried to get up, but Naruto quickly brought down his foot, slamming the man right back onto the floor. What is he? The man questioned as he tried to get back up, but it felt like as if he was being held down by a ton of bricks. Just stay down and wait till the cops arrived, Naruto said calmly as he turned to the lady that was standing at her door with a stunned expression. Could you mind calling the cops? Naruto requested as the lady nodded her head while Naruto kept the man down. Let me go. The man shouted at him as Naruto let out a grunt. And why would I do that? You just tried to kill someone. Naruto fired back, but this only caused the man to become even more agitated. She deserves it. She's a liar. She lied to everyone, all of her fans. She lied to me. She's no idol. She's just a fake. The man shouted out his grievances, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. And what exactly did she lie about? Naruto questioned him as he minded the amount of pressure he put on the man. Any more and he could actually rupture the man's organs from all the pressure. Don't joke with me. You know who she is, don't you? She was supposed to be an idol. And then she goes off and gets pregnant and has kids. She's nothing but a liar. The man shouted out as Naruto narrowed his eyes. You'd kill her simply because she has kids? Naruto questioned as his hand balled into a fist. If he hadn't been here, then those kids would be orphans by now. Naruto remembers how he became an orphan, how Obito's and Madara's revenge and selfish desires caused his own parents' death, forcing him to grow up as an orphan. You're nothing but a scum. Naruto started coldly as he opted to apply more pressure, causing the man to start cough frequently. And scum like you deserve nothing but death. Naruto finished as he was fully committed to ending this mon's life. This man was a waste of space, something not worth saving. The man started to cough up blood as Naruto ramped up the pressure. Why you're a monster. The man stated as Naruto titled his head, his cold unforgiving eyes staring down at the man. You have no idea. Naruto said as he was about to end the man right there and then. Key word being about to. Excuse me, but the police are almost here. The lady broke him out of his almost murderous trance and eased the pressure on the man as he turned to look at the lady before he realized who she was. You're Ai Hoshino, no? Naruto questioned as recognized her. She was apparently an up-and-coming idol and star. The said girl nodded at that. Naruto returned the nod with one of his own. I see. I didn't realize that you had children. Not that it's any of my business. My name is Naruto Uzumaki and I'm your neighbor next door. Naruto introduced himself as he pointed to his apartment casually, not realizing that he had just found out her biggest secret. But these aren't my kids. I denied as she nervously smiled. If someone discovered that she had kids, it wouldn't end well for her or them. Naruto kept a neutral face as he looked at her before tilting his head and looking behind her to see a blonde-haired kid. But the most striking thing about the boy was his eyes. He had the same eyes as her. Your son's eyes say otherwise. That is indeed your son. Oh, and she is definitely your daughter. Naruto pointed out as he saw another kid, this time a girl, appear. Both kids looked like as if they had been caught red-handed, but Naruto simply shrugged and thought they were surprised and shocked at the would-be killer. You see. I was at a loss for words. For 3 years she had hidden the fact that she had 2 kids and it was going well, until today. Now her secret would be out, and her career would be over by the day's end. How was she supposed to take care of her kids after that? Naruto could see the panic in her eyes, the worry. However, it quickly hit him as to why she was worried. She was an idol, and last he checked she didn't have children. He knew what this would do to her. Look, I'm not the one to go shouting off my mouth. I'm sure you had your reasons to keep your kids a secret. You don't have to worry, your secret is safe with me. Naruto said, calming her down as the cops quickly arrived, but not before I quickly rushed her kids in. With the man apprehended, Naruto gave his statement that the man was mentally unstable and came here with the intent to kill. The police quickly took a report from the two and left. What a day. Naruto said with a sigh as he turned around and began to head back to his apartment as he let out a yawn. He discreetly made a shadow clone and set it to tail the police and ensure that the stalker didn't go blabbing, even if it meant he would have to silence him, permanently. Scum like him should be. Excuse me. Naruto was brow out of his thoughts as he turned to look back but caught himself from stumbling as he saw Ai giving him a smile that rivaled that of the sun. Thank you. She said as she bowed slightly. He had just saved her life. A thank you was the least you could do. Naruto chuckled sheepishly as he shook his head. No worries. I couldn't let someone as cute as you to get harmed. Naruto said before his eyes widened and he slammed his hand onto his mouth as he looked at the now surprised Ai, which quickly started to giggle, causing him to blush before he turned back around and headed into his apartment. What the hell was that? Naruto thought as he closed the door and sighed. There was something about the way she smiled that seemed to shed light on his depressing life. Still, he was glad he was here. Otherwise, who knew what would have happened? Ai smiled sheepishly as she was being chastised by her manager, Ichigo Saito, for being so careless as to not even see who was at the door. Honestly, you have to be more careful. What if that man wasn't there to subdue him? Then what? Ichigo questioned, as Ai chuckled nervously. Well, he would have stabbed me, she responded, to which Ichigo nodded. And with no one here but the children you could have died, Ichigo said as he leveled a stern gaze at her. He'd have to get better door security for the future. I understand, Ai trailed off. The fact that someone would have wanted to kill her was baffling for her. Then there was the fact about how he knew about her children. Something wasn't right. And on another matter, someone else knows your secret, someone outside our circle. Ichigo stated as he glanced at his wife, Miyako Saito, who nodded at him. The situation was very fragile. While very few would believe the words of a delusional fan that almost killed an up-and-coming idol, the main question was what Ai's savior would do. I don't think Uzumaki-san would do anything. I chimed in as Ichigo shook his head. We don't know that. The fact is, there is very little we know about this Naruto Uzumaki. He countered as Ai raised an eyebrow at that. What do you mean? She questioned him as her manager shook his head. Ai was far too innocent to understand what he was talking about. Listen. I looked into this Naruto figure. I used a lot of my connections within the industry and out to find out more about him, but they found nothing but the basics. Ichigo started as he pulled out a file. The two other occupants, plus the kids focused on him. And what did you found out? Miyako questioned him as she took a seat, now curious too. Naruto Uzumaki, a 20-years-old male, apparently he's an orphan, so no family to speak of. Apparently, his parents died on the day of his birth. He isn't part of the industry, so he's not an actor or anything. He has no occupation that is listed, other than freelancing and doing side gigs. And that's all I could find out. Ichigo listed off all the information he gathered, which wasn't much. Orphan huh? Miyako said as she glazed over to Ai. While Ai wasn't an orphan, her childhood wasn't all that glamorous that people assumed it to be. Ai for her part could only look down at the file that contained all the information. We also know that he lacks a right forearm. How that came to be is unknown. But think about it. His past, lack of a job, and lacking an arm? For all we know, he might be a former Yakuza member. Ichigo said grimly as everyone looked at him in surprise. That was an extreme assumption. I don't think so. I started causing Ichigo to frown. Like I said, we don't know his true intentions, he said, trying to reason with her. Was she not concerned about the situation at all? Then why don't we just go ask him ourselves? I shouted with a grin as she stood up and headed to the door. Ichigo almost fell at her suggestion. Idiot! Don't just go out like that! He shouted at her as he followed after her. After what had just happened, no way was he going to let her out of his sight for a while. Miyako sighed as she looked at the two kids, Aqua and Ruby. Don't worry. I'm sure your mother won't get involved with the Yakuza. I'm not sure he even is Yakuza, she said with a chuckle as she went off to the kitchen. She might as well get some food, leaving the two kids on their own. You really think that man is Yakuza? Ruby questioned her brother, who was deep in thought. He had almost witnessed Ai being stabbed. Well, it's definitely believable after everything we just heard. However, if he wanted to do anything against us, he would have after finding out, but nothing's happened so far. Nothing on social media or anything. Aqua reasoned as he crossed his arms. Truthfully, he was more concerned about how exactly that stalker found out about them. He was sure that his mother had covered her tracks. She even had 3 phones. Well, I'm just glad that he was there to save Mama. Ruby muttered out with a sigh of relief. Yakuza are not that man saved Ai's life. Naruto's apartment. Just you average other day, Naruto muttered out as he looked down at Complex Seal. To anyone else it would look like a masterful piece of art, but to Naruto it was another attempt, in a long line of failed attempts, to find a way back. He sighed as he picked up his brush and brushed all over the seal. It was another failure. He crumpled up the seal and tossed it aside. What am I doing? Do I even want to go back home? Naruto thought dejectedly. Did they even want him back? The only reason they liked him was that he saved the village once, and even still he suspected many people harbored resentment against him. After all, he was the reason why Pain attacked the village anyways. But he had ignored them and simply basked in the glory. I have always wanted to be Hokage, but that was always a lie, he thought as he looked up at the ceiling, thinking about his childhood. He only wanted to do so that people would notice him, to know that he existed. He sighed as he shook his head. His current situation was depressing as is, no need to dig up the past. Well, I better finish up the next volume and delivery at the editor, he said with a yawn as he stood up to find the final draft of Icha Icha. He cringed internally as he had to edit the countless drafts that the old pervert had written that never saw the light of day. While Naruto was glad that he had a source of income, very good income at that, he was annoyed that it was via such perverted books. Now where was it? He went through multiple drafts looking for it, however, he was brought out of his search when he heard the doorbell ring. Naruto raised an eyebrow, wondering who it was. More so considering that he had no friends in this world or any coworkers to hang out with. He cautiously approached his door as he slipped out a kunai from a seal on his left forearm. As a child he had many break-ins at his crappy apartments, and after he began a shinobi he learned how to deal with those situations. Uzumaki-san, it's me, your neighbor Ai Hoshino. Naruto heard from the other side of the door. He released a sigh as he withdrew the kunai. The last thing he wanted to do was stab his neighbor who almost got stabbed. He opened the door to find Ai and another old man standing behind her, to which he raised an eyebrow. The man was glaring daggers at him. "Can I help you, Ai-san?" Naruto questioned her, to which she smirked as practically made her way into his apartment. "Well, I never really got to properly thank you for saving me. Oh, this is my manager, Ichigo Saito." She introduced Ichigo as Naruto gave her a blank look. "I didn't invite you in," Naruto said flatly. She simply waved him off as she walked deeper into his apartment. Naruto sighed as he turned to Ichigo. "Is she always like this?" he questioned him, to which the man sighed too as well. "I can be very energetic at times," the manager responded carefully as Naruto let him in. "Your place is a mess, Uzumaki-san," Ai complained as she looked around his apartment. Everything was all over the place. There was trash everywhere and a pile of papers littered all over a single desk. "Ai, don't be so rude," Ichigo shouted at her. Didn't she realize that she was complaining about the man who had saved her from a stabbing and knew her secret? No need, Ichigo-san, if I may call you that," Naruto said casually, not bothered by the criticism. Growing up, no one ever taught him much, and after being a shinobi he was too busy with missions and then the war to tend to such trivial things. "My apologies, Uzumaki-san. Sometimes Ai just runs her mouth." Ichigo apologized profusely. If this man was really former Yakuza, then he could afford to piss him off. "Please, call me Naruto. I'm not too big on the formalities." "And no need for apologies. Nothing Ai-san said was incorrect." Naruto dismissed it with finality as he waved his left hand. Ichigo nodded at that as he now properly got a good look at the man. He was tall, most likely around 5 feet 11 inches, and he could tell that the young man worked out as well if all those muscles were an indicator. The biggest feature that struck him was the fact that 1. He lacked a right hand and forearm, and 2. He had 3 whisker marks on each side of his cheeks. His sun-kissed blonde hair was kept untamed, causing 2 bangs to fall around each side of his face, and his blue eyes were cold and calculating. "Why do those eyes remind me of Ai?" the manager thought to himself. Ai might be cheerful and all, but he could tell that she kept along of facts a secret, and her eyes to him told him just how lies she had wrapped herself around. After managing her for so long, he had come to learn that fact about her. Now he was seeing something similar within this young man's eyes. Naruto-san. I wanted to personally thank you for your timely interference a couple of days ago. If it hadn't been for you, I might have been fatally wounded." Ichigo bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Naruto simply sighed. "It's fine. I did what anyone would have done," Naruto countered, knowing that all he did was stop a murder. "That may be true, but you still saved my life. For that I am in you debt." I spoke up as she bowed too. "It's fine. You don't need to thank me," Naruto stated as he waved his left hand before I gently grabbed the right sleeve of his shirt, where his right hand would have been. "Still, you risked your life, despite your situation, to save mine. I never assumed that my life would be worth saving." She trailed off as Naruto stopped and looked at her before he brought his left hand down onto her head. She was quite smaller than him. "Idiot. Why wouldn't your life be worth saving? Don't you have kids to look out for? What would they do if you were dead?" Naruto reasoned with her as her eyes widened at that. But what if you had gotten hurt?" she questioned him, to which he shrugged. "I have been through worse," he responded as Ichigo stiffened. Was this man really a Yakuza? "You say that because you were once part of the Yakuza." "No," I questioned as Ichigo felt like his soul had just left his body. She wasn't subtle at all. "It's a miracle she managed to hide her kids for this long," he thought as he waited for some kind of outburst from Naruto, but none ever came. Instead, Naruto started chuckling before it turned into full-blown laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. You think I was Yakuza? Ha 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 ha. That's the best joke I've heard to date." Naruto laughed as the two looked at him with a blank look. It seemed like they were way off target. Naruto calmed himself as he wiped the last of the tears. "No, I'm not Yakuza. Although I can imagine why you would think that, but no, I am not," Naruto stated as Ichigo sighed, relieved at that knowledge. "See, Manager-san. I told you he wasn't." I smiled in triumph at the fact that she was correct. "Yes, you were. I apologize once again, Naruto-san. It's just that Ai's children are a secret from the public and media. We didn't know what you would do with that knowledge, and I assumed you were Yakuza with your looks and your history," Ichigo said, coming out truthfully. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. "Oh, you investigated my past?" Naruto questioned him. Not like that man would have found anything. Anything that was official was planted by Naruto himself. He had fabricated a past, with some elements of the truth, to blend in. Yes, but you must understand. As Ai's manager, it is my responsibility to protect her from the public and the media. Ichigo said firmly as Naruto nodded at that. He could tell that the man cared deeply for Ai. I understand. Naruto said simply as Ai looked at him curiously. So, what will you do with the information that you have? She questioned him, asking the question that was on Ichigo's mind as well. Naruto looked at her, staring right in her eyes, and he could see just how serious she was when it came to her children. Nothing. Naruto responded as the two blinked at him. Nothing? I questioned, to which Naruto nodded. I have nothing to gain and I not so petty go about doing such things. It's your secret to keep and I have no right in disclosing your secrets. It's yours to do as you wish. Naruto answered truthfully. On some levels he could relate to her, and he knew the effects of secrets and the power they held. Ai for her part searched his eyes, to find the lie, but she didn't. She smiled as she stepped back. Well, there's that situation handled. Now let me help clean your apartment, she proclaimed, to which Naruto got a tick mark. Hey, wait a minute, I didn't agree to that, Naruto shouted as she started to rummage through his work. Wow, Naruto-san. I never thought that you wrote books. Ai started causing Naruto to panic as he realized exactly what book she had picked up. Hey, put that down. Naruto tried to stop her as she opened the book and read some of it. Her face slowly became red as she quickly closed the book. I didn't realize you were into that kind of stuff, Naruto-san, she said embarrassingly as held the book up to her face. Naruto felt like dying at that moment. He was not a pervert. It's not my book, Naruto let out defeatedly, trying to defend whatever shred of dignity he had left. As the two engaged in their antics, Ichigo shook his head. No way, this man is Yakuza. He thought as he looked at the blonde man and then at Ai and smiled. Maybe some good will come out of this. It has been a few weeks ever since that fateful day that Naruto saved Ai, and much to Ai's and her inner circle's surprise, the news about her stalker and her almost stabbing never appeared in any media outlet. Ichigo had been fully ready to do damage control, but nothing ever come about. It was as if the whole incident just never happened. I have a sneaking suspicion that Naruto-san might have something to do with that. Ichigo thought as he watched Ai conduct another performance with arms crossed. While it was true that Naruto wouldn't do anything to harm Ai and her children in any way, the man was still a mystery. His background and history were clean, almost too clean. To anyone else they would just dismiss it as just any other person's story out of the billions untold, but Ichigo wasn't just anyone. He had a task, and that was to protect his talent and someone he saw as a daughter. So, to him the whole thing just felt wrong. Still, he let it go for now. At least he was willing to babysit, he thought with a chuckle. Miyako finally got the much-needed reprieve from the constant babysitting of the twins and could now get more involved within the business. He was sure that his wife wanted to be like him, a manager with vast connections. With Naruto. Why did I agree to this? Naruto said flatly to himself as he looked at the two twins, who stared back at him. He didn't know the first thing about babysitting. Although, I guess it's kind of like those bodyguard missions. Naruto muttered to himself. This caught Aqua's attention. Bodyguard missions. Oi, just what the hell is your job? Aqua thought as his mind was working overtime to decipher the enigma that was Naruto Uzumaki. Ruby on the other hand was very much fascinated by him. Naruto-san, how did you get whiskers on your cheeks? Ruby questioned as she poked at his cheeks, causing Naruto to sweat drop at that. Great, how was he going to explain this? Well, I'm not sure. I was just born them. And they are birthmarks, not actual whiskers. Naruto answered. He couldn't just tell them that he had a massive construct of chakra that was Kurama sealed inside his guts. No, that would either scare them or make him come off as a delusional man. Wow, but they are so cute, Ruby said excitedly as she rubbed his cheeks. Naruto for his part was taken aback. No one had ever called his whiskers cute. If anything, they reminded people of the Kyuubi, and thus only brought about more hatred than anything. Don't you think so too, Oni-chan? She questioned her brother, who blinked a bit, being drawn out of his thoughts by his sister. Now that he thought about it, how did Naruto get those whiskers? He might not have been a doctor for long in his past life, but never had seen such distinct birthmarks. I guess, was Aqua's response. Ruby pouted at her brother's subdued response while Naruto looked on in amusement. Though internally he was slightly jealous. Growing up he had always wondered what it would be like to have a sibling, but that was never meant to be. Truthfully, he never knew the love of a parent growing up. Sure, he had met them, but that didn't negate the years of loneliness. Naruto-san, if you don't mind me asking, how did you lose your arm? Aqua's question broke him out of his thoughts as he looked the said child. If there was one thing Naruto could deduce from the twins, it was that Aqua was smart, very smart for his age. Oni-chan, that's rude, Ruby chastised her brother. As someone who in her past life was condemned to be bedridden and disabled, she could understand why Naruto would want to keep such a thing secret. How did I lose it? Well, I guess you could say it was cause of my own foolishness. Naruto responded with a hollow chuckle. If only he wasn't so weak and did what needed to be done. An uncomfortable silence descended into the room as Naruto was lost in his deep thoughts, his greatest failures. Ruby could only look at his eyes that showed nothing but pain and sadness. She quickly thought of a way to cheer him up. Mama's performance should be beginning soon. Ruby shouted cheerfully as she ran over to the TV and turned it on and quickly changed to channel with Ai's performance, and sure enough, Ai was indeed performing. I guess she's preparing for the dome, Aqua said as he too was engrossed with the live performance, same as Ruby. Naruto for his part watched the broadcast with curiosity. He wasn't too big into idols and thus didn't really know much about it or idols in general and what they did. Don't you think that Mama is pretty, Naruto-san? Ruby questioned him, causing Aqua to raise an eyebrow. What was she up to? Well, I'd be lying if I said she wasn't, although she should smile more. Naruto answered as Ruby looked at him strangely. What do you mean? Mama is always smiling, Ruby proclaimed as Naruto kept looking at the performance. While it was true that it looked like she was smiling, but it was all an act, at least to him. Well, you were right about that, Naruto said as he simply sat back and watched. They were just kids, and he wouldn't want to talk badly about their mother. He could tell just how much they adored their mother, especially Ruby. I truly was an idol to Ruby from what he could gather. And he could also tell that even Aqua, who tried to hide it, looked up to Ai. Where is that true smile of yours I saw? Naruto thought as he remembered the very first time he had seen her smile. It was a genuine smile, not at all like what he was seeing now. He sighed as he shook his head. Questions for another time. A couple of hours later. But I don't want to go to sleep, I want to wait till Mama comes home. Ruby cried, causing Naruto to sweat drop. Listen, your mother won't be back home until later and it's already late as is. You two have school tomorrow and it's your bedtime. Naruto said sternly as Ruby whined about how unfair it was. Aqua merely sighed. We never had someone else other than our mother or Miyako-san put us to sleep, and most of the time we would have our way with staying up late, but, Aqua said as he looked at Naruto. The man was stern but fair and the air of authority he had around him was unreal. It was actually quite unnerving at times. Ruby, how about this? I'll tell you a cool bedtime story. Naruto bargained, and just like that she instantly stopped and looked at him with stars in her eyes. Really? She asked, to which Naruto nodded. She might be smart, but she was still a child at the end of the day. Promise. Naruto promised, to which Ruby was overjoyed as she headed off to bed. Aqua's interest was also piqued as he wanted to hear this story. Naruto sighed as he followed after the two as the two siblings made themselves comfortable, eagerly waiting for the story. Naruto hummed as he thought about a good story. Let's see, Naruto thought as he closed his eyes and thought long and hard about the story he would tell them. Oh, come on, Ruby waited impatiently. Naruto took a deep breath before nodding to himself. All right then. A long time ago, in a village hidden in the leaf, lived a boy. Naruto started as he recounted the story of his youth. The boy grew up as an orphan and was neglected and hated by the village for a tragedy that occurred on the day of his birth. For much of his childhood he was ignored by the villagers. His life was always a constant struggle, but he pushed onwards. Naruto continued as he noticed the two were paying close attention. Eventually, the boy became a shinobi, so that he may become the village's leader, so that they may longer ignore his existence. He remembered that dream of his. To become Hokage meant that the village acknowledge you as the strongest and the most powerful shinobi. It was his way of getting attention. The boy went on many missions, protected countless people, did all that the village asked him for. Then one day his best friend betrayed the village and he was sent after to stop him. The two fought in a battle to the death, and while the boy was strong, he still lost in the end, almost barely surviving the battle. After that, Naruto stopped as he heard snoring. Looking down, he cracked a smile. The two were already fast asleep. He quietly stood up and exited the room, making sure to shut off the lights and gently closed the door behind them. Thank you for looking after them, Naruto-san. Naruto was caught off guard by Ai, who was standing right outside the room leaning onto the wall. Oh, it wasn't a big deal. I don't have much to do anyways most days. Naruto responded as he turned to leave. Naruto-san, that story about the boy. It wasn't about you, was it? I questioned him, causing him to tense up. It seemed like she had indeed heard his story. Seems like I've been letting my guard down lately. Naruto thought to him. In a peaceful world like this, he didn't have to look over his shoulders for an assassin. He turned around to look at Ai with a black face. Maybe it was. Naruto responded as Ai looked back at him with that same smile he saw on TV. It honestly reminded him of how Sai used to be before he finally broke free from Danzo's control. Oh, now why would you lie to children like that? She questioned him as she walked towards him. Look right into his eyes as he looked back into hers. Same reason why you would lie to everyone else. Naruto responded, causing her to gasp slightly at that. What do you mean? She questioned him as he looked back at her stoically. I can see it on your face. Your performance, how to interact with people, even your own family, is a lie, isn't it? Naruto questioned her. He wasn't afraid to call it out as it was. A shinobi was someone who naturally dealt in the world of lies and mysteries. Everyone, from his fellow friends to sensei, had their secrets and lies that they wanted to keep to themselves. Heck, Naruto's life had been built on a big secret and a lie that the third Hokage always told him he had no knowledge of who his parents were, when in reality he damn well knew and never said a thing. Naruto-san, my whole life I have never been loved. I want to know what it feels like to love, to be loved. I feel as if I tell a lie enough that they will eventually become reality. Can you understand that? She questioned him softly as she let her facade down all for him to see. In a way, yes, I can understand that. I never had anyone while growing up. I had no parents. People, other than a handful, despised me. For a long time, I didn't know what love even meant. Heck, I still don't think I do. But, I lie to protect myself. But you lie to make your lies into reality. After all, I can see just how much effort you have put into them. Naruto responded as he too let her know his side of the story. I see. So then, what do you think of me now, Naruto-san? I guess you think I'm just a cheap selfish liar who wants to be loved and uses her career to do so. She said with a chuckle, but it was a painful one, and he could tell. Naruto looked at her before he turned his head to the twins' room. Tell me, you love your kids, right? He questioned out of the blue, causing her to widen her eyes at his question, a question she herself had asked once to herself before, and it was a terrifying one. She trailed off as Naruto turned to look at her. You were young when you had your kids, at a time when you might have lost it all just by having them. You keep them a secret to protect them, yourself, your career, because you know that in this vicious world, people love to see others torn down. You endured all that for your kids. Tell me, what parent would go through all those lengths if they didn't love their children? Naruto questioned her as he remembered how his parents sacrificed themselves to save him. At that moment he himself felt pitiful and disgusted by himself. His parents loved him unconditionally, and he realized how selfish he was to ask for more. I'm terrified, I responded, catching Naruto off guard with her response. Here, at this moment, he saw her for who she was. A lonely individual that was scared of herself. I'm terrified that if I told them that I love them, that it would be a lie, and that thought terrifies me, to lie to them. She cried out as she let the hot tears roll down her cheeks. For so long she had kept it all bottled up, always hiding her true feelings, her thoughts from everyone, even those she considered family. All of a sudden she found herself in a hug by Naruto. I won't lie to you. I don't know what it is to feel love, or to love for that matter. But let me ask you this, at that moment, when you were standing at your door and saw that knife about to be plunged into you, what did you think about? When your life flashed before your eyes? He whispered to her as her eyes widened as she recalled that event, and all she remembered seeing was. My children, she whispered in response as Naruto broke the hug and brought his hand at her shoulder and gave her a stern look. And that tells me just how much you love them, that in your potential finial moments it was them you were thinking about. Your love for your children is as real as you. Do not doubt yourself when it comes to your feelings about your kids. Naruto proclaimed as she sniffled before she broke down crying. How can I be such a fool? She cried as Naruto's features softened. You're not a fool. It's just that no one ever taught you. Naruto explained. He might not know what it to be loved growing up, but he knew damn well how much a parent can love their child, and I was no exception. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I said between her sobs as Naruto smiled and stepped back. Get some sleep, You had a long day. Naruto advised her as he headed out back to his apartment. For her part, wiped the tears from her eyes and turned to her children's room and smiled as she slipped into their bed, curdling the two in her arms. "I love you too," she muttered as sleep finally overcame her. Today had truly been a long day. The next day, Naruto yawned as he exited his apartment. Yesterday was a rough day and he hoped that I would have felt better today. He stretched his arm out and after hearing a few satisfying pops he relaxed. Today doesn't seem so bad, he said to himself as he allowed a smile to grace his face, as he leaned over to watch the sunrise. For some reason he felt better after the whole ordeal last night. "Oh, good morning Naruto-kun." Naruto turned left to find Ai, but he could tell that something about her was different. For one, her smile was more genuine, like the first time he had seen it. "Morning Ai. Heading out for the day?" He questioned her. He knew that she usually had a very busy schedule, more so since she was preparing to perform at that dome. Naruto didn't know much, but what he did know was that it was a very big deal for an idol group as small as hers and from an agency as equally small to perform at the dome. "No, I have today off actually. Director Gitanda wants discusses more about Aqua actually," she answered as Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Director Gitanda? I thought only your manager, his wife, and I knew about Aqua's relationship with you?" Naruto questioned, causing her to chuckle nervously. "Well, Director Gitanda figured out who he was when I played a role in one of his movies. Aqua played a role in it too, so he wants to discuss about Aqua becoming an actor," she explained as Naruto nodded at that. Clearly, she trusted this director to not be bothered by it. "Still, be careful. You never know what kind of lunatics are out there," Naruto advised her as she nodded as she leaned over as well, looking at the sunrise as well. Naruto-kun, if I may ask you of something," she started as Naruto turned to her, wondering what it was. "What is it?" he questioned her as she turned to him with that carefree smile of her. "If something were to happen to me, will you protect my children?" she asked him, leaving him stunned for a second. He opened his mouth to respond but closed it. It had been a long time since he had uttered those words. He closed his eyes and took in a deep breath before he exhaled and opened them back up as he looked at her, a grin on his face. "I'll protect not just them, but you as well, and that's a promise of a lifetime, believe it," he proclaimed. That's right, his word was his bond. Just because a few past promises caused him pain didn't mean that was no longer the case. What? I blushed at that. She had only asked him to look out for her kids, not this. Naruto simply chuckled as he brought his only hand up and ruffled her hair. "I'm not gonna let anything happen to you. After all, children need their parents more than a stranger. So, I won't let any harm come to you or them," Naruto stated cheekily, failing to see the deep blush that had no overtaken Ai's face. "Thank you," she muttered out as she felt something strange, like as if someone had unleashed a bag of butterflies in her stomach. What was this feeling? Another couple of weeks flew by in a blink of an eye, and Ai's performance at the dome was edging closer by the days. As a result of this, she was tied up with a busier schedule, appearing in live performances, concerts, some talk shows and so on. The manager had gotten even busier on his side of things as Ai's popularity attracted more talent and attention to his company. Thankfully, his wife was present to help him in managing the business. This was in large part thanks to Naruto, who was willing to look after the twins. "I don't really do anything other than meet with my publisher every now and then. I got plenty of free time," was his answer when they had asked him if it was okay. When Ichigo had found out that the infamous Jiraiya, the author of Icha Icha, was actually Naruto Uzumaki, he had approached the young man with offers to have his books turned into a drama. Ichigo had told him that he had many connections and knew many producers and directors that wanted to do so as well, but Naruto turned him down. He had been told the same thing by his publisher, but turned them down as well. Naruto's reasoning was that he liked to maintain his animosity for as long as he could. Ichigo respected his wishes and didn't push any further, but told him that should he want to in the future, his could always approach him. "I wish you were here, old friend," Naruto sighed as he looked up at the open gate, the same gate that once held back the mighty Kyuubi. The gate was wide open, an indication that the seal was open for good, but there was no Kurama. All remained now was a sphere of red chakra. He didn't know what happened, but when he first went to his mindscape to talk to Kurama, he was no longer there. All that remained was his chakra. "Damn you Sasuke," Naruto gritted his teeth. Another friend he lost because of Sasuke. He took in a deep breath and exhaled. Getting angry now wouldn't do him any good. His world was lost to him with no way back, and Sasuke was dead. While Naruto wasn't a man of revenge, he would never forgive Sasuke. "Naruto-kun." Naruto relaxed as he heard her voice. It wasn't all bad though. After all, if he wasn't sent to this world he would have never met Ai. There was just something about her that made him feel something he had never felt before. "Arg. All this thinking is giving me a headache. Naruto mumbled out, frustrated at his new feelings. He sighed one more time as he looked at the sphere. See you later, Kurama. Naruto said as exited his mindscape. Opening his eyes, he found himself in Ai's apartment. It was starting to become a common occurrence for him to do so, with him babysitting and all. Not that he minded. The twins were starting to grow on him. For now, the twins were asleep, leaving him with some time to his own thoughts. His feelings regarding Ai were, well, he wasn't sure. When he looked at her, he saw how strong she was. He was sure that she didn't realize it, but the fact that she pushed through all her hardships, for her children, for her dreams. It reminded him of how he used to be. Somehow, along the way, he had lost sight of it. I feel like idiot. Naruto let out a chuckle as he looked down, thinking about his life, all the promises he had made. And then he remembered what his other had told him when he met her for the first and very last time. There are so many things I wish I had time to pass on to you. So much more I want to tell you. I wish I could stay with you longer. Naruto recalled her words, and for the first time, in a long time, Naruto allowed a tear to escape his eyes. It was true that he never knew his parents growing up, but he knew that they loved him. His mother's words struck him in his heart. I'm sorry, Ka-san, Naruto muttered, feeling like such a failure at the moment. Naruto-kun, are you crying? Naruto was broken out of thoughts by Ai, who looked at him with concern. Naruto quickly wiped his tears as he shook his head. No, I just got something in my eye. When did you get here anyways? Naruto questioned, trying to deflect her question. I just got here actually. Our practice routine ended early today. Ai answered with a smile. She had been more cheerful ever since Naruto had quelled her doubts about her love for her children. It was as if a heavy burden was lifted from her shoulders, and now she sought every opportunity to spend time with her children's. She wished that one day she wouldn't have to hide them from the world. Well, that's good. I guess I'll be heading out now, Naruto said as he started to make his way to the door, but before he could get any further his hand was grabbed by Ai, causing him to stop and look back at her. Naruto-kun. I was wondering if you would like to have dinner with me tomorrow. I asked him as her face turned crimson red from her blush. She had never felt like this with anyone before. When she was around Naruto she felt anxious, happy, and afraid for some reason. She felt as if she did something wrong he would vanish from her life, and the thought of that made her afraid. She didn't know why she felt this way about him. You know, typically it would be the guy who asks the girl out. Naruto automatically before he realized what he said. If Ai's blush could get any redder, it just did. I mean, what I'm trying to say is. Naruto tried to explain himself, but couldn't come up with anything. It's a date then. Was Ai's response causing Naruto stop and stare at her in shock. Did she say a date? Yeah, sure. Naruto responded before he internally facepalmed. That was his genius response. Ai smiled brightly as she turned on her heels and walked off to her room, leaving Naruto standing there in shock before he came to as he began to blush. He brought his hand up and ruffled his hair. Great job, Naruto. Only other girl you have asked out for dates was Sakura, and her response was a fist to your head. Naruto said to himself as he sighed. He didn't know the first thing about going on a date. Maybe he should consult with the Icha books. He quickly shook his head. Hell no. As Naruto left the apartment, he failed to realize that two other people had seen the interaction between him and Ai. Oni-chan, did you see that? Mama is going out on a date. Ruby shook her brother, whose sweat dropped at her excitement. Yes, I saw Ruby, and no, it's just a dinner. Aqua countered as Ruby pouted. It's a date, she insisted as Aqua hummed at that. What happened to? There was no father, Aqua questioned her. A while back the two had questioned who their biological father was, but Ruby was of the opinion that there was no father, to which Aqua shook his head. A virgin birth. Yeah, right. Well, that's different. Mama deserves to be with someone, Ruby argued. Aqua sighed at that as he looked at her like she was an idiot. Baka. Ai is an idol. You think idols have such luxuries? If she did that she wouldn't have to keep us a secret. Aqua explained, causing Ruby to pout at that. But that's not fair, Ruby countered as Aqua nodded. It's not, but that's the life of an idol. The only way for Ai to be with someone if she stops being an idol, and even then, people will no doubt harass her for her choices. Not to mention the scandal it would be if it comes out that she had kids at 16 years of age. Aqua listed off. That was a time bomb that he knew would eventually have to explode. The question was if it would be by accident or if Ai would reveal it herself. Don't you want Mama to be happy, Oni-chan? Ruby questioned her brother. It wasn't fair that their mother couldn't live her life normally, that she had to hide their existence from the world. Of course, I do. But it's her choice. Besides, it's not like I think that Naruto-san is a bad match. Aqua answered truthfully. After the fact that I was almost killed, Aqua thought about how was it possible for that to happen to begin with. Who gave away her address? And for that matter, how did that stalker know about them? Come to think of it, that was the same man from that night. Aqua thought as he recalled the night he was killed. How did he know where she was giving birth? Aqua had a lot of questions that needed answering. The manager and his wife are out of the question. No way would they put Ai in danger. It's their job to protect the talent. Naruto-san didn't even know Ai personally up until recently, and even then, he had never met her until the day that he saved her. The director is also out of the question. He figured out our relation to Ai during the movie shots. Aqua's mind was working overtime, going down the list of anyone that would want to harm Ai. That leaves only one person I can think of, our biological father. He thought. Ai never talked about their biological father, only that he was no longer in the picture, or rather she broke things off. If Ai had contacted him for some reason, then it might be possible that their father might have wanted Ai dead. But why? Did Ai represent a threat to him? Did the fact that she had his children threaten his reputation? He didn't know. It would all depend on who their father was. I'll find him, and I'll make him pay. Aqua thought darkly. The man was potentially responsible for attempted murder of his mother and also in part responsible for his death in his past life. Earth to Oni-chan. Are you there? Ruby tried to get his attention, but he was simply too deep in his thoughts to notice. She sighed as she shook her head and headed off to find her mother. Whenever he did that, it creeped her out. The next day. The whole day Ai was in a good mood, much to Ichigo's and Miyako's confusion. She had the day off for today, and all day she was browsing through her collection of cloths. Typically, she would only do that if she had practice or an event coming up. But she had none today. Ai, why are you going through your clothes? Miyako questioned her out of curiosity as Ai grinned with her eyes shining like a star. Well, I got a date with Naruto-kun, so I have to look good. Ai answered, to which Miyako nodded. Okay, I guess that. Wait a minute, you can't do that, Miyako shouted in panic. What was I thinking? What's going on? Ichigo chimed in, wondering what the commotion was all about. Miyako turned to him and leveled a glare. Did you know about this? She questioned him, causing him to bring his hands up in defense. Oi! Know about what? He questioned back. What was she talking about? Miyako pointed at Ai, who only gave her a pout. She's going on a date with Naruto-san today, Miyako said, causing Ichigo's jaws to drop. What was she thinking? Ai. You know you can't do that. What if someone was to see you too? And you know idols can't have romantic relationships. Ichigo tried to reason, but Ai was as stubborn as ever. I can and I will. I'll be discreet as possible. Ai countered as Ichigo sighed. Ai, do I need to remind you that the last time something like this happened you ended up pregnant? Ichigo pointed the elephant in the room. Ai narrowed her eyes and to glare at him. I didn't want to become pregnant, but I love my children regardless. This time it's different. She responded as Ichigo took a step back. He had never seen this side of Ai before. She wasn't wrong. Back then, she was just a country bumpkin that didn't know much about life, especially given her background. And as the old saying goes, stupid people do stupid things. Are you seriously willing to risk your career for this? Miyako questioned her sternly. The ramifications that this possessed were serious. Ai had no other skills other than her idol abilities and somewhat acting, but if she threw all that away, how was she expecting to survive? I started but stopped as she thought about it as she looked down, her hands curling into fists. For all my life I have never known what it is to love or be loved. I knew nothing but the abuse my mother had given me. When I became an idol, I thought that I would finally figure it out, but I didn't. So, I lied and hoped that one day those lies would become truths. And when I had my children I was afraid to even tell them that I loved them because I couldn't bear the thought of that being a lie. I vented out her emotions. That's right, she no longer needed to bottle them up. Not after what Naruto told her. And when I was almost stabbed I realized that I did in fact love them. I do know what it is to love and to be loved. I don't need to be an idol to realize that now. All these years of building my lies, but I no longer need them. So, to answer your question, yes, I am willing to do so, I said firmly, not backing down. But you don't even know that you even like Naruto, Ichigo stated, but I only blushed at that, which caused Miyako's eyes to widen. I can't believe it, she said with a sigh as she walked away. Wait. Come back and put some sense into her, Ichigo shouted, but Miyako just shook her head and pointed at Ai. Just look at her, You can tell that she is obviously head over heels for him. Miyako responded. It was impossible to stop Ai now, and if Miyako was honest to herself, she didn't want to. It was Ai's choice now. Is that true, Ai? Ichigo questioned. Sure, Naruto saved her, but surely that wasn't enough to make her fall for him? I don't know, but every time I'm around him I feel like everything will be okay. He's the one who helped me see the truth and understand it. He understands me in a way no one else has been able to. That was Ai's response. She wouldn't have asked if she wasn't sure. The feelings she felt for Naruto were vastly different than the ones she had once felt for her children's father. They were like night and day. Wow. Mama is in love. Ruby squealed as she overheard everything, while Aqua just stood next to her. Well, it's not like he could complain. Naruto was a good man according to everything he had gathered, but there was so much they didn't know about him. Few hours later, day had turned into night and Naruto gulped as he stood in front of Ai's apartment. Sure, he had agreed to the dinner-turn date, but he knew nothing about dating or anything. He'd never had a relationship like this. The only other girl he had an interest in was more into the brooding ego of a traitor and constantly berated him. I hope that old pervert's book helped. Naruto muttered. Having no idea what to do, he reluctantly turned to Jiraiya's books, and he cringed at reading it. He still didn't understand why millions of people actually liked these books. They're cringe and cheesy as hell, and the only good scenes, he assumed, were those of a sexual nature, mainly because of how detailed they were. Naruto had quickly skipped those aspects of the books. Here goes nothing, Naruto said to himself as he rang the doorbell. It was good to see that Ai had a video-based ring bell installed after the incident. The door slowly opened as Naruto blushed after looking at Ai. She was wearing a lavender sundress with a simply black hat that had a pair of shades on top of it. Her eyes were like looking at a pair of shining stars. Ah, Naruto-kun. Glad you made it. Let's go, Ai exclaimed excitedly as she took a step forward, looking up at him with that smile of hers. Why yeah. You ready? Naruto asked her, to which she nodded. However, before they could head out, they were stopped by Ichigo. Hold it. Ichigo stated as he walked forward and looked at Naruto sternly. You better return her before midnight, Ichigo said as he walked closer and pulled his shades down and gave Naruto a glare. And if you hurt her, there will be hurt to pay, Ichigo threatened, not realizing that he was threatening a man who could very well change the very landscape, not that he knew. To Ichigo, Ai was like a daughter and she was serious in dating someone, then he'd make sure they knew the price of hurting Ai. I would never, Naruto replied with a stern look of his own. He made a promise to protect Ai after all. Gee, let's go Naruto-kun. Ai quickly grabbed his hand and ran off with him, which slightly took him by surprise. As Ai ran off dragging Naruto with her, Ichigo could only sigh before he smiled slightly. He hadn't seen Ai like this since Aqua and Ruby were born. With Ai and Naruto. So, Naruto-kun, where are we going? She questioned him as the two walked the bush streets of the city. She had put on her shades as a means to hide her identity. I got reservations at a nice restaurant and after that we'll be heading to the amusement park. Naruto told her about the itinerary for the night. Wow. Amusement park. I have never been to one before, I said excitedly. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. You never been to an amusement park before? Naruto questioned her, causing her to shake her head as she looked down sadly. My mother never took to one as a child and I was too busy with idle work for any leisure time, she responded as Naruto looked at her before he took a hold of her hand. Well, if it counts, I have never been one too. Naruto empathized. No one ever wanted to go to one with him or they never let him in. I looked at him with surprise before smiling. Then let's have lots of fun, she said as the two were off on their first date. The very first thing they did was go to the restaurant that Naruto had gotten reservations for. It was a nice upscale place that served all sorts of exotic food. I didn't know you got a reservation for this place. I have heard it's very hard and expensive to get reservations for this place, I exclaimed. And he had managed to get it for the next day. Naruto chuckled as he ruffled his hair. The owner of the restaurant is actually a big fan of the Icha Icha books. So, I contacted him and told him who I was and offered to give him a signed copy. He immediately agreed, Naruto said with a nervous chuckle. I looked at him, amazed. Your books must be really popular, she praised him, causing him to wave his hand. They aren't my books. I never wrote any of them. Naruto dismissed it. He would never write such books. I simply giggled. Then, who's Jiraiya? She questioned him, causing him to stop as he smiled sadly. He was, like a father to me. Naruto reminisced about the time he had spent training under Jiraiya. Naruto-kun. You really had a hard life, didn't you? I questioned him, catching him by surprise. She smiled sadly at him as she brought a hand up to his cheek. I can tell. Growing up, my mother never cared about me. She was violent, selfish, and abusive. And even after she got out of jail, she never bothered to take me out of the orphanage. So, I understand. She emphasized with him. She was as much of an orphan as he was. Naruto started before she put a figure on his lips. It's okay, Naruto-kun. When you want to talk about your past, you will. You don't have to force yourself, she said gently as Naruto looked at her with amazement. This girl was kind and gentle underneath all the facade she put up in her performances. She was truly a gentle soul. It's fine, I'll tell you some of my past later, he promised as the two went on about the night. This was it. All their hard work had led up to this moment, and the tension in the air was so thick you could cut it with a knife. You'll do fine, Naruto said calmly as he worked on editing the next volume of Icha Icha. Ever since their first date 2 weeks ago, the two had gone out on many other dates, and Ai began to spend more time at Naruto's apartment whenever she got the chance. But Naruto-kun. The dome is a big deal. There will be thousands of people there, and even more watching the performance, she whined as she rolled in his couch. Ichigo had given everyone the day before off to rest for the big day. Naruto sighed as he put the pen down and turned to face her. You want to know a secret of mine? Naruto asked her, which caused her to immediately stop and looked at him intensely, which caused Naruto to sweat drop. If there was one thing that I wanted to know more about, it was Naruto. He still was a mystery. Back when I was in the academy, I failed my graduation test 3 times. Naruto held up 3 fingers as he chuckled. Back then he couldn't even do a basic jutsu required to pass. I tilted her head in confusion. The academy? And how is that supposed to help me? She questioned him. This was the first time Naruto had mentioned anything about his education background. She had no idea what this academy was about, but the fact that Naruto failed 3 times was shocking. I'll tell you about it later, but the point is to never give up. I failed 3 times, but I was determined to pass, no matter what. So, the lesson here is that it's okay if things don't always go the way you want them to. You just simply need the will to never give up. Datbeo, Naruto answered, the words coming out automatically. I, however, quickly noticed the last bit. Datbeo. She questioned him coyly, to which Naruto simply sighed. It's a verbal tic of mine. One I thought I grew out of, Naruto answered with a grumble as I giggled at him. You're so cute when you're embarrassed, Naruto-kun. She pointed at him with a giggle, to which Naruto blushed in embarrassment. I'm not embarrassed. Naruto tried to defend himself, but I wouldn't hear none of it. Her giggles turned into full-blown laughter, which caused Naruto to look down in defeat. Sorry, Naruto-kun. I apologized as she wiped the last of her tears away. Naruto merely shook his head. No, it's fine. Looking back at it, I was never embarrassed by it. I used to say it all the time. I guess it's just about one of the few things my mother passed down onto me. Naruto said with a light chuckle. He remembered the first time he heard his mother say her verbal tic. Suddenly it had made so much sense about his owl. Your mother, Naruto-kun? I questioned as Naruto nodded. Naruto never talked about his parents, except for that one time I found him crying. Naruto thought about whether or not if he should reveal his secret to her. The last few weeks had been some of the best weeks in his life. He never had a relationship of this kind with anyone but I, and he was afraid that if he told her the truth she would reject him. After all, he was a shinobi, and a shinobi's main purpose was to fight, kill and die for his village. He was afraid that she would see him as a monster, and the thought of that was just unbearable for him. However, he couldn't lie to her. Not anymore. He cared far too deeply for her now to keep such a thing hidden from her. Better to have loved and lost than never to have to love at all, huh? Naruto thought bitterly. He reached into his pants and pulled out a wallet before he opened it up and pulled out a picture. This is the only picture of my parents that I have. He started as he beckoned to Ai to take it. She looked at him in surprise before she gently took the picture from him and inspected it. The first thing she noticed was the blonde man in the picture. Naruto was a carbon copy of him, and she assumed that to be his father. Upon shifting her eyes to the red-haired women, she realized where Naruto got his eyes and his skin complexion from. That was his mother, and from the looks of it she was already late into her pregnancy, and from the looks of it she looked quite happy. The man is my father, Minato Namikaze, and the woman is my mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto pointed out as Ai's gaze held onto his mother's. She was truly a beautiful woman from what she could tell. Naruto-kun, you said you grew up as an orphan. What happened to your parents? She questioned him, which caused Naruto to sigh. It was now or never. If she hated him, so be it, but he would not deceive her. They died protecting me on the day I was born. He answered, causing I to gasp at that. I stood up and walked over to him and gently wrapped her arms around his head and brought him into a hug, his head resting on her chest. You've been through a lot, haven't you, Naruto-kun? She asked him softly as Naruto closed his eyes and just listened to her heartbeat. He hadn't reflected on his parents' death before, with the war and all, and he had never been comforted like this before. This was nice. There is something I need to tell you. He spoke, as quiet as a mouse. She pulled back a little and looked at him. Her eyes shining like stars, gentle and soft. You can tell me anything, Naruto-kun. She responded, her voice nothing but a whisper. Naruto took in a deep breath. You know how Ichigo tried to dig up my past to see what kind of person I was? He questioned her, to which she nodded. But he didn't find much, she stated, to which Naruto shook his head. That's because everything he did find was planted by me on purpose, Naruto stated, leaving her shocked at his words. What? She questioned him, but Naruto pressed forward. Naruto Uzumaki doesn't exist in this world. I was never part of this world. The truth is, I'm for a different world, a different reality. Naruto continued, leaving Ai's head spinning. Different world, different reality. What was he talking about? I appeared in this world 3 years ago after my final battle. You see, I am Naruto Uzumaki, shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto introduced himself fully, but I was still confused. Naruto, why are you joking at a time like this? She questioned him. This was all so mind-boggling that it had to be a joke. Naruto shook his head as he held one of hands. It's not a joke. I have been hiding this fact about me for a long time now. For the longest of times I felt like I no longer had a purpose other than to be condemned to live the rest of my life in this world, alone. Alone in a world that had no need for a person like me, and I was fine with it. I had been alone entire life. Naruto continued as the shock in her eyes felt like as if someone had stabbed him. That is, until I met you. You reminded me of myself, but you were much stronger than me. You who kept pushing forward, chasing your dreams all the while looking after your children. You made me remember who I was, and you showed me what it felt like to love someone for the first time. Naruto confessed, causing her breath to hitch at that. Naruto stopped her as he brought his hand up and laid a finger on her lips. No, please. I cannot keep such an important part of my hidden from you, because I love you, Hoshino, and of that I am certain. Naruto finished as he brought his hand back down and looked at her. For her part was shocked, surprised, stunned even. His revelation was too much to comprehend. Say something. Naruto spoke to her, his worries mounting by the seconds, and then she finally moved away from him. Now Naruto felt as if someone had twisted the knife in his heart. She didn't say a word, merely turned around and left as the door to his apartment opened and closed, leaving Naruto in his room, alone. Why did I assume it would go any different? Naruto said to himself with a hollow chuckle as felt his eyes tear up. This was his life, it had always been there. People loved the idea of Naruto Uzumaki, the hero, but no one loved him for who he was. And now, the only girl he had ever loved, had rejected him. I feel so lost, Naruto said to himself as he brought his hand up and rested it on his eyes, but that didn't stop the tears from escaping. What a fool he was to think that she could love him. The night was going painfully slowly for Naruto, and he merely lay in his bed, awoke. He felt nothing but emptiness. I hadn't come back since he'd revealed his truths. He didn't reveal much, but he was sure that the mere fact that he reveled that he was a shinobi from a different world was enough to question everyone about him. He couldn't sleep that night and found himself wandering the streets of Tokyo before he ended up finding himself sitting at the edge of building. The wind rushed past his hair, causing it to wave back and forth as he looked across the city. Maybe I should move, Naruto said to himself. What was he even doing here anymore? What did he hope to achieve by staying in the city to begin with? There was nothing here for him, there never was. He looked up at the dark skies apathetically. He missed home, he missed damn it, he gritted his teeth. He began to cry again, and he cried on into the night. He remembered just how much he cried when he heard of Jiraiya's death, but the pain he felt was unimaginable stronger. That night, he didn't return home. The next day, Naruto felt like shit. He had spent the majority of the night crying away his sorrows. When he had returned home the next day, he realized how late he was. It was already 11 in the morning, but that he cared at that point. Today is Ai's dome performance, he trailed off as he took a seat on a chair next to his desk. He picked up the report as he flipped the TV and changed the channel. He wouldn't run away. He made a promise to Ai, and his word was his bond. Cause what good were words if you just walked away from them? She looks amazing, Naruto gasped as he saw Ai performing on the stage. She was truly the center of attention of the idol group, and he could see just how many people had turned out to watch the performance. They were performing their most popular songs and their execution was flawless. He knew that Ai and her group had been training relentlessly for the past couple of weeks and it showed. The performance was ending for the day, no doubt that there were other follow-up events, but this was it for the day. You're gonna go far, Ai. He chuckled. Ai was for sure going to go far in his eyes. She had the talent and the looks to go along with them. Thank you for coming out, everyone. His attention was drawn back to the TV as he watched Ai address the crowd. He watched as she looked straight at the camera, as if she was looking right at him. I just want to say one thing, Naruto-kun. I love you, she shouted, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. Did he just hear that right? He needed to know for sure. I love you, Naruto-kun. Now and forever, she repeated again, smashing any doubts that he had. He cried again, but this time tears of happiness. I love you too, Ai. He whispered to himself as he sat there in silence. He truly was a fool. With Ai a few moments prior, this was not how she wanted to feel. As she performed on this grand stage, she did not want to feel like this. Ai had only one dream, two really if you counted them separately. And that was to know what it was like to love and to be loved. And right now, as she performed in front of hundreds of thousands of people, she realized that she wouldn't find it here. These people loved Ai, the idol, not her as a person. They loved the ideal of Ai, but she didn't want that. Naruto-kun. The only thing on her mind was Naruto. The one person who made her feel different. When she was around him she felt like her heart would leap out of her chest. And after what he told her last night. Naruto-kun, I don't care about where you are from. You are the one that she thought as the performance came to an end and the audience went wild. While the rest of her group waved at them, basking in the glory, she steeled her resolve. The one I love. She finished her thoughts as she looked up, staring right into the camera pointed right at her. She no longer needed this. She knew what it was to love. She loved her children and Naruto. She also knew now what it was to be loved. After all, Naruto had confessed to her. After today, she would no longer be an idol. Thank you for coming out, everyone, she started, catching everyone's attention. She looked around. All eyes were on her now. She took a deep breath before she spoke. I just want to say one thing, Naruto-kun. I love you, she shouted as loudly as she could, proclaiming her own love for the man who saved her, the man who she become infatuated, the man who had stolen her heart and as she has his. I love you, Naruto-kun. Now and forever, she proclaimed her oath for eternity as she smiled brightly. Yes, she no longer needed to strive to lie to understand love, because she knew now what it meant. The crowd, even her fellow Kamachi members confusingly looked at Ai. Who was this Naruto guy? And what did she mean she loves him? Ichigo at the backstage was holding his head with his hands, with his eyes widened and his jaw wide opened over what Ai has done. That stupid girl. Ichigo yells internally. Many of the fans were confused, others angry that someone had managed to steal Ai's heart, others disappointed. Naruto? Who's that? You mean some random guy stole Ai-chan from us? But Ai didn't care. She had found what she had always been looking for. With Aqua and Ruby. What? Ruby shouted at her mother's statement. Had things between her mother and Naruto already progressed that far? Now her career as an idol is over. Aqua said with a sigh. Being an idol meant that you sacrificed any romantic relationships. But is just getting popular. After the dome her popularity is going to go through the roof. Ruby shouted at him, to which he winced. No need to shout, I'm right here. Anyways, it's Mama's choice. I'm sure Naruto-san makes her happy enough to quit being an idol. Aqua pointed out, to which Ruby stiffened. Does that mean that Naruto-san will become our papa? Ruby questioned in utter surprise. If Mama loved Naruto-san, then he would become their papa and then she would get a little brother or sister. Oni-chan, do you think we'll get a sibling soon? Ruby questioned as her eyes were swirling with confusion. Aqua almost fell down at that. Baka. How am I supposed to know all of that? He questioned her. How was he supposed to know how far Naruto and Ai had gone in their relationship? Ruby pouted it before she looked away. Later in the day with Ai had finally returned home after a long day, and a long day it had been. After her statement on the stage the media was running wild. Before the performance all she was hearing about was how she was going to become Japan's #1 idol,
that she was starting to become a star in her own right.
However, afterwards it was all about her career being over. About how she could no longer be an idol after the news of her rumored relationship broke out. Well, it was less of a rumor and more of a fact. After all, she herself had confirmed it. She shook her head. No, wasn't the time for that. She took a deep breath as she knocked on Naruto's door. After she had left him last yesterday, she realized how much she must have hurt him. But she needed to sort out her own feelings for him, to know what she truly felt, because just like with her children, she did not want this love to be a lie. And after standing on the stage, performing at the dome, she realized that she truly loved him. Naruto's voice broke her out of her thoughts as she looked up at him. Her gradient-colored eyes looked up at his deep blue one, and she could tell that he had been crying. After all, she used to do the same as well as a child. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, for leaving you alone," she apologized, causing Naruto to shake his head. "Don't. It's not your fault you reacted the way you did." After all, Naruto didn't get to finish as I closed the distance and went on her toes and locked lips with him, catching him with surprise, but he closed his eyes and kissed back. The two stood there, kissing for what seemed like an eternity. Nothing in the world mattered at that moment to the two of them but each other. "I'll always love you, Naruto-kun. I don't care if you're from a different world. You're the first person to love me for who I am, the real I," she said as the two pulled back. "And I'll always love you as well, Naruto responded with small smile as the two basked in the other's company. However, what the two didn't realize was that I had been followed this time despite her best attempts, and at this very moment the two's intimate was being captured by a camera. They didn't know for how long they lay in his bed, but they didn't care. The two cuddled each other as they peacefully basked in the other's warmth, clinging to each other as if the other might disappear. "Naruto-kun," I spoke as she looked at him in the eye, their foreheads touching ever so slightly. Naruto looked back at her. He could never get some at looking into her eyes. They were genuinely like a pair of stars, shining brightly in the dark. "Yes?" he questioned her, his voice nothing but a whisper. "You said you were from a different world. What was it like?" She questioned it out of curiosity. Naruto hummed at that before he spoke. "It was different. Life was much simpler, but also chaotic. We were trained from a young age to be shinobis, to fight and to die for our villages. The villages were like a dictatorship of sorts where the Hokage, the village leader, was the supreme authority and the shinobi held most of the power." Naruto tried to explain as she looked at him with concern. "Did you have to fight for your life?" she questioned him as laid a hand on his cheek, causing Naruto to blush. I've been fighting my whole life. Every day was a constant struggle. The villagers always hated me when I was a child. They saw me as a monster," Naruto responded as he remembered how parents discouraged their kids from playing with him. "Why would they do such a thing?" she questioned as Naruto chuckled. "Before I tell you that, you need to understand the fundamental aspect difference between this world and mine. In my world we can control chakra. Chakra exists in this world too, but humanity in this world lack the ability to use it." Naruto started as she looked confused. "Chakra?" she questioned as Naruto nodded as he brought his hand forward and allowed it to be engulfed in a golden cloak of sort. I looked at it, fascinated as she intertwined her hand with his. "It's so warm," she muttered at the warmth his hand provided. "With chakra we can do many things that seem superhuman. We can control the elements, have specialized bloodlines, and etc." Naruto tried to explain. He slept through much of the academy, so he didn't know the best way to explain it. After all, it was as easy as breathing for them to use chakra. "What does your chakra do?" she questioned, still holding onto his hand. "Well, mine is somewhat special. My mother was an Uzumaki, and Uzumakis were known for their longevity. That is our bloodline, of long vitality. We can survive from almost any disease and non-mortal wounds. And I have another chakra that bolsters these traits, that of the Kyuubi no Yoko." Naruto explained, causing her to gasp. "Like from the myths?" she questioned him with surprise. Naruto chuckled at her reaction. "Well, back where I'm from, he isn't a myth. His name is Kurama, and yes, he is a nine-tailed fox, but he is a being made up of chakra. To keep a long story short, there are tailed beasts, 9 of them in total, each represented by how many tails they have. Kurama was the strongest as he possessed 9 tails. In my world, these tailed beasts were sealed inside people to make the said people living weapons, thus creating Jinchurikis." Naruto kept on explaining as he told her everything. "Human sacrifice?" I questioned as she tried to understand the meaning of the word. Naruto nodded at that. "Yes. My mother had Kurama sealed inside of her, and on the day of my birth Kurama was released from his seal by force when a man named Obito Uchiha. My father was forced to seal Kurama into me as my mother was dying at that point, and it was the only way to save the village. In the final moments of the sealing, Kurama lashed out and attempted to kill me, but my parents shielded me from the attack, giving up their lives to save mine. And that is how I became a Jinchuriki. Naruto ended as I was left in total surprise. Is that why they treated you like the way they did? I questioned as the gears in her head began to turn. Yes. The villagers saw me as the Kyuubi, the fox that had laid waste to the village. They passed all their hatred onto me and I never knew why they hated me for the longest of times. I thought I was a monster. Naruto finished sadly as I moved closer to him and kissed him slightly. You're not a monster, Naruto-kun. A monster wouldn't save someone, I said as Naruto sighed. He would have said more had there not been a bang on his door. Naruto groaned as he stood up and headed to the door. Who the heck was banging at his door right now? Opening the door, he was confronted with a group of people, all their cameras taking pictures of him. Are you Naruto? One of the reporters asked as the flash from their cameras took him by surprise. What is your relationship with Bikamachi's eye? Another reporter asked Naruto. Are you two couple? As the third reporter asked, Naruto quickly shut his door as thought about what had just happened. We might have a problem. Naruto called out as she poked her head out from down the hall. A couple of minutes later, Ichigo sighed as he looked at the two sitting before him. Honestly, they should have expected this kind of fallout and I should have been more careful when she made her way home. She hadn't even opted for her disguise. There was already news about Naruto and I as the two were seen kissing at the Naruto's door apartment, with the two being taken the picture from the cameraman who caught them last night. You realize that your career as an idol is pretty much over, right? Ichigo questioned her, to which she nodded. While she knew that most fans these days didn't really care that much, the problem lay with the entertainment world as a whole. An idol in a relationship was no idol at all. Ichigo sighed once more. Well, it's not like I could have changed your mind, he finished. I was as stubborn as ever and he was too damn soft on her to do anything. It's fine. Sooner or later the truth would have come out anyway. I pointed out, to which Ichigo shook his head. But it could have been sooner rather than later. You're always making such rash decision, he responded, to which I pouted. This isn't one of those rash decisions, I stated, causing Ichigo to roll his eyes. Naruto for his part felt bad about the whole situation. I'm sorry, because of me you gave up your dream. Naruto apologized, but I quickly turned to him and waved her hands in a dismissive manner. No, Naruto-kun. You have nothing to apologize for. This was my decision and I realized that I'd rather spend my time with my children, and you rather than always be busy, she explained, to which Naruto perked up. But what about Aqua and Ruby? Naruto questioned as I fell silent. It was true that the media still didn't know about her children, and with all of the buzz around her and Naruto, they were bound to find out about them. If that was the case, then she worried about all kinds of things the media would say about them. I was actually thinking to reveal them. She purposed, causing Ichigo and Naruto eyes to widen in surprise. Did they hear her right? That will definitely tarnish your reputation. You had your children when you were so young, and furthermore you haven't even told me who their father. If you haven't told me that, what will you tell the media? Ichigo questioned as I went silent. She never wanted to disclose who their father was because she wanted nothing to do with him. The last time she had contacted him was so that he could see their kids, but the man never did. She wanted to put that chapter behind her for good. She must have had a good reason not to. Have more faith in her. Naruto came to her defense as she looked up at him. He had never once asked, and she was grateful for it. Naruto turned to her and gave her a grin. Don't worry, I know you have your reasons, and besides, don't you remember the promise I made you? He questioned her, to which nod. Yes, she remembered that as clear as day. Why don't you just pass off Aqua and Ruby as yours and Naruto's children? It was Miyako who presented the idea, causing the two to blush at that. Naruto's children, I thought as her head was spinning. Father, Naruto thought in shock. Their reactions was very much amusing to Miyako, who could only chuckle lightly at that. Well, that would more certainly be better than simply trying to hide the identity of the real father. That would actually make the scandal way worse. And this way you can explain your little outburst and the photos of you two kissing. Ichigo reasoned as he ruffled his hair. I wouldn't mind that if Naruto-kun agrees. I answered with a blush. She wouldn't force Naruto to do something he was against. I don't mind, came Naruto's response as I turned to him in surprise. You don't? She questioned again as Naruto nodded. When I think about it, Aqua and Ruby have almost the same blonde hair color as me, so it wouldn't be difficult to claim that they are. Naruto reasoned. The thought of having children, even if not his own, was a foreign concept to him. He never thought that he would ever reach that stage in his life. Then we better find a bigger place than this. Miyako chimed in again, her sly grin growing by the second as she watched the two young couple become flustered at that. She chuckled at that as Ichigo shook his head. She's right. We'll have to find you two a place for the four of you. If you're gonna be a couple, no point in living separately. Great, now we got to move again, and Tokyo isn't cheap. Ichigo shook his head. Living together. The two bawed as steam started to escape their ears. Ichigo grew a tick mark at his wife's attempts to fluster the two. Miyako, this is a serious matter. It's already as expensive as it was moving to this place, but finding a place for four is going to be though on a budget. Ichigo stated. While idols earned a lot of money, a good portion of it went to either to the company that they were contracted with to maintain the overhead cost associated with managing an idol and their group. At the end of the day, idols earned a lot less than people assumed, and only the top 1% of them earned enough to live comfortably. Ah, that won't be an issue. Naruto raised his hand at that, causing all three to look at him, wondering what he meant. Naruto-san, you don't understand. While I have no issues with I wanting a relationship, other companies don't see it that way. She has in effect broken a contract, and within the entertainment industry very few companies are willing to work with people who do such a thing. I'm afraid that I's opportunities at this point are very limited at the moment. Ichigo started, but Naruto shook his head. Have you forgotten that I'm an author, Ichigo-san? Naruto questioned him as Ichigo sighed. No disrespect, Naruto-san, while your books are popular, no way can they sustain a lifestyle for four. This isn't mentioning that you'll have two kids to take care of. Maybe if your books had drama or TV adaptations you could. Ichigo countered, to which Naruto raised an eyebrow. Ichigo-san, do you know exactly how popular my books are? Naruto questioned, causing Ichigo to nod. Naruto's book had a decent following from what he could gather within the entertainment world. Granted, he was not too well connected in the realm of books, but from what he could gather there was very much the willingness to support his books being turned into TV dramas or heck even animes. I don't think you do. Naruto answered him as he pulled out his phone and opened up his banking app before logging in. He then turned the phone around and beckoned Ichigo to take a look. The man raised an eyebrow as he grabbed the phone and looked down, only for his shades to slide forward and his jaw let hanging. What? Ichigo questioned. Miyako and I too were curious and took a look before being left shocked as well. How many zeros are there? Miyako questioned as she rubbed her eyes to confirm if what she was looking at was true. Naruto-kun, how? I questioned as well. Just how much money did Naruto have? Naruto for his part shrugged. My books are insanely popular, not just in Japan, but across the world. Places like the US and Europe practically love them. They have been translated to multiple languages to support these regions. And with the income being in dollars and euros, well, let's just say I got a few foreign bank accounts that I just let the money pile up in. Naruto explained. He was honestly shocked how many perverts exited in this world. Naruto-san, how rich are you? Ichigo questioned. If what he saw was the real deal, Naruto was insanely rich. I do not know. At first, they were just a way to earn some income. I never expected them to be this popular. Naruto responded honestly. He just wanted enough to get by, but with all the money he didn't really know what to do with it, so he just kept on putting a vast majority of it into savings. Well, I guess there won't be an issue with finding a house now. Miyako chuckled at that. Who would have thought that the man next door was crazy rich? Naruto nodded as he turned to Ai with a serious look. You remember my promise, right? Well, do not worry. I will take care of you and your kids no matter what. I do not know what it means to be a father. I have no knowledge or experience of it, but know that I'll always be there for you and your children. I will make sure that you three have all that you require in your lives. Naruto proclaimed, causing Ai to hug him at that as Miyako chuckled at the two. So, when's the wedding? She questioned as Ichigo almost choked. Like hell he would let that blonde bastard marry Ai. He was going to say something, but one look from Miyako and he shut his mouth before he opted to bring the conversation back on track. Anyways, are you sure you want to reveal your kids with that story? There will be no going back. Ichigo questioned Ai, wanting to be absolutely sure of her choice. I'd rather reveal the truth on my terms than on the whims of the media. Ai responded, to which Ichigo nodded. Better to just release such information now and from the source rather than let the media stumble on it and make their own conclusions. Very well. I'll work on PR, but we'll have to consider our next options regarding what you will be doing. While I do think that being an idol is most likely out of reach, but being an actor won't. I am sure the director Gitanda, and others won't really mind. Actors have less of a stigma when it comes to having relationships and kids, but you'll most likely have to start from the bottom again. Ichigo laid out the options. He was sure he could keep finding work for Ai, and while her idol group might no longer have Ai in it as the lead, he was sure the group could survive under his guidance. So, what do we do for now? Naruto questioned him as Ichigo stood up. For now, just sit tight here while we deal with the situation. I'm sure Ai's decision is going to send shockwaves throughout the entertainment world. Also, Naruto, I would like you to consider revealing the fact that you are the actual writer of the Icha Icha series. Ichigo advised him, causing Naruto to look at him seriously. Why? Naruto questioned him with a stern face. If Ichigo's advice were good, he would consider it. Ai's reputation might suffer less if the people find out that the one she is dating and is the father of her children is a famous writer, even if they are Icha Icha novels. There are many people who have been seeking the person behind the books, and they might even be more understanding of the situation. For Ai's and her children's sake. Ichigo reasoned, using Ai as an excuse of sort, something that Ai had picked up on. That's not fair. You can't just force Naruto to reveal that fact by using me. Ai argued, but Naruto stopped her as he grabbed her shoulder. No, he is right. It would make sense if you were seeing someone more well-known, even if it's though my novels. Naruto said as Ai turned to him and looked at him, seeing if he truly was fine with this. Naruto nodded to her before turning back to Ichigo. I agree to that. Please make sure you include that in your statement, Naruto said as Ichigo nodded before he left to do his work. Whatever was to come next, they were sure that this would be the next chapter of their lives. As Ichigo had predicted, the news about Ai's children, Naruto being their father, and the fact that Naruto was indeed Ai's lover, had sent shockwave throughout the entertainment industry. The news coverage ran for weeks as the two's lives had been put under a microscope by both the traditional media and social media. Needless to say, there were many fans who spewed hateful things about the situation. Ai wasn't spared by the social media's wrath, and neither were her children or Naruto. However, Ai still had a very large fanbase that stuck out for her and defended her decision. Sure, she was an idol, but that didn't mean that she couldn't have a normal life, and many of these fans actually didn't mind it at all. However, optics were everything. A lot of production companies didn't want to work with a young woman who had given birth to children when she was but a teenager. There were a lot of hesitation involved in such matters, and sure enough, work started to dry up for her. However, there were people who were willing to work with her, like director Gitanda. In fact, it was Gitanda that advised her to shift towards an acting career if she wanted to continue working in the entertainment industry. Naruto, for his part, was irritated beyond belief. He was quite disgusted by the fact that people on the internet could criticize people without even knowing the situation. He found the fact that they would even go far as to target Aqua and Ruby with their hate disgusted him beyond belief. He found such people to be cowards, people who were too afraid to criticize others face to face but willing to do so behind the safety of the internet. When I get my hand on them, Naruto grumbled as he effortlessly moved a pair of boxes with his single hand. One hand done didn't mean he wasn't strong as he used to be. A single chakra-infused punch was enough to level a whole building if he wanted to. All that power and I can't even use it, Naruto thought with a sigh. He was pretty much a superhuman in a world of normal humans. If he was to openly use his abilities, no doubt there would be people and organizations that would want to dissect him like some sort of sick experiment. Living in this world had given Naruto some perspective on human nature, much more than his world. Naruto-kun, are you sure that it's not too heavy? Ai questioned him as Naruto gave her a grin. No worries, this is pretty light, Naruto answered. Ai looked at him unsure before remembering what he had told her about him. He was apparently some sort of super powerful shinobi from his world. I keep forgetting that you're superhuman. She remembered with a giggle, causing Naruto to nod. They had managed to find a nice house within Tokyo, and it was definitely more traditional in its design and was situated on a nice plot of land with walls surrounding the whole compound. That's true. So, just leave it to me, Naruto said as she put the boxes down. Moving was going to be easy, considering that Naruto didn't have much. Naruto huffed as he looked out to the garden. He remembered how one of his hobbies consisted of taking care of some plants. He actually had quite the green thumb. I think I'll be starting garden. Naruto spoke as he walked out and sat down, his bare feet digging into the soil. He enjoyed this, feeling the nature around him. Ai walked up beside him and sat down next to him. Oh, I remember how you told me that you liked to garden on our first date. I pointed out as Naruto nodded with a chuckle. Back when I was a kid, I took care of plants a lot. Since parents tended to keep their kids away from me, I didn't get to play much, so I spent most of my time gardening. Naruto explained sadly as he remembered those days. I looked at him before she set her head down on his shoulder. Well, I don't know much about gardening, but I'll learn with you, she offered as he turned to look at her and smile.
Sure, Naruto responded as the two just sat there, enjoying each other's company. What the two didn't realize was that they were being spied on by the twins.
Mama is so cute, Ruby squealed as she shook Aqua, whose eyes were now swirling at being shaken so much. YUSS shouldn't shake a child. Aqua let out as she stopped shaking him, causing him to fall backwards. Do we call Naruto-san Papa now? Ruby questioned as she crossed her arm and tilted her head in thought. Aqua sighed as he stood back up. Call him what you will, after all, he's not really our father. They just said that because they didn't want to reveal the fact that I doesn't want to reveal who the real father is. For whatever reason. Aqua answered as he looked away. Come on Oni-chan, don't you want a papa? Ruby questioned, causing Aqua to blush slightly as he kept looking away. Well, it's not that I don't want one, Aqua responded. He was conflicted on the subject of having a father. On hand he was sure that his biological father most certainly tried to kill his mother, and on the other hand he knew almost nothing about Naruto, despite what was already revealed about him. But Mama seems happy. Ruby pointed out. So long as I was happy, Ruby was happy. She smiled sadly as she recalled how in her past life her parents were never around as she was left to die in the hospital, her only light in the dark being the doctor and I. So, she was happy to know that she might actually have someone like a father in her life, even if he wasn't the biological one. Well, you're right about that, Aqua agreed. The one thing that really mattered to him was Ai's safety after all. He had almost seen her getting killed. You don't just see that and walk away without any scares. I don't know why you are in such a bad mood. I mean, you got some nice roles coming up in director Gitanda's next show. Ruby said with an annoyed look. Aqua just raised an eyebrow at that. I mean, you too could have, but you wanted to be an idol. Aqua countered, to which she huffed. Yes, she wanted to be like Mama, an idol. Mama gave up on being an idol to be with Naruto-san, so I'll carry on her dream. Ruby proclaimed, causing Aqua to sigh. Baka, you already know how hard the life of an idol is. You have seen how social media has been talking about I, and you still want to become an idol? Aqua questioned, to which Ruby looked at him with a stoic face. Yes, she knew, and if she could get her hands on these people, she would. I don't care. I will be an idol, she insisted, which only served to frustrate him, but he held his tongue as he shifted his gaze to Ai and Naruto. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Later that night. And then the chalkboard eraser fell down on his head. Naruto finished his story with a chuckle, causing Ai and Ruby to giggle while Aqua Quality ate his dinner. Night arrived, and while they were still finishing moving in, they had decided to warp up for the day and were currently having dinner while Naruto talked about his pranks. Naruto-kun, that was so mean of you, I chastised him as Naruto huffed and ate some of his rice. He had it coming. He made us wait for 3 hours, Naruto countered with a pout, causing Ai to giggle even more along with Ruby. Aqua looked at him critically. Naruto never really talked about his past, but he was sure that I knew a whole lot more than anyone else did, and he was also sure that I wouldn't reveal it. Naruto-san, you said you pranked your teacher during your first meeting. What kind of academy did you go to? Aqua questioned, causing Ai to almost choke on her water while Ruby blinked her eyes and also wondering about it too. Naruto hummed as he leaned back. Aqua was far more insightful than people gave him credit for. He had seen the last show that Aqua had aired in. Sure, it was a minor role, but he could tell that the boy was very smart. What kind of academy? Naruto thought out loud as he ruffled his hair. He and I had agreed to not tell the children where he really was from, until they were old enough, but he assumed a little altered backstory wouldn't hurt. Well, I guess you could say it was a sort of a military academy. Naruto answered, causing Aqua's eyes to widen. Ruby on the other hand looked at him with awe. So, Naruto-san was a soldier? Is that how you lost your arm? Aqua questioned. He had asked the same question a while back and Naruto's response was more deflective than anything. Naruto chuckled as before he sighed. Yes. You could say a mission went wrong and I costed me an arm. Naruto answered. Aqua's mind was racing with all kinds of thoughts. He's only 20, and Japan has never sent its soldiers to fight in foreign conflicts. That means he didn't serve with the JSDF. Most nations either have the consenting age of 17 or 18 without parental consent to join the armed forces. It has to be either the American or one of the European forces. Aqua thought. With this bit of information, it made sense that he couldn't find any information on Naruto's past. No doubt such information was sealed by the nation he served with. So, you were a soldier. Did you serve with the JSDF? Aqua tried his luck as Naruto looked at him with a raised eyebrow before he smirked and beckoned him to lean in. Aqua did so and gulped. He might find out more information. That's a secret. Naruto answered, causing Aqua to almost fall off his chair as Naruto laughed at that. The boy might be smart, but no way was he going to get such information off of him easily or even soon. Baka Oni-chan, don't go asking Papa those questions, Ruby said before she realized what she had just said and looked at the two adults. Ai for her part was smiling, happy that her children were so comfortable around Naruto. Naruto for his part was surprised. He didn't expect to be called that so soon. Ruby for her part fidgeted nervously. In her past life, she had always wanted moments like this, with her family. However, that never happened. Sorry, Naruto-san. She apologized as she bowed her head. She didn't want to offend him in any way. She felt a hand over her head as it ruffled her hair. She looked up to see Naruto looking down at her softly. I don't have any children, so I don't know what it means to be a father, but I promise I'll do my best, Ruby. Naruto promised her with a grin. Ruby felt her breath hitch, her throat going dry as she felt tears well up in her eyes. She always wanted a father who cared, and she remembered that feeling well in her past life, but her father never came to visit. She felt her tears rolling down the cheeks as she began to sob openly before she lunged at Naruto, wrapping her arms around his neck as she sobbed in his chest. Papa, she said though as she cried. Naruto was initially taken by surprise by her reaction but smiled. Don't worry Ruby, I'm not going anywhere, Naruto said with a chuckle before he turned to look at Aqua, who only looked away, not wanting to make eye contact. He knew that in time the boy would come around, he was no doubt still trying to adjust. Ruby was the more emotional of the two, while Aqua was more rational. Naturally, the kid was more hesitant about some unknown man being his father. He looked towards Ai, she simply smiled and nodded back to him. A few hours later, Naruto sighed as he lay down in his bed as he stared at the ceiling. His life had recently been a one big roller coaster. He had always thought that he would die, alone in this world, but the day he saved Ai was the day everything changed for him. I'll forever remember that day, Naruto muttered to himself. Yes, he knew for sure that he loved her, and he'd make anyone who hurt her pay dearly, even if it meant he would have to end their lives. Well, I guess it's time to punch out for the night. Naruto yawned in his bed as he allowed himself to relax as he closed his eyes. Naruto-kun, Naruto heard as he rolled his head to his right and his jaws dropped. Hey there Ai, Naruto let out weakly as he saw standing there, under the door frame of his bathroom. But what caught him off guard was that she was clad in nothing but a towel, her hair still wet from her bath. He gulped as he watched her walk over to the bed. Every step she took caused Naruto's blush to intensify. Naruto-kun, she called out again as she crawled onto the bed and closed the distance between the two and kissed him passionately. It was the most intense moment of their lives, having experienced nothing like this before. While the first kiss they ever shared was one they wouldn't forget, this one was filled with raw passion. Naruto muttered as they parted, taking in air as they looked at each other, their eyes filled with nothing but love for the other. Ai once again took the initiative as she kissed him again, rolling up the bed sheets. Are you sure, Ai? Naruto questioned her between the kisses. Ai in response looked at him tenderly. Naruto-kun, no one has ever made me feel the things you make me feel. I want to cherish every single moment with you, you who saved me from despair and death. I want you to give me everything to you because I love you. She declared her love passionately, leaving him breathless before leaned up and gently planted a kiss before parting. Stop. You're the one who saved me from the loneliness of this world. When I realized I would never find a way back home, I was crushed. I would never see my friends ever again, my dream was crushed, but you changed all of that. You made me remember who I was. You are my star, my light in the dark. And for that, I will always love you. Naruto confessed again as the two kissed once more as they slipped under the sheets, lost in their dance of love. Somewhere else. What a useless killer he turned out to be. An unknown man scoffed as he reread the article about Naruto Uzumaki, Ai's lover, and the alleged father of her children. He scoffed once more, he knew the truth. I don't know how, but somehow you survived and no doubt because of this man. But don't worry I will kill you one day. The man said with a sadistic chuckle as his eyes shone darkly. If you want to get a job done right, you gotta do it yourself. The man said to himself as he pulled back his hair. Using a disgruntled fan might have seemed the most optimal and easy way of killing her, but clearly that didn't work. Call it luck, fate, or destiny, somehow, she was saved. No matter, one day he would kill her himself and nothing would stop him. After all, nothing was more thrilling than snuffing out a rising star. Things had begun to calm down as the days passed by as the media slowly started to lose interest over scandal. While Ai's reputation was nowhere near what it used to be at its peak, she still managed to find steady work and was sure that with given time she would forge a better reputation than the one she had. You know, you don't have to push yourself so much, Naruto pointed out as the two were enjoying a small outing, much to Ai's delight. I know, but I don't want to be a burden to you after all you have done, she countered, to which chuckled lightly. You will never be a burden to me, Ai. After all, do you remember the promise I made you? Naruto questioned, to which she nodded as the two fell into a comfortable silence. Naruto, what were you parents like? She asked out of the blue, taking Naruto back with surprise, but shrugged his shoulders. Well, I didn't know them growing up, I only met them thanks to my father and the seal he put. But they were just like me. They both were orphans as well, and by the time my mother had arrived at the Hidden Leaf, the Uzumaki clan was all but wiped out with few survivors. But they were good parents, or rather they would have been good parents had their lives were cut short. Naruto recalled. His father was one of the youngest to be Hokage and his reign was one of the shortest on account of his early demise. Wow, they must have been strong like you, I said with wonder as Naruto chuckled. Yeah, they were strong. During the Third Shinobi War, my father single-handedly stopped an invasion force of 1,000 Iwa shinobi with the display of his power. Naruto explained, to which I was just left baffled. Naruto-kun, did your father kill people? She questioned him hesitantly, to which Naruto nodded. That was the way of life for us back in my world. We were shinobi's soldiers for our villages. My father was a good man and he hated war, but he was willing to fight and to die for the people he loved. Naruto answered solemnly. He was sure that the thought of killing someone was unthinkable for the most part in this day and age. But isn't that bad? She questioned him, to which Naruto nodded. I agree. The shinobi world was a world filled with violence and hatred. People fought and killed each other for revenge, resources, and other petty things. It was a disgusting cycle of hatred that plunged many people that I knew into darkness, many who would see the light too late. It's why I promised to end that cycle. Naruto responded passionately as he recalled his promise to Nagato, to end the cycle and bring peace. I wanted to create a world where children wouldn't have to become shinobis so that they might fight and die. Naruto explained. He looked at Ai softly. You're a good person, Naruto, she said, to which he chuckled before he asked a question of his own. I remember you talking about your mother, but you never went in any detail. Naruto pointed out as she smiled at him sadly. Before I came to Tokyo and was scouted out by Ichigo, I used to live out in the country. I never knew my father, so all I ever had was my mother. However, she wasn't as strong or as loving as your parents were. She was abusive, always thinking about herself. And when she arrested and taken to jail, I was put in an orphanage, and like I told you before, she just left me there. I said sadly. It was because of that she developed an apathetic nature. I never know what love was, so I was afraid that it would all be a lie, my love for my child and you. She finished with a smile. Naruto moved forward and took one of her hands into his. I never forget that you love your children. You are a kind and gentle soul, and like I said before, your love is as real as you are. Naruto reaffirmed as she grew a large smile, with tears at the edge of her eyes before she nodded. Truly, he was her star in the dark. I'm so happy, Naruto. Meeting you, with everything that has happened. I'm just so happy, she cried out as Naruto grinned at her before a look of confusion appeared on his face. Why do you chakra? Naruto asked as he tilted his head. I looked at him with confusion as well. He explained what chakra was and how it was possible to utilize it. Apparently, it was like a circulatory system of sort where chakra pathways all throughout the body that allowed chakra to be transported, created, and utilized. I knew that she had no such system and was something only unique to Naruto in this world. I don't, she answered, just as confused as him. Naruto frowned as he ruffled his hair. He could feel it, that faint chakra signature. It wasn't strong, but he could feel it. It kind of reminded him of his own. I must be losing my touch, Naruto said with a sigh. He had slacked off on his training for a while simply because he didn't need to use his abilities. But that didn't mean he was any less powerful. He had been using shadow clones to act as guards for Ai, not that she even realized it. He did recall the first time she had seen a shadow clone. Flashback. Naruto-kun, do you know any cool tricks? I questioned him as he looked up from one of the Icha novels he was editing with a questioning look. Well, yes I do, but why do you ask? Naruto questioned as he put the pen down. I pouted as she crossed her arms. I was watching one of those superhero movies. What was they called? Oh yeah, Metal Man. Anyways, the movies got cool characters that have many different powers. So, I was just wondering if you had any cool tricks. I answered as she played with her hair. Now that she thought about it, it sounded kind of dumb for her to ask such a thing. She was broken out of her thoughts by Naruto's chuckle. Well, here's an ability I have and it's my signature, Naruto exclaimed as he brought his hand up and made it into a single seal. Shadow clone. Naruto said as the room was filled with smoke. I waved the smoke away as she sweat dropped. Naruto-kun, creating smoke out of nothing isn't a cool trick. I whined, but as the smoke cleared her jaws dropped. Right in front of her were two more identical Narutos. What? She shouted in surprise as she rubbed her eyes, wanting to make sure they weren't deceiving her. These are my shadow clones. They are my perfect copies, but they are just that, copies. Naruto explained before he quickly threw one of his pens at one of the shadow clones, causing it to burst in a cloud of smoke. While they are my copies, and are just as strong, they are easy to defeat if one lands a good hit. Although, I doubt anyone can actually land a hit on them. Oh, she passed out. Naruto broke out of his thoughts as I passed out, her head hitting the table on her way down, causing Naruto to cringe. He got up and went over to her side as he knelt down. Multiple Naruto-kuns, he. He heard her mumble with a giggle causing him to sweat drop at that. I think she might be a closet pervert. Naruto said to himself with a sigh. Why was it that wherever he went he was surrounded by perverts? Flashback end. He had realized after that, I was indeed a closet pervert, a fact he would never let her down. Well, I guess I'll figure this out later, Naruto said with a shrug as the two headed back home. It was getting late as the sun had already set and Tokyo's nightlife began to take over the streets. The two arrived before 9 and had some time to spare before bed. Mama, Papa. Ruby called out as she rushed at the two of them as they entered the house. I opened her arms and caught her daughter with a spin. Ruby, aren't you supposed to be asleep by now? I questioned. All the while Naruto chuckled. You should know by now that Ruby doesn't like to sleep when we are not around. Naruto pointed out, to which Ruby pouted at that. Baka Oni-chan didn't want to play with me and went to sleep, she said, annoyed at her brother at the moment. So, he did as he was instructed to do. Naruto questioned, causing her to blush embarrassingly. Well, if he put it that way. About time the two of you arrived, Miyako said as she stumbled out. Taking care of the twins was hard work, but Ruby was even more eccentric. The girl simply wouldn't go to sleep without Naruto and I being at home. Oh, Miyako-san, thank you for taking care of them. Naruto thanked the women. Miyako sighed as she waved them off. Despite the twins running her to the ground, she enjoyed babysitting them. I don't mind. I just wish that Ruby was sometimes more like her brother at times, she responded, causing Naruto to shake his head. Well, you might say that, but Ruby is fine just the way she is, Naruto said as Ruby waved her hands excitingly. Yeah. See? Papa gets me, she pointed it out, causing the adults to chuckle at her antics. Now Ruby, it's time for you to go to sleep, I exclaimed, while Ruby pouted the whole time, but relented. Miyako checked out for the night as she started to gather her things before leaving. Naruto and I offered her the guest room, but Miyako turned them down and gave them a sly smile. I wouldn't get a wink of sleep if I did that, she pointed out, causing the two to blush madly as she laughed on her way out. I guess I should some noise-canceling seals, Naruto thought, not wanting them to scare the twins or anyone else that might stay the night. While I went to go put Ruby to bed, Naruto thought about what he had senses earlier. That was definitely chakra he had sensed earlier, but that was impossible. People here can't use chakra. It would be impossible for them to do so. You'd have to be born with chakra pathways. And the only one that possesses chakra pathways is me, Naruto thought as he ruffled his hair in frustration. Times like this he wished he paid more attention in the academy. He sat down on the bed and sighed. All this thinking was just giving him a headache. Damn it. Just how is this possible? Naruto grumbled out as I walked into their room and giggled at him. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her. She pointed at him with a giggle. You look cute when you're thinking so hard, she pointed out, to which he sweat dropped. Here he was trying to figure out how it was possible for her to have chakra signature so similar to him. Naruto sighed as he closed his eyes and gathered nature chakra, Maybe this would out things into perspective. Naruto-kun? I questioned as Naruto kept silent before he opened his eyes. They were like that of a toad, and she could feel the power he let off, though like before it was calming and warm to her. Naruto stood up as he walked over to her. Can you hold my hand? Naruto called out to her, to which she nodded and held his hand. It was warm and pleasant, and she felt stronger for some reason. Naruto-kun? I called out to him, but he didn't respond as he closed his eyes and focused in on the chakra signature he was feeling. And he felt it, that faint chakra signature within her, but it wasn't hers, it was. He gasped at that as his eyes snapped back open as he looked at her, his hand trembling, which in turn caused I to look at him in concern. Naruto-kun? She called out to him again, but Naruto just kept looking at her, her hand still in his as he began to guide it down and resting it on her belly. She looked at him in confusion before Naruto finally got the words to form. I think you're pregnant. Naruto spoke as she looked at him, a million things going through her mind before she finally spoke. Was her intelligent response as Naruto automatically nodded. He was sure of it. He could feel the growing chakra within her, the chakra of their child. I'm going to have another child, she whispered as Naruto nodded. Yes. Naruto answered as she blinked at him before her eyes widened as it all caught up to him. We're going to have a baby, Naruto-kun, she said again as tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't think she would ever have more children after Aqua and Ruby. Yes. Naruto answered before she hugged him tightly. We're going to have a baby, she shouted as Naruto lost his balance and they both fell back down onto the bed.
Careful, Naruto called out, to which she simply snuggled into him, enjoying the moment.
The next day was a whirlwind of activity. I was practically in a good mood, much to Aqua's and Ruby's confusion. They hadn't informed the two about the new development, mainly because I wanted to confirm herself, and after a quick pregnancy test, she was indeed pregnant as Naruto had pointed out. What's got Mama so happy? Ruby questioned innocently, which caused Aqua to stiffen up nervously before he sighed. He could think off one reason why I was in a good mood. He cleared his throat, getting Ruby's attention. Well, when a man and a woman love each other very much, Aqua started before Ruby smacked him on the head. Baka. I know that, she shouted at him with a blush. She had spent her whole life in a hospital, of course she knew how all that adult stuff worked. Then why did you ask? Aqua questioned through the pain as Ruby gave him a stink eye. Because look at her, she's happier than usual. Aqua sighed as he turned to look at I, who was happily working in the kitchen, with a critical look. He narrowed his eyes as he studied her. Now that I look closely, Ruby's right. He thought as crossed his arm, going into his thinking mode, as Ruby referred to it. You're doing that thing again, Ruby said with a sigh. Seriously, he was really weird at times. Aqua ignored her as he hummed before his eyes slowly started to widen. The last time he had seen I this happy was. No way, he thought as he turned his gaze to look at Naruto, who had that stupid goofy look on his face. Holy crap, Aqua whispered to himself as he couldn't believe it. What is it? Ruby questioned him as she started to shake him. Stop shaking me, Aqua shouted mentally. Must she shake him? Oh, I think I killed him, Ruby said to herself as she stopped and looked down at a passed out Aqua, droll coming the corner of his mouth. Aqua, Ruby, lunch is ready. She heard I call out as Ruby turned around and quickly ran off to the dinner table. Aqua, for his part, had to push himself off the ground with a sigh. If his hunch was right, then today would no doubt be a day to remember. As the four ate their lunch in peace, Ruby kept looking at her mother and Papa as she ate. Aqua knew something that she didn't, and she hated being left in the dark. I finished her food as she looked at Naruto, who nodded, before she turned to face the twins. Ruby, Aqua, how would you two like a young sibling? She questioned the two, causing Ruby to look up at her in surprise while Aqua's suspicions were confirmed. Ruby shouted at being asked that. I merely smiled at the two. You two are going to be older siblings, I declared before Ruby sprang into action as she jumped up and down. She was going to be an older sister. Aqua for his part didn't show it on the outside, but he was also happy. He didn't have any siblings in his old life, and he and Ruby were born mere seconds apart in this new life, so it would be nice to have a younger sibling. One more person I must protect, Aqua thought. He would protect his family, no matter the cost, and he'll do that by first dragging out his biological father and bringing him to justice. He was sure that it was that man who had tried to have I killed. If he was still out there, his family was still in danger. What Aqua didn't know was that Naruto himself was thinking along the same lines. He didn't have any use for these powers in this world, but he'd make sure to use them to protect his family. News of Ai's pregnancy was a very tightly kept secret. Naruto was adamant of keeping it that way, and Ichigo was also of the same mind. It wasn't the fact that it would cause a new scandal, it wouldn't, because the nature of their relationship was already known. No, it was mostly for Ai's own safety. "You know you don't have to worry about me so much," Ai said as she waited in the doctor's office with Naruto sitting right next to her. Naruto shook his head. No, he was very much worried about her. "What if someone find out? They might come after you like that lunatic did," Naruto countered. It was apparently evident to him that there were many lunatics in this world that would be willing to kill others because they didn't fit their mental image of them. Ai pouted, but relented. She looked down as she gently rubbed her belly. "You know, I didn't think that the pregnancy would go by so fast," she said with some concern. The child was developing faster than she thought was normal, but Naruto reasoned that it was because of the chakra that sped up the development. "Are you okay?" Naruto questioned her with concern in his voice. She sighed as she nodded. The child had chakra, of that Naruto was certain. But what was more concerning was that it was trying to feed off of Ai's chakra, which she didn't have any. So, it opted to compensate by taking more nutrients from the mother. This had the effect of weakening Ai as more of her body's energy was dedicated to feeding the baby. "I'm sorry you have to go through this," Naruto apologized, to which she bonked his head with a giggle. "Don't apologize, Naruto-kun. I wouldn't trade this moment for anything in this world. We are having a child. So, what if my body has to work harder to see this child through? Our child will be unique, just like how Ruby and Aqua are." Ai answered happily. She had no doubt that this child of theirs was going to be truly special, chakra or not. The two were brought out of their conversation as the doctor walked in. "Ai Hoshino," the doctor called out as Ai stood up with Naruto assisting her as he guided her into the doctor's office. There were concerns that doctor of one of the staffs would leak such information to the public, but Naruto quelled those fears when he told Ai that he would simply utilize genjutsu to make the doctor and the staff simply forget some aspects of the whole process. However, so far, the doctor seemed trustworthy. "Please excuse me, I'll be right back." The doctor apologized as he left them in his office. The two sat down as they once again waited for the doctor to return. "I remember when I was pregnant with twins, I went out of the city to a different town. The doctor there was so nice," Ai recalled, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. "Shouldn't we contact that same doctor then?" Naruto questioned her. If that doctor had kept her secret this long, surely he was more trustworthy than a random doctor. Ai sighed as he shook her head. "I would, but apparently the doctor went missing. When I was supposed to deliver he never showed. I contacted the hospital afterwards and they say he never returned." Ai answered disappointingly. Naruto pondered on that. Something doesn't add up. The doctor goes missing when she was due and never seen again, Naruto thought with a hum. What was the name of the doctor?" Naruto questioned her. Ai raised her eyebrow, but answered nonetheless. "I think it was Goro Amamiya. Why do you ask?" she answered, following it up with a question. Naruto gave her a foxy grin. My dear, have you forgotten that I am a shinobi from a different world? I just wanted to investigate the disappearance of Goro Amamiya." Naruto answered cheekily, causing her to giggle at his antics. Naruto didn't want her to worry much, especially given her current condition. "Apologies, but I had to deal with a different patient," the doctor returned as he sat down with a sigh. The doctor was a piacular one, mainly because he wasn't Japanese at all. He was clearly American from his looks and looked like he was in his late 50s. "I'm Dr. Lou Saperstein." The old doctor introduced himself as the two young adults raised an eyebrow at that. The doctor sat down before he blinked and chuckled to himself. "Where are my manners? I don't even know your names," the doctor said, causing the two to sweat drop. Was this man really a doctor? Dr. Saperstein, where did you get your medical license?" Naruto questioned him. He wanted to make sure that the man was actually qualified. Oh, I totally get it. I'm not Japanese, in fact, I don't even work here," he claimed, causing the two to look at him blankly. Saperstein quickly realized what he had said and waved his hands. "No, what I mean is that I don't work here permanently. I'm actually a doctor from the States and I'm working here for the year as part of an exchange between our cities," Saperstein explained, putting the two slightly at ease. "Your Japanese is pretty good, Dr. Saperstein," I pointed out as the doctor scoffed. "Well, it has to be. I'm also a businessman back home, and with the way my children are, well, let's just say I gotta stay on my toes in case they do something stupid," Saperstein responded as he beckoned her to lay down so that he could perform the ultrasonography test. The two watched as the doctor performed the test as the first images of their child appeared on the screen.
Oh, will you look at that? I'd say that you're not that far away from your due date, maybe around 3 more months. The doctor reasoned, leaving the two shocked at that. Just 3 more months. It had only been 3 months since they had discovered the fact that she was pregnant, but to learn that the child was already this far along. Is the baby healthy? I asked with concern. The doctor scanned a bit more before he gave his answer. Oh, the baby is fine. If anything, I'm amazed how strong its heartbeat is. The doctor answered with amazement. I sighed in relief. She felt as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders.
Do you two want to know its gender? The doctor questioned, causing the two to look at each other as they nodded and turned back to look at the doctor. Yes. Naruto answered. Well, I can say with 99% that it's a girl. The doctor answered, causing two to smile at that. Boy or girl, they would love them regardless. The doctor would have continued, but his cell phone rang as he excused himself. Dr. Saperstein, how can I help you? What do you mean he lost his money? The doctor questioned before he looked at the two. I apologize profusely, but my stupid son has done something stupid again. Please excuse me. He excused himself as he exited the office, all the while ranting at the phone about someone named Jean Ralphio. He sure has a unique family, Naruto said with a chuckle before he turned to look at Ai, who was still looking at the images of their child. We're having a baby girl, Naruto-kun. She started as Naruto nodded and took a hold of her hand. Yes, we are. He said tenderly as she smiled. What do you want to name her? Naruto questioned her as Ai looked at him with a confused look. Don't you want a say in it? She questioned him as Naruto shook his head. You're the one who is carrying her, Ai, and I know how bad you are with names. Naruto pointed out, to which she chuckled nervously. It's part of the reason why she named the twins Aqua and Ruby. And I haven't told you this, but my mother actually decided my name after reading one of Jiraiya's book. Naruto stated, causing Ai to look at him in surprise. Your mother named you after a character from one of those smut books? Ai questioned him in shock. Naruto almost fell at that statement. What? No. It's not from his Icha Icha series, Naruto said before he sighed and he looked around and activated one of his seals on his left arm before a small book popped out from a small cloud of smoke as he extended his hand to allow her to grab it, which she did. She inspected the small book and noticed that its cover was nothing like the ones she had seen Naruto work on. The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi. She read the title as she opened the book and read the first few lines, and the name Naruto appeared. This was Jiraiya Sensei's first book he ever wrote. It didn't sell well, but my mother and father loved it. So much so that my mother named me after the story's protagonist. Naruto explained as I read the first few pages. Oh, I thought you were named after the ramen topping, she told him, causing him to sigh. Well, you wouldn't be wrong. My mother was just as much of a ramen addict as I am, and apparently Jiraiya was eating ramen when he thought about the name of the main character. Naruto cried anime tears. I giggled at that as she patted his head. There, I know what your name means, my maelstrom. She offered, causing Naruto to stop as he looked at her with shining eyes. Finally, someone who knows what it means. Naruto cried out in joy as I kept giggling. Times like this she couldn't believe that Naruto was a shinobi, because he sure didn't act like one. Later that night, the two had returned from the doctor's office and were greeted by the twins, who were very much staying up late at nights, waiting to spend as much time as possible with their mother and their new sibling. Mama, Ruby as usual was the most excited one as she ran up to her mother and hugged her leg, causing Ai to smile as she ruffled her daughter's hair. Careful Ruby, you wouldn't want to hurt your little baby sister. Naruto called out as Ruby's eyes widened as she looked at her mother. She was going to have a baby sister. Her smile widened at that news. She had always wanted a baby sister. I'm going to be an older sister, she shouted, exited at the news as she ran down the hall to go announce the news to Aqua. Naruto looked on in amusement as Ruby shouted at the top of her lungs, all the while I giggled at her antics. Lively one that one is. Naruto said with a chuckle as I nodded before she looked down and rubbed her belly. I'm sure this one will be too, given what you have told me about yourself. I commented, causing him to raise an eyebrow. What's the supposed to mean? He questioned her, to which she gave him a coy look. Oh, I remember you telling me that you were the prank king of Konoha, she recalled as Naruto blinked at that before his eyes widened. Oh hell. If she takes after me in that regards, we better baby-proof the house. Naruto countered in panic. He remembered just how much hell he raised as a kid. If his daughter was half as bad as him, they were in for it. I giggled as she took a hold of his hand. Don't worry Naru-kun, I'm sure she will turn out fine. I reasoned as Naruto let out a sigh as he looked at her and laid a kiss on her forehead. What would I do without you? Naruto questioned, to which she hummed. Well, you'd be in your world and I'd be dead. She joked, causing Naruto to sigh at that. No matter what, I was always an airhead and a jokester in situations like this. Most people would be terrified whenever the topic of their potential demise was brought up, but not her. To her, that day was a turning point in her life. How can you make light of that day? He questioned her as she looked up at him with a smile. 'Cause it's the day I met you, she responded as she went on her toes and landed a quick kiss on his lips, causing him to chuckle. She really did have a way with words. Alright, come on then, it's time to go to bed, Naruto said as he scooped her up bridal style, causing her to yelp before she pouted. Naru-kun, I can walk on my own, she argued, but Naruto shook his head. Sorry love, but you were practically hobbling when you walked, and I don't want to put undue stress on your body, for both yours and the baby's sake. Naruto responded as she blushed at him calling her that. And what about the kids? She questioned him. Someone had to pet them to bed as well. I'll take care of them, Naruto said, to which she sighed, but smiled as she leaned into him. I can't wait till our baby girl is born, she muttered to him as Naruto looked down at her, but she had already drifted into sleep, causing him to shake his head. He gently carried her to their bed and laid her down before he tucked her in. Naru-kun, she said in her sleep as Naruto smiled and gave her a quick kiss before he turned around. He made a single hand sign as a clone came into existence. You know your mission, find more information on Goro Amamiya, find out where he went, what happened to him and where is he now? Naruto ordered sternly as the clone nodded before it vanished. Nodding to himself, Naruto went to the twins' room to put them to bed as well. Papa! Ruby called out as she jumped him the second he entered the room. Naruto caught her as he chuckled at her. Ruby, you know it's bedtime, Naruto told her, to which she pouted before an idea came to her head. Papa! Will you tell us a story again? She questioned him. Aqua perked up at that. This was his chance to acquire more information about the man. Naruto hummed before he ruffled her hair. Of course, Ruby, Naruto answered as she celebrated with a small dance. It didn't take her long before she was already in bed. Naruto sat down on her bed as he turned off the lights and flipped on the nightlight. So, Ruby, what would you like to hear about? Naruto questioned her, allowing her to choose the topic. Papa, who was Jiraiya? Ruby questioned him with a look of curiosity, causing Naruto stumble a bit. Ruby, where did you hear that name? Naruto questioned her nervously. Only way she would have known that name was if she had read it from one of the Icha books. Ruby titled her head as she looked at him on confusion. I found one of Mama's book that had name, she answered innocently, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. I knew she was a pervert, Naruto said internally as he couldn't believe that Ruby had stumbled on one of Jiraiya's book, and it belongs to I no less. Now that I think about it, a lot of those moves she used were in the book. Naruto thought before he blushed and shook his head clear. He'd have to talk to I later. He looked at the two kids staring at him patiently as he sighed. He couldn't tell them exactly who Jiraiya was, given that he and I had agreed on to wait till they were much older to reveal the truth. Well, Jiraiya he was like a father to me. Naruto started as he smiled fondly. This piqued the interests of the twins, Aqua more so. He was a good man, but he was also a massive pervert, Naruto recalled with a sigh. If there was one quality of Jiraiya that he lamented over was his perverted nature. Still, that's what made him Jiraiya. He was also a traveler, so he traveled a lot, moving from one spot to another, often through many different countries. Actually, he taught me many things, like as how to fight properly, Naruto said as Ruby's eyes twinkled with excitement while Aqua raised an eyebrow. Now this was interesting. You know how to fight, Papa? Ruby asked him as Naruto nodded with a grin as he pointed at himself. You bet I do. In fact, I know various martial arts and I also know how to wield a sword as well, Naruto bragged. Ruby could only look on in amazement, thinking about how cool her papa was. But Aqua was more critical. He knows how to wield a sword. That's an oddly specific field, Aqua thought, but he noted that information down for later. Papa, do you actually have a sword? Ruby questioned him. Aqua also wanted to know as well. Naruto hummed as he rubbed his hair, before he relented. I actually do have one, Naruto answered as the two looked at him in shock. They didn't expect that, but Naruto pressed on. It belonged to my mother and Jiraiya-sensei handed it down to me once I was old enough. So, I guess you can say it's like a family heirloom. Naruto reasoned. He never got to use his mother's katana, opting to rather preserve it as an heirloom. Can we see it, Papa? Ruby requested, to which Naruto shook his head, causing her to pout. Not right now, Ruby, maybe later, but for now it's time for you to sleep. Naruto responded as Ruby yawned and tried to counter, but she was too tired. Sometimes she forgot that she was a child again and not in her old body. Naruto turned to Aqua, who was also drifting off into sleep. Good night, Ruby, Aqua, Naruto said as he stood up and began to walk out. Good night, Otto-san. Naruto stopped as he heard Aqua mumble in his sleep as he glanced back at the boy before he smiled before he continued back to his room. This was the first time he had heard Aqua refer to him as father, and he was happy. Naruto arrived at his room as he saw Ai snoring. He smiled tenderly at her as he went to the other side of the bed and sat down before he fished something out of his pocket. He retrieved a small box that he looked down at for what seemed like forever before he nodded to himself. His hand retreated back into his pocket as he put the small box back and laid down next to Ai, who shifted closer to him as she latched onto him. You are the best thing that has ever happened to me, Naruto muttered as he too drifted into sleep, dreaming about what the future held for them. 4 months had passed relatively quickly for the family of 4, soon to be a family of 5. Ai's pregnancy was due any day now, a fact that baffled the doctor and the staff, mainly because the baby seemed fine and healthy, very healthy. Still, such pregnancies weren't completely unheard of, even if they were rare. Still, the worry Naruto felt was something he could not banish from his mind. For the last few months, Ai was his top priority. He wanted to keep her safe, no matter the cost. Especially after what his investigation had led him to. His house was abandoned. His clothes were still there, no sign of where he went. It's like he just vanished. No, he didn't just vanish. Someone most likely got to him, but who? Naruto thought as he waited to collect the twins from school. His shadow clone had done some digging. The hospital had simply taken the man's disappearance as a resignation, and as such his disappearance was never reported to the police. A severe oversight on the hospital in Naruto's opinion. The next thing Naruto did was expand his search to the surrounding regions. He did so by creating hundreds of clones hanged into civilians, searching high and low for the missing man, and when that failed, he expanded his search to all of Japan. And still nothing, Naruto muttered to himself. It was like the man was there one day and gone the next. The most likely confusion Naruto came to was that the man was dead, and within 3 years he didn't know how much of a body would be left to identify the man. And with how much wilderness that was around the hospital, the body could be anywhere. It was at that moment that Naruto concluded that someone wanted to harm Ai or her children at the very least. With an unknown danger lurking in the shadows, Naruto spared no expense in keeping the 4 most important people in his life safe. He had shadow clones hanged into animals, objects, and people around them wherever they went. He might not know whom it was that wanted to harm them, but he would end them if they tried anything. Call in paranoid, but he wasn't going to let them touch a single hair on Ai or their children. My children, Naruto thought as he chuckled. Yes, Ruby and Aqua might not be his bloody, but he was their father no matter what. Papa. Naruto broke out of his thoughts as he felt an impact on his leg. He looked down, already knowing who it was. Ruby, what have I told you about doing that? Naruto questioned her as he kneeled and got to eye level with her. Ruby blushed in embarrassment. To not to. She answered, to which Naruto nodded but grinned as he brought his hand up and tapped her forehead, catching her by surprise. But I know you won't, Naruto said with a chuckle as Ruby pouted at him as she lunged at him and hugged him. Baka Papa, she shouted, to which Naruto just chuckled as he easily lifted her with one arm. Ruby knew that he was strong, stronger than anyone she had ever seen or known. She glanced down as she saw the shine of something on his ring finger. Hey, isn't that Naruto Uzumaki? She heard one of the parents gossip about the man. You're right, he is. You think he'll sign a copy of my book? She heard another parent, a mother, question. Ruby knew that Naruto was a famous author. Well, he was now recognized as such when he came out and revealed that he was indeed the famous author Jiraiya of the Icha Icha series. While the entertainment industry was cutthroat and ruthless, the book community wasn't as such. They were already used to authors using Alia to protect their identities and keep their lives private, so when it came out that a famous writer was dating and fathering children with an equally famous idol, they were positively excited, quite the opposite of the reaction I received. I heard he is single. One of the teachers this time stated, but Ruby narrowed her eyes at that. Papa is not single. He is going to marry Mama, she shouted mentally. That's right, she remembered when Papa proposed to Mama at their house. It wasn't the most romantic of proposals, but in its way, it was emotional, enough to even make Aqua cry. Flashback. The day after Naruto had told them of Mother's sword, the two had eagerly wanted to see it. The only time either of them had seen a sword was either in movies or animes. Naruto for his part chuckled nervously as Ai gave him a stern look. You never told me you had a sword, she spoke as Naruto scratched his cheek. Well, it's not something just an ounce. Naruto countered as she raised an eyebrow. The two twins were watching them interact with interest. But you told them about it before me. She countered his counter as Naruto kept chuckling nervously. Well, maybe that was an oversight on his part. I just wanted to tell them a story, that's all. Naruto tried to defend himself, but Ai was having none of it. As she folded her arm underneath her breasts, causing him to blush. Why does she look so hot when she's angry? Naruto thought before he shook his head. Show me, she demanded of him as he blinked at that. What? He asked her, causing her to roll her eyes. The sword, your mother's sword. I shouted at him, causing him to jump before he turned around and ran. Yes ma'am, he shouted as he went into their room. Wow, so mama can get mad. These were the thoughts of the twins as they watched how effectively Ai had ordered Naruto to obey. She turned to look at them and smiled at them, but with her current state, she looked more angry than happy. Ruby and Aqua on that day swore to never make mama mad. Here it is. Naruto shouted from the room as he returned. In his hand was a katana. The scabbard of it was dark red and the handle of it was as equally as dark. The cord warp was brilliant gold, and the guard was circular. This is my mother's katana. Naruto held it up proudly. I looked at it with curiosity as the twins were awed at looking at an actual katana. Naruto gently pulled the blade out as he made sure to wield it safely. This sword was passed down from generation to generation of the Uzumaki clan. My mother inherited this sword, but she used it rarely and I have never used it. This is the Uzumaki clan's heirloom. Naruto explained as they studied the blade. The pattern on the blade looked like whirlpool vortexes and the overall color of it shined blue. It's beautiful, I commented. She of course knew what the Uzumaki clan was, but the twins didn't, not that they said anything since they were engrossed by the katana before them. Naruto looked at the blade as he saw his reflection before he looked up at Ai and strengthened his resolve. This would be the next step in their relationship. He returned the blade to its scabbard as he approached his lover.
When I was growing up, I never thought I'd have a relationship like this. Be a father, even if Ruby and Aqua are not my children by blood, I still consider them to be my son and daughter. Naruto started as he looked at the two twins. Aqua for his part looked away with a blush while Ruby was giggling. He looked back at Ai as he brought his hand and rested it on her belly. You gave me all of that and more. So, Ai Hoshino, will you give this knucklehead the opportunity and become my Uzumaki? Will you marry me? Naruto questioned her as she gasped and watched as Naruto pulled out a small box and opened it, revealing a ring with a diamond surrounded by small sapphire gems that made it appear as if it was sapphire itself, like the color of her eyes. I do. She finally found the words as Naruto smiled and slipped the ring onto her finger. You know, typically they put the rings on during the wedding, Ruby whispered to Aqua, but she didn't get a response. Turning to her brother, her eyes widened as she watched him sniffle. Are you crying? She questioned him, but he quickly rubbed away his tears. No. Aqua denied as he looked away. He did not cry, he was a grown man. Wait, no, that was his past life. And we aren't a typical family. Aqua responded to her, causing her to grin. Yes, they weren't a typical family, but then again, she wouldn't have it anyway. So, when do you think we will get our hands on the katana? Ruby joked, causing Aqua to chuckle. I guess after the wedding. He joked back as Ruby smiled. There was the brother she had been looking for ever since their mother was almost stabbed. Flashback ended. Ruby, where is your brother? Naruto questioned as Ruby blinked and looked around. Where was Aqua indeed? Maybe he was still in the class. Naruto was going to go look for him but didn't need to as Aqua soon emerged from down the hall. Oh, Otto-san. Aqua said as he ran up to the two. There you are, Aqua. How did your day go? Naruto questioned as Aqua nodded. It was okay. Though all the other kids don't like to play with me, Aqua answered. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he looked around, noticing all the parents gossiping. Why is that? Naruto questioned him as Aqua looked away, not wanting Naruto to see his sad expression. Naruto frowned as he knelt down as got to Aqua's eye level. He looked at Ruby, who was also silent. Aqua, Ruby, why don't the other kids play with you? Naruto questioned the two sternly. Ruby, who was still being held by Naruto, squirmed while Aqua couldn't face him.
Naruto's frown deepened as he turned to Ruby, the one who would crack. Ruby, look at me. Naruto called out to her as she hesitantly looked at him. Naruto looked at her eyes and could see the small tears forming at the edges of her eyes. Ruby, you know I can never be mad at you. So, tell me, what's the problem? Naruto questioned her and she looked down in sadness. Papa, some of the kids have called us bastards. They say that because you and Mama aren't married that we are bastards. Ruby cracked as a few tears rolled down her cheeks. Naruto's eyes hardened at that. How dare they treat my children like this? Naruto thought darkly as he looked at Aqua, who refused to look at him in shame. Aqua, look at me. Naruto called out to him softly. The said boy slowly turned to his father, his face was that of guilt. Aqua, no matter what anyone says, you are my son. Same with you Ruby, you are my daughter. And remember this, your mother and I love you both very much. Remember what I said the day I asked your mother to marry me? Naruto questioned the two, who nodded. They remembered well all right. Naruto nodded at the two. Always remember that. You may not have my blood, but you have my name. You two are Aqua Uzumaki and Ruby Uzumaki. You are your mother's and I's legacy, remember that. Naruto proclaimed as the two looked at him with wide eyes before Ruby sniffled as cried softly into his shoulder while Aqua sniffed. Naruto nodded to himself as he stood back up and looked around at the gathered parents with a glare as he leaked out some killer intent aimed at them. Oh, was not going to let this slide. Come on you two. Your baby sister should be arriving any day. Naruto smiled at the two as the twins perked up at that. They had been very excited about the day their baby sister would be born. Ruby couldn't wait to be a doting elder sister while Aqua wanted to be the model brother to her. Let's go, Papa. What we are waiting for, Ruby shouted as she pulled at his shirt causing him to chuckle as he led the two back home. But before he did, he discreetly created some shadow clones to teach those parents a lesson. Back home. The trio made their way back to their home in no time. When Naruto had found a place for them to live, he made sure to find one that was within walking distance of their school, and with funds like his that was pretty easy. We're home. Naruto called out as I hobbled out of the living room. Welcome home. I greeted them with a smile as Naruto kissed her. He remembered all the times he would say those words whenever he returned home, only to always be greeted by silence, but not anymore. Now he had a family. You should be resting, dear. Especially in your condition. Naruto said worryingly. I had gotten a bit paler than usual, and her hair had also lost some of its vibrance. No doubt that carrying a baby that had chakra was taking its toll, but I was a stubborn fighter. She wasn't going to give up. Naruto did not doubt that she would recover after she delivered the baby. I'm fine, Naru-kun. Besides, it shouldn't be long before the baby is due. I tried to quell his worries, but Naruto shook his head. He would never stop worrying.
Well, let's worry about that later. For now, how about you treat us to your famous ramen? I said as Naruto blinked before he realized the day it was. Ramen day. He quickly ran to the kitchen to prepare the ramen.
Papa likes ramen. Ruby commented, to which I nodded as she recalled the time they both went on a date to a ramen restaurant. Flashback. Naruto-kun, slow down. I looked at Naruto, who was quite literally inhaling the ramen. Naruto slammed down his bowl as he finished it and looked at I, who hadn't even finished eating her first bowl. But ramen is the food of the gods, Naruto proclaimed, which caused her to chuckle nervously as she slowly ate her own. The two of them heard a thud as they looked to their left and saw a pink-haired girl, a high schooler from the looks of it, stand up and looked at Naruto with a grin. I see that someone else appreciates the ramen for what it is. The girl started as Naruto's eyes shined with excitement. Of course, I do. The food of the body, the mind, and the spirit, Naruto shouted as he ordered another bowl. Exactly. The girl also ordered another bowl, all the while I just sweat dropped at that. Now could anyone eat so much ramen?
The name's Naruto, by the way. Naruto introduced himself as he started to eat his next bowl. The girl also started on her next bowl. Mine's Chika Fujiwara. The girl introduced herself and thus began a rivalry between two followers of the ramen lord. Flashback ended. Yeah, he sure loves ramen, I recalled as she chuckled. After that day, Naruto began to try his hand at making ramen, his style of it. And after a lot of trial and error, Naruto informed her that he had finally done it. He had created the perfect ramen. The trio walked into the kitchen, and it looked like a war zone. Naruto-kun. I looked at the mess in the kitchen as Naruto was too busy making his secret ramen. Ruby giggled at his antics while Aqua held in his giggles. Truly this was a sight to behold. Come on kids, dear. Ramen's up.
Naruto proclaimed proudly as he set down the ramen. As they all sat down, they looked at the ramen before them. It didn't look like anything special, just ordinary ramen. However, when they looked at Naruto, he was quite literally inhaling it. Ruby was fascinated by it. Aqua was disgusted. And I just smiled sheepishly. She had fallen in love with this man and was marrying after their baby was born.
Sometimes I forget that he is a super powerful shinobi. I reminded herself again, well, more like every day. The more she saw of Naruto and his nature, the more she realized that he was the opposite of what she pictured a shinobi to be. He was so full of life, gentle, kind, and, wait a second, why was her chair wet? She blinked as she looked down.
Oh, my water broke, she said casually. Naruto immediately stopped as he put his bowl down, his eyes widened at that. Why your water broke? He stuttered out as she nodded, and all hell broke loose. Naruto quickly got out of his chair, and he ran around like a headless chicken. He was sure they still had a couple of more weeks. Ruby, Aqua, gather your things. We gotta get your mother to the hospital, Naruto shouted as he began to gather things for Ai in panic. Ai for her part kept calm as she stood up calmly and walked over to Naruto and took a hold of him. Naruto looked at her as she smiled brightly at him. Dear, just call an ambulance, she instructed as he nodded dumbly and called the ambulance. She smiled and let out a sigh. Honestly, sometimes you are such a knucklehead, she said, to which Naruto frowned, but it didn't last long as she kissed him. But you are my knucklehead, she added with a giggle as Naruto's frown turned into a grin. Now please, get me to the hospital. The baby is coming, I said as she bulked, but Naruto caught her before she fell. It wasn't long until the ambulance arrived, and the family was rushed to the hospital. I was quickly taken to the maternity wing of the hospital while Naruto and the twins were held back. Naruto quickly called Ichigo and Miyako, and the two rushed over to the hospital. How is she, Naruto? Ichigo questioned as he and Miyako talked up to him. Naruto looked like a wreck, worry plastered all over his face. Doctor's saying she's doing fine for now, Naruto answered as he tapped his foot with anxiety. He could let go of his worries. After all, he had never gone through such an experience. Was this how Dad must have felt? Naruto thought about how his father must have felt the day he was born. Of course, that day went wrong, and maybe that's why he was feeling. He was broken out of his thoughts as he felt two little hands rest on his knees. He looked up to see Aqua and Ruby. Don't worry Papa, Mama and little sister will be fine, Ruby reassured him as Aqua nodded. I was strong. If she could give birth to two twins, then she could easily give birth to a single baby. Naruto looked at the two as he felt tears roll down his eyes before he smiled. I love you too, Naruto said as he rubbed his tears away. Uzumaki-san. A nurse walked up to him as he stood up in attention. Yes. He asked her, wondering how I was doing. Will you come with me? She's going into labor. The nurse said as Naruto quickly nodded. He turned to Ichigo and Miyako. Can you please take care of the children? Naruto asked them. The two quickly nodded. At that Naruto quickly turned around and followed after the nurse. As the nurse opened the door, Naruto could see that Ai was sweating profusely as her contractions came and went. Naruto-kun. She called out as Naruto rushed to her side and took hold of her hand. I'm here love, I'm here. Naruto reassured her as she opened her eyes and looked at him, smiling tenderly. Naruto-kun. Promise me. Promise me why you'll take care of our sea children. I fought through the pain as Naruto's worries intensified. Stop it, don't talk like that. You are going to be fine. Naruto assured her. No, he was not going to lose her. He wasn't going to lose any one of them. Promise me. She choked out as she looked at him lovingly. I promise. I promise. But you're going to pull through Naruto promised and assured her as she clutched his hand tightly. We're almost there, just one more push, the doctor said as Ai breathed raggedly. As she contracted one last time before she fainted, right as the cries of a baby girl filled the room. Naruto looked at Ai as he felt his whole world shatter. Nurse, prepare the emergency room. She's lost a lot of blood, the doctor shouted at the nurse. The nurse quickly handed the baby girl to a different nurse as Ai was rushed into the ER. The nurse holding the baby approached Naruto as she offered him his child. Uzumaki-san, she offered as Naruto jerked and looked at the nurse before he saw the small bundle in her arms. He gently reached out, took a hold of the bundle and his breath hitched as he saw his baby girl. A small tuft of blue-purplish hair, a pair of whiskers on each of her cheeks, and when she opened her eyes, they were exactly like eyes. Naruto felt his eyes water as a mix of emotions ran through him. He was happy that his baby girl was born safe, and he was incredibly distraught at the thought that I wouldn't make it. Uzumaki-san, I'll have to take the baby to the nursery. The nurse stated as Naruto wordlessly nodded as he handed her back and allowed the nurse to do her job. He stumbled out into the hallway as he saw the rest of his family. Ichigo saw the look on his face and knew that something was wrong. Miyako had taken the children elsewhere so that they wouldn't see him in such a condition. With I didn't know where she was. 1 second, she was in the maternity ward, giving birth, and she loosely remembered how she made Naruto promise her, and as looked in the darkness that surrounded her, it hit. I'm dead, she let out as tears started to well up in her eyes. She never got to see her baby girl. She'd never get to see her family again, and she would never get to grow old with Naruto. She sobbed as she sank to her knees. Well, I wouldn't say that you're dead yet. She looked up and saw that she was now sitting by a fire, and in front of her sat a blonde-haired man that reminded him of Naruto, and next to him a red-haired woman. Her eyes widened as she recognized these people. You're Naruto-kun's parents. She spoke as they smiled and nodded at her. Kushina stood up and walked over to her and sat down next to her. I-chan, I have to say, my baby boy found the perfect woman, Kushina said with a chuckle, which caused I to blush. She was talking to her deceased future mother-in-law. Thank you, I-chan. Kushina thanked her as she gave the girl a one-armed hug. I looked at her in confusion. For what? I questioned her as Kushina grinned at her. I looked at the woman's face. Now she saw where Naruto got his personality and attitude from. For saving him and loving him. You might not know it, but Naruto was on a path of self-destruction. He might be a strong boy, but he's an emotional boy. He wears his heart on his shelves, despite his best attempts to not show it. Kushina explained as I dumbly nodded. She turned to the blonde man, Naruto's father. The man smiled at her, but I frowned as she shot him a glare. How could you put that burden on him? I chastised him. Naruto had told her of Kurama's sealing inside of him and that it was his father that did so. Minato for his part smiled sadly as he looked at the fire. You know, when I first met Naruto, he was going to open the seal, and when he met me, he punched me right in the gut and asked me the same thing. Minato pointed out as she stared at the fire. I was going to speak, but she saw his eyes, and they were so full of pain and regret. When Naruto was born, I was the happiest man on earth. As I held him in my hands, I saw how incredibly small he was, but the moment I held him I knew that I loved him unconditionally. And so, when I had to seal Kurama into him, I felt like the worst father ever. Minato continued as I just kept looking at the man, a man who was so full of regret. Naruto appears strong, but he has always felt lonely in his life, but he always kept it inside. I can't claim to be the best father, but I had a duty as Hokage, not to just the village but to my son as well. I couldn't ask another parent to make a sacrifice I wasn't willing to make. Can you understand that? Minato questioned as I opened her mouth but closed it. She'd be lying if she said she could. The sacrifice Naruto's parents made for him was so monumental that she couldn't even comprehend it. However, she could understand one thing, and that was thanks to Naruto. Okawa-san, Otto-san, I will never understand the sacrifice the two of you made for Naruto, but I do know one thing. I understand. I understand just how much you love Naruto. I said as she smiled at the two. She never expected to meet Naruto's parents, but she could tell that they were wonderful people, and would have been even better parents. I'm just sad that I'll never get to see him and our children ever again, I said sadly, but Kushina and Minato just chuckled at that. Remember when I said that you were not quite dead? Kushina spoke up as I looked at her confused. I-chan, this is the realm between life and death. Whether you live or die is up to you. So, tell me, what is it that you want? Kushina questioned her as I's eyes widened. She wanted to see her children, her baby girl. She wanted to see Naruto. I want to live, she answered as Kushina grinned. I didn't hear you, she told her as I stood up all of a sudden. I want to live, she shouted to the heavens above as Kushina and Minato chuckled. I looked at them as she looked down at her hands as they slowly became translucent. Kushina stood up and walked over to her and hugged her. Take care of him, Masumi, Kushina said softly as I's eyes widened once more. She had never been called that, not even by her own mother. She smiled as she returned the hug. I will, Okawa-san. She promised as she slowly vanished from the realm in between. Minato stood up and he walked over to Kushina. Let's go, Kushina. We'll see him one day, Minato said as he took his wife's hand. Kushina wiped away the tears as she turned to him, smiling. I know, I just hope that it's not any time soon, she said as Minato nodded as the two began to walk away into the darkness. Back with Naruto. Ichigo had seen many things in life, but he had never seen a man so broken as Naruto right now. The man refused to speak to anyone but the doctor. The thought of losing Ai was something Naruto could not handle. Naruto, Ichigo called out, but he knew that the blonde wasn't listening right now. His head jerked up as he heard the doors to the open as the doctor walked out. Uzumaki-san. The doctor called out to Naruto, who looked up at the doctor, his eyes red as his cheeks were covered in tear stains. The doctor sighed before he smiled. Don't worry, Uzumaki-san, she'll pull through. She's no longer in critical condition. She lost a lot of blood, but we managed to stabilize her. The doctor announced as Naruto's eyes widened as in an instant, he was right next in front of the doctor. Doctor, can I see her? Naruto questioned, almost begging, but the doctor shook his head. I advise you to wait an hour before she comes to. For her sake. The doctor advised. Naruto reluctantly nodded, wanting to see Ai. The doctor turned to leave as Ichigo walked up to Naruto and laid a hand on his shoulder. Naruto. I don't know how you feel right now, I cannot claim to know, but you must pull yourself together. You still have people relying on you. Ichigo reminded of him as Naruto nodded. I know, I promised her. Naruto said as she wiped his face clean. For all of his abilities, all of his power, he felt helpless when he saw her. He was a fighter, not a healer, and he had no idea how his chakra would react to Ai. For all he knew, it might have made the situation worse. He shook his head. No, he couldn't think like that. For now, he sat back down and waited, and waited. The 1 hour felt like an eternity. With Ai hours later, Ai groaned as she slowly opened her eyes and was met with the hospital ceiling. What was she? Oh, that's right. She remembered it all. Giving birth, almost dying, and meeting Naruto's parents. Yes, she remembered. She felt someone holding her right hand as she looked to her right to find Naruto, sleeping with his head down next to her. Naru-kun, she called out to him as he groaned a bit before she brought her other hand and ruffled his hair. Naruto groaned a bit more, but he yawned as he lifted his hand as his vision cleared. I, Naruto called out as he jumped and hugged her and kissed her. I giggled at his kisses, but she pulled him back. Naruto-kun, where is our baby girl? I questioned him. He froze before he got off the bed and went off to the side where a small crib was located. He gently reached down as he picked up a small bundle and brought it to her. Here she is. Naruto offered her as I reached out towards the small bundle that was right now bringing her so much joy. She gently took her from Naruto's hold and looked down at her baby girl. She gasped as she saw her baby girl open her eyes and looked at her. She looked like a perfect mix of her and Naruto. Her hair and eyes were a perfect match for her own, but her facial structure and the unique pair of whiskers on each of the cheeks, and her slightly tanned skin were clearly from Naruto's. Her eyes watered as she looked down at her beautiful baby girl. Hello there, Sapphire Uzumaki. I'm your mother, and this is your father. I introduced herself and Naruto to the baby girl, who made baby noises as she scanned her two parents before she broke out in a fit of giggles as she lifted her tiny arms. Naruto brought one of his hands towards her and so did I, letting her grab a finger from the two. Welcome to the family. I welcomed her child as she and Naruto smiled brightly at her. Yes, this was always the family I dreamed of having, and nothing would tear it apart. Aqua Hoshino, no, Aqua Uzumaki was a doctor in his previous life. More accurately, he was a doctor that specialized in dealing with pregnancies. Now granted that he was still young and had just gotten into his career before his untimely demise, he had still never seen a pregnancy quite like Ai's recent one. Sapphire Uzumaki. Aqua muttered the name of his baby sister. She was, how should he put it, a bundle of joy. If it wasn't for her slightly tanned skin and whisker birthmarks, she would look like an exact copy of Ai. She was born within 7 months, and pregnancies like that were often riddled with complications, but somehow, she came out fine, if not better. What Aqua didn't know was that Ai had a close call herself, a fact that Ai and Naruto would not share with them until they were much older. Oni-chan. Do you think Sap-chan was also reincarnated? Ruby asked her brother as they two looked down at their baby sister, who looked at the two with the childish curiosity that babies were known for. Aqua hummed before he shook his head. I don't think so. Her behavior is much more in line with infants. Remember when we were babies? Aqua pointed out as Ruby nodded. The two were very much aware as infants and thus often didn't act like infants at all. It was their luck that their mother was an airhead at times to notice. Well, it doesn't matter. She's so cute, Ruby squealed as she let her sister hold onto one of her fingers, which turned out to be a big mistake. Sapphire immediately took hold of her sister's finger as she gave her a toothless smile, and when she grabbed it hard. What the hell kind of strength is this? Ruby shouted as Sapphire was quite literally holding onto her finger with a vice-like strength. Aqua sighed as he came closer. Baka, what are you? Ouch, Aqua started but also was caught off guard as Sapphire grabbed his finger as well. How was she this strong? Sap-chan, please let me go. Ruby begged the baby with a nervous chuckle. Her baby sister in return just giggled at the faces her siblings were making before she let them go. The two sighed in relief as they nursed their fingers. She's strong. Aqua commented as Ruby nodded. It was either that or they were just weak. All right you two, it's time for Sap-chan feeding. I said as she walked into the nursery as she leaned down into the crib and retrieved the baby. Ruby pouted while Aqua blushed in embracement. When he was younger he refused to be breastfed, something that Ruby rubbed in his face a lot. Something about his grown mind found it distributing to be breastfed, and even now he wasn't going to watch their mother breastfeed their baby sister. He instead opted to find his father, and sure enough he found the man in the garden. Otto-san. Aqua called out as he ran over to his father. Naruto looked up from the plants he was working on as he saw Aqua walk over to him. Oh, Aqua. Naruto responded as raised an eyebrow at the boy. Aqua wasn't interested in gardening, of that he was sure. Otto-san. What is the Uzumaki clan? Aqua questioned him. It was a question he had in the back of his mind since the first time he had heard Naruto talk about it, and he wanted to know more about this clan that he was now effectively part of. Naruto hummed a bit before he beckoned Aqua to sit next to him. Aqua obliged. He had long learned that his father loved nature and didn't mind sitting in the garden. My mother was from the Uzumaki clan, and as such I am also an Uzumaki. It used to be a powerful clan that was well known way back in the old days. Naruto started. He wanted to answer the boy's question honestly, but he couldn't tell him the complete truth, not until he was old enough. Old days? Like back during the Sengoku period? Aqua questioned, to which Naruto raised an eyebrow and chuckled as he ruffled Aqua's hair. You know Aqua, you're a pretty smart kid for your age. Most kids don't even know what that means. Naruto complimented him, which caused Aqua to blush in embarrassment, but he let a small smile grace his face. But to answer your question, yes, in a way. The Uzumaki clan was old, very old. They were as powerful as they were renowned for their skill in battle. Naruto recalled the history of his clan that he had learned. What happened to it? Aqua questioned, to which Naruto smiled sadly as he looked up at the sky. Their power was their downfall, and eventually the clan was wiped out by their enemies long ago. When my mother was still alive there were still a few members of the clan, but by that point, people had all but forgotten about it. We're the only members of it left. Naruto answered as he smiled as Aqua raised an eyebrow. We? You mean you and Sapphire? Aqua questioned. Sapphire was Naruto's blood. She would always be his legitimate daughter, a thought that caused Aqua to look down, but he was brought out of his self-doubt as Naruto poked his forehead. No, I mean all of us. You, Ruby, your mother, and Sapphire. Remember what I told you two on that day in your school? You might not have my blood, but you have my name. You are the eldest, Aqua. You are my heir, never forget that. Naruto said, to which Aqua looked up at him in surprise. But I'm not your biological son. Aqua pointed out, but Naruto shook his head as he looked at him. Tell me Aqua, what do you think it means to be a family? Naruto questioned, causing Aqua to frown. It's blood. After all, blood is thicker than water. Aqua responded, which caused Naruto to chuckle. Well, that's true. But family isn't always just that. Family is what you make of it. It consists of people you love unconditionally and will go to any lengths to keep them safe and happy. Naruto explained as he pointed at Aqua. And I'd go through hell and back for all of you because you are my family. Just because we don't share the same blood doesn't mean I think less of you. You are still young Aqua, but in time you will understand what it means to be a family. Naruto reasoned as Aqua slowly nodded. For someone who was as laid back as his father was, he sure was wise at times. Otto-san, I want to protect my family. I want to protect Ka-san, I want to protect my little sisters, and I want to protect you. Aqua declared as Naruto raised an eyebrow at that, but nodded. So, will you teach me, Otto-san? Aqua requested as Naruto smiled slightly. Teach you what? Naruto asked him with a knowing look. He might not be able to teach Aqua in the realm of chakra, but he could still teach him in other ways. How to fight? Aqua answered with determination as Naruto smirked at that. Yes, he could do that. He raised his hand and lifted one finger. On one condition. Naruto stipulated, to which Aqua nodded. Use what I teach you only in the defense of your family and others. Never, and I mean never, use what I teach you for selfish gains, Aqua. Naruto said sternly. Aqua furiously nodded. He would never think of hurting innocent people. Heck, he was a doctor in the past life. Naruto nodded as he balled his hand into a fist and extended towards him with a grin. Aqua looked confused but followed his actions and raised his fist and fist bumped him. Oh, and remember Aqua, there is no such thing as a shortcut to power. What I will require of you will be your sweat, hard work, and determination. Naruto stated as Aqua grew a nervous smile. He didn't know what kind of training he was going to receive, but he was sure that for someone like his father, who Aqua was so sure was former special forces, it would be hellish. By the way, I saw the latest movie you were in. I have to say, you certainly have a talent for acting, even if it was a small role. Naruto pointed out to the boy who crossed his arm. He wasn't interested in acting. I don't want to act, Aqua countered, to which Naruto nodded. I never said you should. I just pointed out your talent. What you wish to do is your choice. I will never force you. Naruto said in understanding as Aqua looked at him. Yes, his father was indeed a mystery. Just when he thought he had figured him out, he ends up with more questions than answers. Dinner's ready. He was broken out of his thoughts as his mother called out to the two of them. The two quickly retreated into the house and made their way into the kitchen. Naruto saw Ai holding their daughter and approached her. Here, let me look after her for a bit, dear. Naruto offered. Ai smiled at him and nodded as she handed her over to him. Naruto gently took her in his arm and she rocked her gently. Sapphire opened her eyes as she curiously looked at her father, who was making silly faces. She giggled as she took hold of his cheeks and stretched them. Papa, can I hold Sap-chan? Ruby asked as she looked up at Naruto. Of course, Ruby. Here. Naruto answered as he kneeled and allowed Ruby to hold her sister. Ruby for her part timidly took hold of her sister. Her ruby-colored eyes met her sister's sapphire-colored ones. Ruby didn't know what to say as she looked down at her baby sister. She could not describe her feelings at that very moment, but she knew one thing, and that was that this is what had always craved, a family. The rest of the day went by fast as night had already come and the twins were already put to bed while I gently rocked Sapphire. You know, she's an energetic one, I commented, to which Naruto nodded as walked over to Ai and hugged her from behind, and rested his chin on top of her head, causing her to glance up. Naru-kun? She questioned as Naruto tightened the hug. You know, the day our daughter was born was both the happiest and frightful day of my life. Naruto started as Ai closed her eyes and just listened to his heartbeat. Yes, she remembered that day well. I thought I was going to lose you, Ai. Naruto muttered as he just kept hugging her. Ai sighed before she turned around and she looked up at him, their child now in between the two. Naru-kun, do you remember when I was almost about to die? She questioned, causing him to nod, still distraught at that thought. She smiled at him before she gave him a quick kiss to calm him down. Well, I met your parents, she said, causing him to look at her in shock. What? But how? Naruto questioned her. How was it possible for such a thing to happen? I don't know how, but they said something about the place I meet them in being on between life and death. However, that's not important right now. Do you know what I promised your mother? She questioned him, to which he shook his head. I promised her that I will look after you, Naru-kun. I want to spend the rest of my life with you and our family. I want to watch as our children grow up, have lives of their own, and I want to grow old with you. So, remember this, Naru-kun. I will always be with you, no matter what. She finished with a passionate kiss. The two lovers stood there, kissing each other. They were only broken out of their moment by Sapphire. Seems like someone didn't want to be left out, I said with a giggle as she looked at her daughter, who only made baby noises. However, just then something unique happened. A small translucent golden chain emerged from their daughter's hand and it danced around for a while before it began to dissipate. Naru-kun, I started as she was left amazed at the sight she had just witnessed. She remembered when Naruto had told her about his mother's unique chakra ability, which was no doubt the fabled adamantine sealing chains. Why yes, I never thought I'd ever see those chains again. Naruto responded dumbly as he was left shocked at what his newborn daughter had just done. The said newborn just giggled at her parents, unaware of what she had just achieved. I didn't think she would manage to unlock her chakra this quickly, let alone be able to manifest adamantine sealing chains, Naruto said as he looked at his daughter before he looked at Ai, who was positively worried. Sapphire was much too young to learn anything about chakra and her lineage. Dear, what are we going to do? What if others find out? She questioned him with worry. Naruto nodded in understanding as he thought of a solution. I'll have to put a seal on her that will keep her chakra suppressed until she's old enough to learn how to wield it, Naruto answered, but I just looked at him in worry. Must she learn how to use chakra? I questioned, worried for her safety. Naruto sighed at that. I understand your worries, believe me, I do. I want her to lead a normal life. But she's an Uzumaki and Uzumakis already have massive chakra reserves naturally. And with my blood flowing through her veins, she will need to learn how to control her chakra. Otherwise, she'll be more in danger if we just keep it bottled up. Naruto explained to her, to which she nodded sadly. She understood the reasoning, but as a mother, she didn't agree with it. Maybe this is how Minato Otosan felt, she thought as she watched Naruto retrieve a brush and some ink. While she knew that this was nowhere near the scale of Naruto's seal, she was a mother. Do you love our children? Naruto called out to her. Ai snapped her head up and looked at him, almost offended by that question. Of course, I do, she shouted as she looked at him fiercely. Naruto smiled at her quick answer. Then believe and have faith in them, Naruto told her as he began to draw the seal on his daughter's small belly, causing the baby girl to giggle at the cold touch of the ink and brush. Ai looked on as he drew the seal. I know that one day she will understand and learn how to control her power. After all, she will have us to fill her with love and to teach her. Naruto finished as he made a hand sign as the seal shone to life before it faded away. I know. It's just that I'm worried, she responded. Naruto in response hugged her again. I know, I am too. After all, that's what parents do. He whispered to her as the two looked down at her as she slowly drifted into sleep. The next day. The day had just begun and Naruto had gotten quickly to work. The first thing he wanted to do was to see if he could get a small dojo built for future use. They had plenty of land that wasn't being utilized and Naruto had as such designated a portion of it for a future dojo. Later Ichigo was going to show up to discuss a potential TV drama deal for one of the Icha Icha series books. Naruto had given in and had agreed to go with the adaptation of the series into a series of TV dramas. Ichigo even said that there were people that wanted to adopt them into an anime. Naturally, Naruto wasn't too sure. Sure, the books contained a decent amount of smut, but they contained a good amount of plot as well. Naruto would never admit it, but the books did contain some good plots. Guess that's why people love them so much. Smut mixed with a plot. Naruto thought with a grumble. Naru-kun, you wouldn't have anything to do with the latest pranking streak on the parents at the Aquas and Ruby's school? Ai's sweet voice broke him out of his thoughts as she gave her a sheepish look. But dear, my love, they had it coming. Naruto tried to defend himself. After he had complained about the parents, the school didn't take much action against the parents, so Naruto took measures into his own hands. So, you decided to dye all their clothes bring pink, had their house painted neon orange, and put itching powder in their underwear. She listed off all the things she had been hearing from the school. A vicious streak of pranks had started to take place aimed at the vast majority of the parents at the school. Innocent until proven guilty. Naruto pointed out, causing her to sigh as she shook her head. No one but her could prove that Naruto had done these pranks because it seemed outrageous that a single man was capable of carrying out these pranks on multiple people during the same night. Well, I knew exactly how he was able to do it. Dear, just please lay off of them for a bit. I think they learned their lesson. She asked of him, but her response was a pout as Naruto crossed his arm over his chest and looked away. She sighed once more before she walked up to him, brought her hands up to his cheeks, and turned his face to look at her before she kissed him deeply as she slipped some of her tongue, turning into a French kiss. Naruto was left stunned at her bold kiss but didn't complain. He quite enjoyed her kisses, this one more so. She ended the kiss as she stepped away and gave him a sly look. If you want more kisses like that, Naru-kun, then you should listen to me, she suggested as Naruto dumbly nodded at her. Can I have another one? He asked her as she shook her head. Will you stop pranking for a week? She asked and Naruto quickly nodded. I will, Naruto stated, causing her to giggle at him. Well, that was one way to get him to stop for a while. Time flew by quickly for the Uzumaki family, and after 11 years much had changed. For one, Naruto's popularity and name had risen to great fame after his novels started to become adapted into TV shows, dramas, and anime. However, he had maintained strict control over what he would allow to be adapted. The last thing he wanted to do was let questionable content with his name on it to be aired. Damn, perverts, Naruto grumbled as he worked on editing another Icha Icha novel. He was honestly surprised and baffled at the number of unfinished drafts Jiraiya had left behind. Although given the man's nature, he shook his head. Maybe he should try writing a novel of his own. I should write one about my father, Naruto said to himself as he leaned back in his chair. Yes. He was sure that a novel about a powerful shinobi would be very appealing to the younger masses. A story about Minato Otosan. He glanced to his right as his wife walked into the small office that he had set up. One of the biggest moments in his life was when he and I were finally married to each other after their daughter was born. And she looked just as beautiful as she did 12 years ago. She walked up to him and gave him a quick kiss as Naruto nodded. Yes. I have been thinking about it lately. While Icha Icha is wildly popular, they aren't my work exactly. Naruto responded as the eye raised an eyebrow at that. Does that mean you'll stop working on the Icha Icha series? She questioned him, and he could see the worry in her eyes. His sweat dropped at that. Pervert. Naruto said simply, giving her a blank stare, to which she brought her hand up and covered her mouth, and giggled. I have no idea what you're talking about, she commented, to which Naruto just gave her a hard stare. I sighed before she leaned down next to his ear. But I don't hear you complaining in the bed, she flirted, her warm breath tickling his ear. Naruto shuddered as he blushed and looked away. I pulled away and giggled at him. But you're my pervert, Naruto said in embarrassment as I sighed and nodded in agreement. She proceeded to sit down in his lap as she brought her arms around his neck. Naruto shook his head at her antics. I'm sure Minato will love to have a book written about his grandfather. I spoke softly as she nestled her head onto his chest. Naruto nodded at that. A year after Sapphire was born in their wedding, I had given birth to another child, this time a baby boy, and he was virtually a carbon copy of Naruto, with his eyes being inherited from I. And like his sister, he too had inherited Naruto's chakra. Does that mean he'll fall for a redhead as well? I questioned as she tilted her head, causing Naruto to chuckle. Well, if that were the cause, then their son would truly live up to his grandfather's name. Mama, Papa, we're heading out. They were broken out of their conversation as they looked to the right to find Ruby and Aqua standing by the door. Ruby gave them a cheeky smile, while Aqua looked uninterested, but they could see a faint smile on his face. I got out of Naruto's lap and walked over to her children. It was their first day at their school and Ruby was going to audition as an idol at the company her mother had worked for. Look at you two. You look so cute, I dotted on her twins as she pulled the two into a hug. Ruby simply basked in it, while Aqua looked flustered. Naruto chuckled at the sight as he walked up to the group. It's already that day, huh? Seems like yesterday that the two of you were asking for bedtime stories. Naruto spoke as the twins looked at him in embarrassment. Papa, we're not 3 anymore. Ruby complained as Naruto clutched his heart and fell to his knees. I see, I guess your old man's stories are no good anymore, huh? Naruto spoke depressingly. I looked amused at his act, while Ruby started to panic and wave her hands, while Aqua just sighed. No Papa. That's not what I meant, Ruby tried to explain. She had always enjoyed her father's stories, in fact, she remembered them all. Papa. Don't worry. You can tell me all your stories. A bluish blur ran past the twins as jumped at Naruto. Naruto for his part looked up as a mini eye jumped into him and hugged him. I knew you loved my stories, Naruto said in joy as he spun around with Sapphire, who giggled childishly at her father. Papa, you're so clumsy, of course, I love your stories, Sapphire declared in joy as Naruto chuckled and gently put her down. He looked at his family before he raised an eyebrow and looked down back at Sapphire. Where is your little brother? He questioned her as she blinked and looked around her. Right here, Otto-sama. Naruto heard as he turned around and found his youngest looking up at him with a smile. This was Minato Uzumaki, his youngest, and for all intent and purpose, Minato Uzumaki was a prodigy, truly living up to his grandfather's name. I had named him Minato after she had seen him for the first time. He looked so much like Naruto and his father, and she chose to honor her father-in-law. There are my 2 favorite siblings. Ruby spoke as she pulled her 2 younger siblings into a hug. Sapphire giggled at her sister's affection before she returned the hug. Not too hard, Sap-chan. Ruby grunted out as she felt her spine being compressed. If there was one thing the twins knew, it was that Sapphire was strong, very strong, and sometimes she forgot her strength. Sorry Ne-san. Sapphire apologized, but Ruby shook her head and ruffled her hair. No worries, Sap-chan. I'm not angry at you, I could never, Ruby said with a grin before she turned to her younger brother. Good luck, Ne-sama. Minato offered her as she sighed. Minato was such a sweet boy, always polite and formal, even with his family. Aqua looked at his little brother with curiosity. Minato was smart, very smart. He had managed to skip quite a few grade levels and managed to enter the same school that they were going to, which made the situation quite funny. Ne-sama? Minato questioned him as he tilted his head at his older brother. Aqua simply grunted as he ruffled his hair. Minato would have looked like Aqua had it not been for the fact that Minato's hair was as wild as their father's and he had inherited their mother's eyes. You ready for school? Aqua questioned as Minato nodded. Yodo High was a very prestige school that was practically attended by rising stars in the entertainment industry. However, Aqua had no interest in the industry, merely attending for the sake of Ruby and Minato. However, while he didn't know what exactly he wanted to do, he had been in sort of mentorship from Gitanda. Ruby wants to be an idol, Minato still trying to figure things out, and Sapphire, he sweat dropped at the thought of the Mini-Eye as she was called, wanting to be nothing like her mother. I want to take over the Uzumaki dojo, she had proclaimed, wanting to learn the martial arts from their father. Speaking of which, their father built a dojo for the family. Initially, he had built it after Aqua's request to train him, but over time he had gained the dojo started to gain a reputation. Hell's Dojo. Aqua mumbled to himself. Despite the fact that their father only had one arm, he was still a force to be reckoned with, and after Sapphire had witnessed her father easily dispatch members of a nearby dojo with ease, she had made up her mind. She wanted to be as strong as her father, and it showed. She had begun to train with him at the age of 7, and Minato followed soon after. Aqua himself had been trained by their father, but he knew that in time Sapphire would easily surpass him. She was born extremely strong after all. Alright then, it's time for you all to head out. Aqua, Ruby, look after Minato. I instructed her eldest too. Minato was much too young in her opinion to be attending a high school, but he had the intellectual abilities to skip grades. Still, that didn't mean high school was going to be easy. Soon the three left for school. I sighed as she leaned her head onto her husband's shoulder. You shouldn't be worried, Naruto called out to her, to which she hummed. I'm a mother, how can I not worry? She spoke as Naruto nodded to himself. That much was true. Ai's high school days were not ideal, and even Naruto's own academy days were riddled with lowness. He lifted his only arm and rested it on her shoulder. I know, but remember, they have each other. Naruto reassured her as she nodded at that. She loved her children dearly, and she was equally as happy to know that her children cared deeply for each other. Yes, they were half-siblings, but that distinction was rarely brought up, if at all. Don't you have practice today? Naruto called out as his daughter nodded. Unlike the other three, Haim wanted to take over the dojo. She was still in middle school, but her activities mainly revolved around martial art clubs, working out, etc. Yeah. Tomo-chan is coming over today, she answered cheerfully, causing Ai to raise an eyebrow while Naruto's sweat dropped. Tomo-chan? Do you mean Aizawa Tomo? From Aizawa Dojo? Ai questioned as her daughter nodded happily. Tomo-chan was her friend from school, and like her, she was also into martial arts. Ai turned to Naruto, who chuckled nervously. Didn't you just beat someone recently from Aizawa Dojo? What was his name? Ai put a finger on her chin, trying to recall. Naruto simply sighed. Goro Aizawa, the girl's father. The man challenged me and lost. Now he's calling me his rival. Naruto let out as he ruffled his hair. He didn't know how, but his family dojo had somehow gained the reputation of being a hellish training dojo. He wondered who exactly had spread those untrue rumors. She's his 4 children sneezed at once. Silly Papa. No one can defeat Papa, Sapphire claimed as Naruto chuckled at her proclamation. Haim, what did I tell you? Naruto asked her as she folded her arms and pouted. There is always a bigger fish, she answered as Naruto nodded. No matter how strong you were, there was always someone stronger than you. Well, Naruto was sure that no one could defeat in him this world, and in time he was sure that Sapphire and Minato would also be unbeatable. But he had to keep them humble. Can't let all that power go through their head, Naruto thought to himself. Minato also had a seal placed on him, although given how smart the boy was, Naruto was sure that he was on to him. Well, either way, you have another challenger coming in today. I spoke up, causing Naruto to almost fall. Why are you keeping track? Naruto questioned her, to which she looked at him with a smile. Because it's fun? She responded. She had become more of a stay-at-home mother, always wanting to spend more time with her family at every opportunity. And it helped that Naruto's job also kept him at home for the most part. So, she opted to help Naruto with stuff like deadlines and such. If there was one thing she had learned about him, it was that he could be quite lazy at times. At Yodo High. Wow. Look at this place. Ruby was in awe at the high school she would be attending. As someone who dreamed of being an idol, this was like a dream come true for her. All around her, she could recognize the young talent that was coming up in the industry, from actors to even idols themselves. Ne-sama really wants to be an idol, huh? Minato called out as Aqua nodded. He didn't agree with Ruby's dream of becoming an idol. After all, it carried great risk. I still don't approve of it. Being an idol means your options are limited and you can only be an idol for so long. This isn't even mentioning all the danger that surrounds it, Aqua said as he still remembered that day. Minato nodded at that. He had heard about how their mother was almost killed. It was also the day that their father met her and saved her. Baka Oni-chan, didn't Papa tell you to follow your own dreams? Ruby chastised her brother, who just looked away, a habit he had developed when he wanted to avoid a conversation. Don't worry, Ne-sama. I'll always support your dream. Minato offered. Ruby promptly hugged her younger brother and started to rub her cheek with his. I know I can count on you, Minato-kun, Ruby said with anime tears while Aqua grew annoyed at that. It's Minato-kun for him, but Baka Oni-chan for me, Aqua pointed out as Ruby shot him a glare while Minato chuckled sheepishly. Cause Minato-kun is a good brother, she answered. Ruby was by far the more doting sibling out of the twins. That wasn't to say that Aqua didn't love his siblings, he was just more reserved and had his own ways of showing it. Aqua. The trio heard as they turned to look at who had called out to him. Aqua and Ruby looked confused, but Minato blushed. It was a girl with red hair with a dash of pink in it that was shoulder length with blunt hangs flanking her face. She has pretty hair, Minato thought as he watched her jog over to the three. Aqua, she questioned as Aqua nodded. Yes, that is my name, Aqua responded. Why was she saying his name over and over again? And how did she know him? Ruby, however, gasped. Hey, I know you. You're the talented kid that can kick baking soda in 10 seconds flat, Ruby shouted as she pointed at her. This caused the girl to stumble. She and Aqua remembered the first and only time they met her as children, and they remembered how she bad-mouthed their mother. Baka. I can cry in 10 seconds flat, the girl shouted as she huffed and looked at the two twins before her attention was turned to the third person. She raised an eyebrow at that. Who was he? Minato's blush intensified as he noticed that she was looking at him. So, he extended a hand in an effort to introduce himself. I'm Minato. He stuttered out. Now that caught his older sibling's attention. Minato was never the one to get flustered so easily. The girl however shook his hand as Minato stared into her eyes. They were as red as her hair and he found them attractive. Kana Arima. She introduced herself as Aqua's widened. Oh, he remembered her now. Kana turned her attention to Aqua and narrowed her eyes. What happened to you? I thought you had talent, but you just stopped after a couple of small projects, she questioned. That much was true. Aqua preferred to work behind the scene. I have no interest in becoming an actor. He shrugged, but she pointed at him accusingly. Then what are you doing here? She questioned, to which he sighed. General studies, like my brother, he answered as he pointed at his brother. This caught Kana off guard. Aqua had a brother? A little one at that? What? I didn't know that I and Naruto Uzumaki had other children, she shouted, pointing at Minato, who gave a nervous chuckle. But Ruby stepped in between the two and glared at Kana. Ne-sama. Minato questioned, but Ruby paid no mind as she kept her glare on Kana. You got a problem with that? Ruby questioned, folding her arms over her chest. Her eyes shone darkly at the girl. Kana took a step back but didn't back down. No, I just wasn't aware that you two had other siblings. Kana responded as Ruby kept her glare, but she was broken out of it when Minato put a hand on her shoulder. She looked back and saw Minato smiling warmly at her. Ne-sama, it's fine. She honestly didn't know. Minato's words eased Ruby's aggression. As doting as Ruby was towards her younger siblings, she was also very protective of them as well. Ruby backed down as he bowed deeply to Kana. Sorry about my Ne-sama, Arima-san. My full name is Minato Uzumaki and I'm a first year. I'm the youngest son of Naruto and Ai Uzumaki. Minato apologized and introduced himself as she sent a soft smile, causing her to blush. No worries. I'm a first year too. Sorry for bothering you three, she stated before she turned left without letting the three to see her blushing. Minato blinked as he watched her jog away from them. Minato-kun, he shuddered as he slowly turned to look at his sister, who was smiling sweetly at him. Yes, Ne-sama, he let out as she walked over to him and looked him right in the eye. You don't have a crush on her, do you? She questioned him in that same sweet voice, but before she could get an answer, she felt someone bonk her head. Baka, stop scaring him. Aqua spoke up, coming to his brother's defense. Who he had a crush on was none of his concern, and neither should it be Ruby's. Ruby pouted as she looked at Aqua, before she turned back to face Minato, but when she did he was already gone. She looked down the hall to find her little brother on the run. Minato-kun. Ruby shouted as she chased after him. Aqua just shook his head as he slowly walked to follow after the two. Honestly, sometimes Ruby did the most. Naruto stood still as he looked at his opponent, who stood across from him, a determined look on her face, but to Naruto, it looked cute rather than menacing. She went on the offensive and within a blink of an eye she was on him, her hands reaching out to strike him, but Naruto sidestepped and avoided the attack. He again spun on the balls of his heels as he avoided a flurry of attacks from his opponent. "Come on!" the girl shouted as every attack failed to connect. To her it appeared as if he was dancing through her attacks, never going on the offensive. And each failure to make contact only frustrated her. As she went for a right hook, Naruto dodged again, but she quickly followed it up with a quick left one. This time Naruto didn't dodge, this time he grabbed the incoming fist. "Got you." "Whoa," she started but was surprised when Naruto used her fist and turned her around before pushing her to the other side again. She gritted her teeth as Naruto chuckled. "You need to control your emotions, Haim." Naruto offered some advice, causing his daughter to huff at that as she crossed her arms. No matter how much she trained, she could never seem to land a hit on her father. "But Papa, how will I ever inherit the dojo, if I can't land a hit on you?" Sapphire shouted as she stomped her feet, leaving a slight crack on the ground. Naruto sighed at that. "What have I told you about doing that?" Naruto questioned, pointing at the floor. She blinked as she looked down and blushed in embarrassment. This wasn't the first time she had done that, but each time she didn't realize it. She frowned as she looked down in shame. Her father taught her everything and she took what he taught her to heart, and yet she had nothing to show for it. She felt like such a failure. "Haim." Her father broke her out of her self-doubt as he set a hand on her head. She looked up, not even realizing that she had small tears forming. "I'm such an failure, Papa," she started, but Naruto smiled sadly at her. He could empathize with her and what she was feeling. He knelt down and looked at her with warmth in his eyes. "Haim, did you know that when I was in the academy, I was a failure, the bottom of the class?" Naruto said as Sapphire looked at him in shock. Her father, a failure? Impossible. Ever since she could remember, her father was like an idol to her. He was strong, determined, and unbeatable. No, there wasn't a reality where he was a failure. Naruto saw the look in her eyes before chuckling. "But I never gave up. I worked hard, trained day and night to become what I am today." Naruto offered as Sapphire slowly nodded at his words before she spoke. "Does that mean I will have to train day and night as well?" she questioned him, but Naruto shook his head. "Haim, I would never ask of you that. For me it was different. I wanted to become strong, to be acknowledged and respected. Other than taking over the dojo, what do you want, Haim?" Naruto questioned her as she thought about it. She knew why. She knew exactly why she wanted to do this. She looked away in slight embarrassment. "Papa, I'm not as smart as Minato or Aqua Ni, and I'm not as pretty as Ruby Ne. Everyone at school just calls me a freak because of how strong I am." She vented as she listed off her flaws. Compared to her siblings, she felt inadequate. "I want you to be proud of me, and I don't want Mama to hate me for choosing a different path." She let out as she averted her gaze from her father. She knew how stupid she sounded. After all, her parents. She was broken out of her thoughts as she was pulled into a hug. "Silly girl, I will always be proud of you, no matter what. And your mother could never hate you. She loves you. She loves all her little babies," as she put it. Naruto whispered to her as he heard her sob lightly. Naruto smiled sadly. When he was young, he had wished for moments like this. For his parents to comfort him. Now, he would be here for his children, no matter what. "And you're still so young, Haim. You have such a long life ahead of you, and no matter what, your family will always be here for you." Naruto finished as she wiped her tears and smiled at him. Yes, he would always be there for them. An hour later, Naruto sighed as he let the water run down his face as his thoughts were currently preoccupied with his children. He chuckled slightly as he recalled the day they brought Minato home from the hospital after he was born. Ruby had not ceased dotting over her little brother, and Sapphire, who slept in the same crib as him, clung to her little brother like he was her lifeline. "Fair warning, a bit of lime. Seems like you have something good on your mind," he heard his wife whisper into his ear as she stepped into the shower. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he turned to face her as the water rained down on the two. "Oh, showering with me at this hour? How bold of you," Naruto pointed out as she giggled as she claimed his lips. Her breasts pressed up to his chest as she ran her hands through his hair. Naruto broke the kiss as he rested his forehead on hers and stared deep into her eyes. "The kids won't be back till later," and Sapphire went over to her friends. "We are all alone," she trailed off as she made circles on his chest right where his heart was. Naruto grinned as his hand traveled down and squeezed his lover's butt. I let out a lewd moan at that as she looked at him, eyes half open as she enjoyed his company. Well, in that case, Naruto whispered into her ear, sending shivers down her spine. She loved it when he did that, and even after all these years, he was very good at it. She jumped slightly as she felt his member between her folds. Naru-kun, she moaned as she kept kissing him. She had one thought as they had a hot and steamy make-out session in the shower. Thank you, Icha. Show tactics. She thanked that particular volume of the book. Her defense was that she wanted to learn more tactics to use with her beloved. Limend, you pervs. We're home. The two were brought out of their make-out session as they heard Ruby's voice. I sighed as she separated. She thought that had more time, but before she left the shower, Naruto pulled her back and gave her one last passionate kiss before he parted. We'll finish this later, Naruto whispered huskily in her ear. I shivered intensely at that as she felt her knees go bulk at that. He knew exactly just which buttons to push. I dumbly nodded as she walked out, her mind still on that kiss and of course, their hot make-out. With the twins. We're home, Ruby announced as the trio finally arrived home from their first day at school. As the trio took off their shoes, Aqua turned to look at the family photos that were right by the door. He smiled slightly at the collection of photos. One was a wedding picture of his mother and father, another with a newborn Minato. It was these photos and moments that reminded him of his goal, to protect his family. I will drag you out of the shadows, even if I have to do it on my own, he thought with a frown. Their mother never talked about their biological father, and he knew why. The man was never in their life, never wanted to be a father. Beyond being their biological father, he meant nothing to Ai or the twins. So, she thought it was best to leave that part of her life behind. As far as she was concerned, Naruto was her first love and only love. Welcome back. How was your first day? His mother's voice broke him out of his thoughts as he turned down the hallway and saw their mother emerge from her room. It was good, Ka-sama. Minato replied with a smile as Ai smiled at her youngest and pulled him into a hug. Oh, Minato-kun. You don't need to be so formal with your family, Ai spoke as Minato returned her hug and shook his head. I could never, Ka-sama. Minato responded. I sighed at that before she returned, she smiled warmly at him. You're so much like your grandfather. Ai pointed out as Aqua raised an eyebrow at that. He knew who his father's parents were, so he knew whom Minato was named after. However, he didn't know exactly what his grandfather was like. Ka-sama. What was Oji-sama like? Minato questioned shyly, asking the question on Aqua's mind. I hummed at that as she closed her eyes and smiled. He was a great man who loved his son, your father, very much. He was your father's hero. I spoke as Minato's chest swelled with pride at being told that he was named after such a great man. Your grandfather was a good man. He always fought to protect the ones he loved, especially your grandmother, she pointed out with a cheeky smile as Minato blinked at that. Now even Ruby was interested. What was Oba-sama like? Minato questioned, this time, about his grandmother. I chuckled at his questions, though she had no reason to deny them the answer. Where to start? She had your father's personality, which perfectly matched her red hair. I started as Ruby's eyes widened at that. Grandmother had red hair? Ruby shouted, causing Ai to blink in surprise before nodding. Yes, why? I questioned her daughter, who huffed at that as she pouted. We ran into a redhead at school today, Ruby responded as she threw Minato a glance, who only blushed at being reminded of the redhead. I blinked before she turned to look at Minato, before back to Ruby and back and forth before she realized it and began to laugh. Oi! What's so funny? Naruto questioned as he walked down the hall, drying his hair. I turned to look at her husband and gave him a sly look before she once more pulled Minato into a hug. Our baby boy here has a thing for redheads. I teased, causing Minato's face to go completely red. Ka-sama, he pleaded politely, but his mother just laughed. Naruto chuckled as well as he walked up to them. This isn't a joke, mama. The redhead was really rude. Ruby spoke, not approving of who Minato was interested in. Naruto just shook his head. Well, just because she was a redhead doesn't mean she is like your grandmother. Naruto pointed out as he recalled meeting his mother and learning more about her from the people who knew her. Was grandmother a feisty redhead that was very much confident in her skills and who also took no criticism of her? Ruby questioned as she recalled how Kana very much boasted about her skills as a famous child actor during class after they met up again. Naruto blinked as he thought about that. His mother was very much confident in her abilities. She also wasn't shy when it came to fighting back against bullies. Well, kind of, Naruto answered, causing Ruby to despair as she grabbed Minato by both of his shoulders and looked at him. Minato-kun, I do not approve of Kana. Ruby declared, looking at him with a crazed look. She will not have her precious baby brother corrupted by that witch. Minato's sweat dropped at that. All he did was meet the girl. Baka, leave him alone, Aqua called out as he walked past the two. He was hungry and Ruby was just being unreasonable. Oh, my baby boy. Already shattering hearts. I gushed while Ruby was in denial and poor Minato was caught in the crossfire. Naruto chuckled nervously at his family's antics. What? Minato has a girlfriend. No fair, and then there was Sapphire. The said girl came rushing down the hall that connected the dojo, not realizing that she had blown the whole thing out of proportion. He does not, Ruby shouted at her, but Sapphire pushed past Ruby, and once again she had accidentally put too much strength in her push. Ruby was sent flying as she collided with the wall and felt her soul leaving her body. And not again, Ruby grunted as I went to her downed daughter and helped her up. Minato Baka. I thought you were going to marry me, Sapphire cried out to him as she shook him back and forth. The whole family's sweat dropped at that, even Aqua whose eye twitched as he looked back. He had long concluded that his family was strange. Between his parents' secrets, Sapphire's usual strength, Minato's high intelligence, and Ruby being a sis and a bro-con, despite her denial of it. Yeah, his family was strange, but he cracked a smile at that. And I wouldn't have it any other way, he thought as he headed into the kitchen. He wanted to get some food before he went over to Gatanda's house to do his part-time work as an editor. He much preferred that line of work, even if he had at first done so for other reasons. Later that night, Naruto hummed as he went over the first few rough pages of his novel. His first original work was going to be based on his father's life. After he had consulted with he finally decided to start work on it. He sighed as he put the pages away. So, when will you tell Sapphire and Minato of their chakra? I broke him out of his thought as she lay next to him in their bed. Naruto blinked at that before he frowned. To be honest, I want them to lead a normal life for as long as they can. Naruto pointed out as I nodded. She wanted a normal life for them too. For them to follow their dreams. I know, but Naru-kun, I have spent 11 wonderful years with you, and I want countless more. She spoke as she cuddled next to him as he stroked her hair. When you first told me that they'd have to learn eventually, to protect themselves and others, I was afraid, terrified even. I didn't want them to be seen as monsters like you were when you were young. She reasoned as Naruto nodded. I know, but my mother once told me that to overcome hate, you must fill yourself with love. We are their parents, and our love for our children is unconditional. I'd kill for them, you know that? Naruto questioned her as she nodded. Naruto was a shinobi and as he had once said, shinobi endured. Naruto was willing to sacrifice his own life if it meant their children could live. I know, she trailed off as she closed her eyes and listened to his heartbeat as her own synced with his. The two were truly destined to be with each other, soulmates as she had once put it. I'll tell them when they are 13 years old. It's better that they start learning when they are still young than later. Naruto answered, to which I nodded. Yes, that would be fine. No matter what awaited their two youngest, they would always be there for them, no matter what. The two slowly began to drift into sleep in each other's arms, well, arms in Naruto's case. Mama, Papa, they were broken out of their impending slumber as they both turned left to the door and their eyes widened at the sight. There, standing at the door to their room stood Sapphire, who had a terrified look on her face as two golden chains swayed left and right. The girl looked extremely terrified as tears rolled down her eyes. What is happening to me? She let out as her eyes grew heavy before started to fall forward. Naruto quickly appeared before her and gently caught her as I came rushing up to the two and took her daughter into her arms. Is she okay? She answered Naruto, extremely worried. Naruto put a hand on his daughter's forehead, noticing her ragged breathing before he nodded. She'll be fine. I think the seal could no longer suppress her growing chakra and it finally broke. She's just tired from drawing the chakra. Naruto explained as he sighed before he pulled at his hair. This is all my fault. I should have taken precautions. Naruto blamed himself, but I grabbed his hand, forcing him to look at her. She gave him a stern, but loving look. Stop it, this isn't your fault. Our daughter needs us now more than ever, so, please, don't abandon us now. I called out to him, causing him to widen his eyes as he hugged his wife and daughter. I would never. I could never abandon you or the kids. Naruto declared as she smiled before she looked down at her sleeping daughter and smiled. You were always the one to rush things. From your birth to now this, she said with a small chuckle. Just like your father. She finished, causing Naruto to sweat drop at that. Their daughter had just unknowingly broken the seal and accessed her chakra once more, and she still found the time to make light of it. He sighed but smiled. This was the woman he had fallen in love with, married, and had children with. And he wouldn't have it any other way. When she wakes up tomorrow, we'll explain everything to her, Naruto stated, causing Ai to nod. They had already decided to tell all their children the truth about Naruto and his origin when they were old enough to understand. Now Sapphire would have to keep that secret as well until her siblings were old enough. Ai sighed as she looked down at her daughter's sleeping form. The said girl snored away without a care in the world. Mama, is Sap-chan okay? Ruby asked in worry. She turned to look at her other 3 children, who were preparing to go to school. They had learned that their sister had come down with a cold, as a cover for what actually happened. This instantly made the trio worried for their sister. Ruby and Minato were worried sick even more so. She doesn't look sick. Aqua thought to himself as he observed her. He knew what a cold looked like, and that was not a cold. He looked at his mother and could tell that she was extremely worried, so he didn't say anything. He trusted his parents far too much to question them about this. He believed that eventually, they would tell him the truth about it. I hope she gets better soon. Ruby prayed with worry. She loved her little sister greatly, and if anything happened to her or any of her siblings for that matter, she didn't know what she would do. She'll be fine, dear. Now you 3 better head out or else you'll be late. I spoke as she stood up and pulled them all in a hug. She closed her eyes and basked in their presence. I love you all, so very much, she said lovingly, catching them all by surprise, not that they were complaining. I love you too, Ka-sama. Minato spoke as he smiled at her and returned the hug. Ruby also happily returned the hug while Aqua was simply embarrassed by it, but he smiled, nonetheless. She pulled back and gave them a motherly smile before they said their goodbyes and left. I let out a content sigh as she sat back down next to where her daughter lay. Mama, Sapphire muttered as I leaned closer. Sapphire's eyes slowly opened as she looked at her mother, and Ai's worries intensified as she saw the look in her daughter's eyes. She was afraid. Mama, am I a freak? She muttered as Ai's eyes went wide at that. What was she talking about? Everyone at school other than Tomo-chan thinks I'm a freak, and after last night, I think I am. She spoke, her voice descended into a whisper as tears began to roll down her cheek. She didn't want to look at her mother, she didn't want to see her disgusted look. Sap-chan, my sweet baby girl. You are not a freak. You are Sapphire Uzumaki, you are my daughter. Your gift doesn't make you a freak, it makes you unique. I spoke up as she smiled sadly at her daughter before she pulled a few strands of her daughter's hair back. Mama, Sapphire spoke as she turned to face her mother, the tears now openly flowing down her cheeks as she looked at her mother. There was no look of hate or disgust that she imagined, only a warm smile that she knew her mother always had. I know what it feels like, to be pointed at, laughed at. As a child, I was called a mistake by others. Other kids used to make fun of me for the fact that I didn't have a father, and my mother was, well, not a mother at all. She spoke as she watched her daughter's eyes widen at that. For the longest time, all she knew about her mother was that she was a successful idol before having her and marrying her father. She had always assumed that her mother's life was simple before that. I'm sorry, Sap-chan. I was so busy with everything else that I failed to notice that you were suffering in silence. I let out as she silently sobbed. How could she not see how her daughter was feeling? No, Mama. It's not your fault. Her daughter shouted as she sat up from her bed and hugged her, taking Ai by surprise. Sap-chan? She questioned as she felt her daughter's tears fall onto her shoulders. I always kept it all bottled up. I thought that you wouldn't love me if I wasn't like you, like Ruby Nay. So, I never said anything, because I didn't want you to hate me. She finished, venting out her feelings. I gasped as she heard those words before she smiled. She was truly her daughter. She hugged her back as she rested one of her hands on her head. Sap-chan, I could never hate you, not now, not ever. Just because you want to follow your own path doesn't mean I will hate you for it. I will always support you, no matter what. She told her daughter, who only cried hard at that. Those were the same words her father told her. Now she felt stupid for doubting them. I hope I'm not intruding. I looked and saw Naruto leaning at the doorframe, a smile on his face. Papa, Sapphire called out as she turned to face her father. Naruto chuckled as she walked over to them and sat down from across them before his face adopted a serious look. I know you're scared of what happened the other night. Naruto started as Sapphire flinched but nodded. She remembered feeling strange, and then she heard the rattling of chains, golden chains. Before I tell you about what you experienced, I'll have to first tell you about my origins, the truth. However, what I tell you today, You must never tell anyone else. Naruto spoke firmly. Sapphire looked nervous. She had never seen her father this serious, but she nodded. I won't, she responded as Naruto nodded to himself. The truth is, that I am from a different world. Naruto spoke as Sapphire looked at him before she blinked and nervously chuckled. Whatever she expected, that was not it. It's true, Sap-chan. Your father is a shinobi from a different world. Her mother spoke up as Sapphire now looked utterly baffled at that. Another world? So, were you hit by a truck? She questioned, causing Naruto to sweat drop. Damn animes. And no, contrary to what animes these days depict, I wasn't hit by a truck. Your old man isn't stupid enough to be sent to another world by a truck like some anime protagonist. Naruto spoke as he waved off that idea before he got back on track. No, I was in a fight to the death against an old friend. In his last moments, he cast me into this world. That also how I lost my arm. Naruto spoke as he waved the stump of his right arm. From where I come from, we possess chakra, and chakra allows us to do many things. Naruto spoke as he brought his left hand forward and opened it as a sphere of blue shining rotating wind began to form. Sapphire looked in awe as she reached out to the sphere, but before she could grab it, it slowly vanished. Don't. That is a very dangerous attack that can cut through a tree in half. Naruto spoke as she slowly nodded. Naruto then smiled as he took hold of her small hand. You, my Haim, inherited your grandmother adamantine sealing chains when you accessed your chakra when you were born. Naruto finished as she looked at him, eyes widening. I have chakra, she reasoned, to which Naruto nodded. Unlike your little brother, you were born within 7 months. You were in such a rush to be born. I said with a giggle as Sapphire blushed in embarrassment. And when you were born, you unknowingly accessed your chakra and manifested them, Naruto added as Sapphires looked at them. This was all so hard to wrap around her head. Have you ever wondered why you were always so strong? It was your chakra. You are an Uzumaki, and Uzumakis were known for their massive chakra reserves. Even after sealing your chakra, it still conditioned your body to be strong. You are not a freak, Haim, you are gifted. Naruto finished as he smiled at his daughter. But then how come I never had this happen before until now? She questioned her father. Naruto hummed before he pointed at her stomach. As I said, I had placed a seal on you to prevent you from using your chakra. I didn't want you to hurt yourself as a kid. We wanted you to lead a normal life for as long as you could have. Naruto answered as I nodded. But what about Minato? Does he have a seal on him too? She questioned, wondering if her little brother also had chakra. Yes. While Minato's pregnancy was normal, he didn't access his chakra when he was born. But I placed a seal on him nonetheless. Naruto answered as Sapphire slowly nodded before her mother hugged her from behind. My baby girl. You were like a maelstrom, just like your father, when you were born. Your baby brother on the other hand was so quiet when he was born that we were worried about him, but that's his nature. I gushed at her two youngest while Sapphire squirmed in her mother's hug. Naruto simply chuckled at the sight before he coughed in his hand to get her attention again. The seal is now broken. Your chakra simply grew too strong for it to hold. Now your chakra training begins. Naruto spoke. His daughter tilted her head at that. Chakra training? She questioned. She assumed that she would be able to control it automatically. Naruto nodded. This isn't an anime, Haim. You must train and control your chakra, otherwise, it can become a danger to you, to your loved ones, and to those around you. Naruto answered as she pouted. Her father knew how much she loved anime, and he was shattering all her expectations. Haim, I know that you might be scared, even terrified. I had hoped that you wouldn't have inherited chakra. Naruto apologized as he bowed his head. Sapphire couldn't believe that her father was apologizing to her. Don't apologize, Papa, it isn't your fault, she shouted as she caught him in a hug. There was nothing to apologize for in her view. Naruto was caught by surprise before he smiled. I said the same thing to him. You are just like your mother, Naruto said with a chuckle as he ruffled her hair. She pouted at that while I giggled. Seems like they were worried for nothing. Papa, see, can I tell the others? She questioned him, wanting to telling her brothers and sister about her abilities. Naruto hummed as he looked at his youngest daughter with a thoughtful look. He didn't want them to know until they were much older. He turned to look at his wife. What do you think, dear? Naruto questioned her as I thought about it. She wanted her children to lead a long, happy and normal life, but she knew that her family was anything but normal. Minato was already intelligent enough to understand, and Aqua and Ruby had always been very smart as well. I think it should be fine if we told them. I finally spoke. She had faith in her children, that they were understanding enough to learn the truth now. Then I'll tell them tomorrow morning during breakfast. Naruto spoke up as Sapphire smiled. She loved her siblings and she didn't want to keep such a thing a secret from them. While she understood her parents' reasoning, but she was confident that they were old enough to understand. A few hours later at the school, Ruby was a girl of many things, the biggest being a reincarnated soul who remembered her sad and pitiful life. She never had a family. Well, she did, but they never bothered with her. Heck, they didn't even show up on her last day on Earth. Still, she was blessed with a second chance at life, and what a second chance it was. She had a loving mother and father, a good, if annoying, older twin, and 2 cute younger siblings. It was all she had ever wanted. These girls, her eyes twitched as she watched the girls in her homeroom practically drooling over her younger brother, who was, bless his heart, too nice for his own good. Sure, they were also fawning over Aqua, but she wouldn't let these witches anywhere near her younger brother. Especially that Kana girl. Needless to say, she was very protective of her youngest sibling. Well, they all were. When he was born, he didn't even cry, as a baby should. He merely slept away his birth in their mother's arms. This naturally caused everyone to worry. Even if any doubts about his health were squashed away, Ruby never stopped worrying. She never wanted to see her siblings end up in the hospital like she was. She shook her head as she grew annoyed at how Minami Kotobuki and Frill Shiranui were talking with him. I might look up to them, but damn it, they need to back off, she hissed. Frill seemed genuinely curious about Minato, but that nature of her made her look like she was interested in him, while Minami's aloof nature failed to realize how to properly interact with the boy. She turned to look at her older brother, Aqua, who was currently talking to Kana. So, will you do it? She heard Kana ask him, causing her to raise an eyebrow. Do what? She didn't know, but Aqua agreed, and the look he had was, like he was back to being a kid. She sighed. She would never totally understand him. Just like her, he was also reincarnated, but the two never delved deeper into that can of worms other than what their genders were. Okay. Back it off. Ruby finally had enough as she came to her brother's defense. Clearly, he wasn't going to tell them to back off. No, he was too kind and polite. Frill raised an eyebrow at that. Oh, I didn't expect the daughter of the famed Naruto Uzumaki to be a brocon. She pointed out, not giving away any emotions. Ruby blushed at that comment. I am not a brocon. I am simply looking after my little brother, she denied, pulling Minato in a hug. Minato chuckled nervously at that. He was aware of how protective his older sister was. Ah, Ne-sama, can you please not be so protective? Minato said what he thought as Ruby felt like she had been stabbed. She knelt down, a rain cloud on her head as she drew circles on the floor. Not be protective, Minato-kun has been corrupted, she mumbled as everyone's sweat dropped at that. For someone who claimed they weren't a brocon, she sure was acting like one. Minato panicked at the sight of his sister being depressed. I didn't mean that, Ne-sama. You know I love you, right? Minato asked. That quickly cheered her up as she hugged him and rubbed her cheek with his. I knew you loved your older sister, she declared happily while Minato just chuckled nervously. Ruby. Why are you bothering Minato? Aqua chimed in with Kana next to him. When Minato saw Kana, he instantly blushed and looked away, and everyone but Kana caught that. Ruby frowned as she glared at Kana, who began to feel uncomfortable at the literal daggers that Ruby was throwing at her. Why are you looking at me like that? Kana shouted as she pointed at Ruby, who narrowed her eyes before she pouted and looked away. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I saw the famous child actor who could cry in 10 seconds flat, but it seems I was mistaken, baking soda girl. Ruby took a jab at her as Kana's eyebrow twitched. What did she do to her? Oh, and what are you supposed to be? I have never heard about you other than years ago on media. Kana fired back. Ruby gritted her teeth at that. I'm going to be an idol pretty soon, so, I guess I shouldn't take note of someone like you. After all, I'm bound to become famous. Ruby gloated coyly, causing Kana to ball her fists. Why that little? Please stop fighting with Arima-san, Ne-sama. Minato spoke as he stood in between the two, trying to break off any future conflict. He wanted his sister and Kana to get along, not fight. Ruby wanted to say something, anything really, but with Minato standing in her way she sighed and sat down. Minato nodded at her before he turned to look at Kana and gave her a smile, which caused her to blush. His smile was quite charming. I apologize for that, Arima-san. My sister can be very protective of her younger siblings. Please do not hold it against her. Minato once again apologized. Ruby just scoffed at that and looked away. Why was he apologizing to her? He shouldn't even be doing that. It's fine. I can't blame you for your sister's actions. Kana waved it off. Minato was much nicer than his sister, and she couldn't hold it against him. Minato smiled kindly at her and once again she blushed. Why was his smile so damn charming? Later that night, Sapphire concentrated her thoughts, as she tried to search for something, beads of sweat rolling off of her forehead. She groaned in frustration as she huffed. Why is this so hard? She let out as she heard her father chuckle. Well, you're trying to rediscover your chakra. The first time you accessed it, it was by accident, and you don't remember that because you were just a newborn. The second time was because the seal failed from the buildup of chakra. Naruto explained to her as she nodded and began to meditate again. For someone like her, meditation was a challenging concept. She was a fighter, and as such sitting still was something she did not like to do a whole lot. Papa, how did you access your chakra? She questioned him, to which he hummed. Well, I guess you could say I just sat down and focused in on it. He answered as he tried to recall. If he was being honest, he didn't even remember the specifics of it. Everyone discovered their chakra in their own unique ways, some by accident, others in life and death moments. But what does it feel like? She questioned him once more. Naruto hummed as he closed his eyes and felt his chakra. It was warm, like a ray of sunshine, and full of life. Naruto tried to explain as she closed her eyes and began to search for that feeling. She calmed her breathing, as the world around her slowly began to vanish, leaving her surrounded by nothing but darkness. She opened her eyes as she looked around the vast void before she saw something shining off in the distance. Walking towards it, she saw a sphere, a golden sphere floating in the middle of the darkness. As this, she said to herself as she reached out to it. It was warm, just like her father had described his own chakra. The sphere resonated with her as she finally laid a hand on it, and just then it shone brightly as the darkness was banished, leaving nothing, a vast open plain as far as her eye could see. She marveled at the sight, an experience she had never experienced before. So, this is my chakra, she let out as she closed her eyes and let it all in. It was so calm, welcoming, refreshing, and liberating. She opened her eyes and noticed that she was back in the dojo, her father smiling at her. Seems like you found it, Naruto pointed out, to which she nodded. Yes, she had indeed. And now came the hard part, training in utilizing and controlling it. Breakfast in the Uzumaki household was usually a lively affair. Ruby and Sapphire would be laughing and talking about their day or what they did the day before. Aqua would make sly remarks whenever he got the chance to, which would set Ruby off at times. Minato would typically just smile through the interactions while eating his food, preferring to just sit and watch. However, today was a different story. For some reason, the tension in the atmosphere today was so thick that you could cut it with a knife. Sapphire said nothing as she kept glancing at their parents. Minato meanwhile was as quiet as ever, almost too quiet. Ruby's eyes kept twitching, wondering what was going on. Aqua, like Minato, was also quiet.
Kids, before you all head out today, there is something your mother and I would like to tell you. Naruto finally spoke as I brought a hand to her mouth and giggled slightly while Ruby's eyes widened before she stood up and pointed at the two.
I knew it. You're pregnant again. Ruby accused them as the whole room went silent. Sapphire almost choked on her food, while Aqua sighed and Minato just looked amused. He wouldn't mind a younger sibling. Naruto blinked as he turned to a giggling eye but sighed. No, your mother isn't pregnant, Naruto answered. Ruby blinked at that before she chuckled nervously and sat back down, completely embarrassed. Minato chuckled at his sister's embarrassment, though he would be lying if he said he wasn't disappointed. You shouldn't jump to conclusion, Ruby. Aqua chimed in as he smirked slightly as he saw her glare at him. Aqua 10, Ruby 0. Ado-sama, what was it that you wanted to talk about? Minato asked, bringing the conversation back on track. Naruto sighed at his youngest. Ever the observant one he was. Naruto knew that his son had truly taken after his grandfather, while his daughter had taken after her grandmother. He chuckled at the irony of the fact that the golden chains had completely skipped him and were instead inherited by his youngest daughter. Yes. Well, I guess there's no easy way to say this. Naruto started as everyone, but Sapphire leaned in to hear what he had to say. His face was serious and so was his voice. Ruby gulped as she thought of what they had to say, driving her mind insane. Aqua noticed that Sapphire was nowhere near as interested as the rest of them were. Your father is from a different world. I spoke casually as Naruto almost slipped as he looked at his wife with an accusing look. She in return maintained a teasing smile. Everyone at the table looked at the two like they were insane. Well, everyone but Sapphire and surprisingly Minato. Ha 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 ha. Nice joke, mama. Ruby laughed as she waved her off. Who knew her mother was a good jokester? Aqua meanwhile narrowed his eyes. Had he still been alive as a doctor, he would have dismissed such a claim and called the person a lunatic. He had the same opinion in regard to reincarnation. He didn't believe in it, but after being reborn, with all of his memories, his opinion changed drastically. The mysteries of the supernatural were just that to him, mysteries. So, to hear that someone was from a different world didn't seem so far-fetched to him now. Apparently, Ruby had forgotten that fact. It's not a joke, Ruby. Your father is indeed from a different world. Irie stated as she smiled at her daughter. Ruby looked at her mother, searching for any deceit in her eyes, and she found none. She sank back into her seat as she tried to process it all. How long have you known? She questioned her mother. If her mother was serious and calm, it meant that she knew and had proof of it as well. I have known since the Dome event. I answered while Naruto nodded. Ruby for her part was surprised by that. She had expected her father to not tell of such a thing until much later. Naruto saw her confusion and sighed. When I realized that I loved your mother, I told her the truth the day before. I didn't want to deceive her about my origin. Naruto spoke, remembering that day. Oh, I remember that day. You confessed on TV. Ruby pointed with a grin while her mother blushed at that. Sapphire and Minato looked intrigued by that statement. They never knew how their parents got together. The subject was never brought up. Back to the subject. Are you some kind of alien? Aqua questioned his father. Naruto shook his head. No, I'm not an alien. I'm as human as you. You see, I come from a different world where I was a shinobi. Naruto answered as Aqua's and Ruby's eyes widened. As in a ninja? Ruby questioned. Her father was a ninja? Yes. I was trained from a young age to become a shinobi of the village hidden in the leaf. Naruto answered as I frowned at that. She couldn't fathom a world where they taught children how to fight and be assassins. Aqua for his part thought about what his father had just said, and the pieces slowly started to fall into place. Back home we have learned to utilize our chakra, which consists of a mix of your body and mind energies if you will. It allows us to achieve things that look superhuman by this world's standard. Naruto continued, explaining what chakra was. The twins were paying close attention, while Minato calmly finished his food. Why tell us this now? Aqua questioned him. Naruto pointed towards Sapphire. Because when Haim was born, she managed to access her chakra, Naruto answered. Ruby quickly looked at her sister, feeling a bit betrayed that she hadn't told her. Ruby, your sister didn't know until yesterday. I intervened. She didn't want her children doubting each other now. Ruby, her sister, nodded to her nervously and she felt guilty for thinking along those lines. How could she doubt her little sister like that? Sorry, Sap-chan. Ruby apologized but her sister just shook her head. It's okay. Ruby nay. Sapphire spoke. But then how did we never notice the fact that she had this chakra? Aqua pointed out. If she had chakra, surely, she could have utilized it, as she did accidentally when she was born. Because I sealed it with the help of seals. Naruto simply responded as the twins just looked at him. Why the hell did this sound like some anime? Can you demonstrate what this chakra is? Otto-sama? Minato finally spoke up. He reasoned that he himself possessed this chakra. Naruto nodded as he brought his hand forward and generated a Rasengan. Sapphire was once again mesmerized by it, despite it being the second time she had seen it. The twins were blown away by such a display. He wasn't joking about superhuman. They both thought as they wanted the blue sphere slowly dissipated. Minato seemed calm as he nodded to himself. Minato-kun, you seem pretty calm. Ruby spoke up after breaking out of her trance. Minato returned a smile as he pointed at his stomach, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. Well, I did notice some sort of drawing on my stomach about a year ago. I guess that's the seal Otto-sama was talking about. Minato responded as Naruto and I looked at their youngest in surprise. He could already see the seal. You knew Minato? Naruto questioned but his son shook his head as he looked down. I didn't know about chakra, but I was aware of this seal. I had no idea what it meant, but now that you have explained it, it makes sense. But why did you seal our chakra? Minato questioned his father. The twins turned to look at their father. Yes, why did he do it? Naruto sighed as he leaned into his chair. Because I had hoped that you two would have led a normal life for as long as possible. You must realize, chakra is not just some power. It comes with its own danger. Unlike the people of this world, you need chakra, you need it to survive. If you run out of it, you die. Naruto answered seriously, putting the children on edge, but Aqua caught something. You said that people in this world don't need chakra, does that mean we don't have it? He questioned. Naruto took in a deep breath and nodded. Yes. For whatever reason, humans in this world do not possess chakra at all. I'm not sure how that is possible, since everything I know about chakra says that all life requires some amount of it to live. He answered as he pointed towards Minato and Sapphire. Is it because they're your real children? Ruby questioned, her voice barely a whisper, but they all heard it. Yes. Naruto responded. There was no way around this. The fact was that Sapphire and Minato are Naruto and Ai's children, they had his blood. But he could see the hurt in Ruby's eyes. Naruto had never made them feel like they were worth less than their younger siblings. He stood up and walked over to his eldest daughter before he kneeled and got to her eye level. Ruby. Naruto started, but she just looked away, but Naruto sighed as he brought his hand up to her head and ruffled her hair. It doesn't matter if you have chakra or not, my blood or not. You will always be my daughter. Never forget that. Please, look at me. Naruto called out to her as she slowly turned to face him. Naruto could see it, the hurt in her eyes. He closed his eyes as he focused his chakra around where his right arm should be. Slowly, a golden energy started to form and take the shape of an arm. I knew what he was doing. He had done that once before after one of their dates. Flashback. Naruto-kun. Ai spoke up as the two cuddled in their bed, enjoying each other's company. Her head was gently nestled in his chest as she ran her hand over it, feeling all the muscles and the scars. Yes? Naruto responded, as he looked down at her with a raised eyebrow. You said that chakra can do a lot of things, why didn't you use it to grow another arm? She questioned innocently, causing Naruto to chuckle lightly. Ai-chan. Chakra can do many things, but even chakra has its limits. Regrowing lost limbs is a very specialized field that is often achieved either by people who have achieved a high level in the chakra medical field or clans that have bloodlines that allow them, and even then, it's super rare. He answered, while he doubts that it would have been impossible for him to get a new arm. After all, Tsunade was a miracle worker. If she could fix Lee's legs, which everyone had written off as lost for good, then she could most likely find a way to get him an arm. Oh, I responded rather sadly, which Naruto picked up on. He sat up in the bed as he leaned back and pulled her into his lap, taking her by surprise. What's wrong, love? Naruto asked softly as he whispered into her ear. I sighed as she looked at where his right hand should have been. It's just that, it hurts seeing you like this sometimes, she answered. He had told her how he had lost his arm, and she could see that sometimes he felt that phantom pain and she didn't like it. Not one bit. Naruto hummed before an idea came to his head. Would you like to hold my right hand? He questioned her, causing her to blink and look at him. Huh, was her intelligent response. Naruto chuckled at that. She looked cute when she was confused. He closed his eyes as he focused on his chakra as it came to life, enveloping his right forearm as the chakra traveled down, form a golden arm. She gasped as she looked at it. She could tell it wasn't skin, it looked different, felt different. This is a chakra arm. I'm using a combination of my and the sage's chakra to construct it. I'm sure you can tell why I don't just use this all the time. Naruto pointed out. Someone walking around with a golden shining arm. Yeah, like that wasn't going to draw attention. He saw as she simply marveled at the golden hand. If you want to touch it, go ahead. Naruto encouraged her as she moved her right hand to his as she tenderly interlocked hers with his. It was so warm and comforting. And as she closed her eyes and listened to his heartbeat, she felt it. She experienced everything that he had. His pain, his suffering, his sadness, his triumphs, his happiness, and his love. It was as if she had peered into his mind and soul, saw his past, and she felt emotions like she had never felt before. I'm so sorry, Naru-kun, she let out as a single tear rolled down her cheek. She hadn't even realized that she had begun to cry. Naruto smiled sadly as he wiped her tear away. He had shared with her his past, his feelings. Why your life must have been so rough, she spoke as she leaned up to him as she rested her forehead to his. How can they have treated him like this? He was just a child. Naruto shook his head. And I'd go through all that all over again. Naruto responded as looked into her eyes with nothing but love. Why? She muttered. Why would anyone want to go through what he did? All that pain, suffering, and loneliness? Naruto leaned his lips closer to hers. Because I met you. His lips sealed her as he pulled her into a passionate kiss. She melted into it as the two kissed for what seemed like forever. Flashback end. She sighed as she went down memory lane. After that day she knew then and there that Naruto was the one. Call her a hopeless romantic, but he was her other half, her soulmate. Ruby. Remember what I told you 12 years ago when you were just 4? This is my chakra. Take a hold of my hand and see just how much I love you. Naruto urged her, almost pleading with her. She slowly brought her hand in his and her eyes widened as she felt it and more. Papa, she let out as she began to cry before hugging him. How could she be such a fool? Of course, her papa loved her. Naruto hugged back as he let her cry. Ruby, I do not care if you are not my blood, you are still my daughter. The amount of love I feel for you is no greater or less than the one I feel for Aqua, Sapphire or Minato. I love you all equally, no matter if you have chakra or not, my blood or not. You are all my children. Never forget that. Naruto finished as she sniffled and nodded in his shoulder. He looked at Aqua who just looked away, causing him to chuckle. He could tell that Aqua had accepted that fact a long time ago. Thank you, dear. I thought with a smile. Watching her husband comfort her children brought her immense happiness. She knew that, despite their intelligence, they were still just children. And she wondered how her life would have been like without Naruto. She shuddered at that. She could, because she would have been dead. And the twins would have been all alone. To be honest, when you said you were from a different world I thought you would be some kind of shape-shifting alien or something. Aqua joked, trying to lighten the mood. The whole room went quiet. Even Ruby stopped crying as they all looked at him. He raised an eyebrow at that. What? Aqua questioned. Ni-sama, you just joked. Minato pointed out as everyone nodded. They didn't know Aqua was even capable of jokes. He was always so serious. And, even I know jokes. Aqua countered, to which everyone shook their heads. No way, Oni-chan. Ruby spoke up as everyone nodded. This might be the first time they had heard him joke. Aqua sighed as he leaned back into his chair and crossed his arm. Just because his thoughts were preoccupied with other things most of the time doesn't mean he didn't know how to joke. This is ridiculous, he muttered as everyone began to laugh. He allowed himself a small smile. Well, at the very least they cheered up a bit. The laughter soon died down as Naruto once more grabbed their attention. Listen, kids, now that you know about this, you must never tell this to anyone. That goes double for Sapphire and Minato. Only share this with your family and the person you love. Naruto said, warned with a grin as Sapphire and Minato blushed. While Sapphire wasn't interested in anyone right now, Minato however was. Kana-san, Minato thought with a blush. He glanced at his father and mother and wondered if his love life would be as strong as theirs was. He shook his head at the thought. But Papa, you're from a different world with superpowers. Why would you want to hide that? Ruby questioned, not really thinking of the ramifications. Aqua sighed. Must she always act first and think second? Ruby, think of how the world would react when they realize a literally superhuman from a different world was living here. I asked her daughter as Ruby blinked before she chuckled nervously. She didn't want her papa to become an experiment. Well, anyways, I heard someone is on track to becoming an idol. Naruto brought up. Ruby instantly blushed and giggled. I was over at Strawberry Productions the other day and gave my audition. Ruby answered, causing Ai to raise an eyebrow. When she had official quite as an idol, her group had lingered on for a while, but over the years it had broken up and many of the girls had already retired or went off to do other things. I thought Strawberry Productions was mostly dealing with managing internet personalities and your work. She questioned Naruto, who nodded. Naruto had opted to work thought Ichigo and his company, mainly because he was the only one he trusted. Well, they don't have an idol group to manage anymore, so they'll have to build one up, but Ichigo-san told me that they should be able to. Ruby said with confidence. She would help build a new idol group if it came down to it. Aqua simply sighed. He didn't like the fact that she was trying to be an idol, but he couldn't stop her. No, that would go against what his father had told them. Why Strawberry Productions? I'm sure with your name you could have gone to any company. I asked, curious. There were far larger and more established companies that managed multi-idol groups that were very well known. Compared to them, Strawberry Productions lacked an idol department. Ruby shifted in her chair before she responded. Because I want to be like you. I want to be the greatest idol ever and reform your old group. Ruby answered embarrassingly. She was sure that her mother found her reason to be silly. That's wonderful, Ruby. Your father and I will be your first fans, I exclaimed happily. She didn't care if her daughter wanted to be an idol or not, she would support her regardless. Really? Ruby questioned in surprise as she got up. Her mother nodded before she gave Naruto a knowing look. You may not know this, but I still have my old idol outfit, she said as she wiggled her eyebrows at Naruto, who blushed immensely. Ruby tilted her head in confusion while Aqua choked on the water he was drinking. Too much information, Ka-san. he shouted as he stood up and walked off. I giggled at her eldest's reaction while Ruby just looked confused. Minato excused himself and dragged Sapphire away, who was going to open her mouth and ask what her mother meant. Ruby glanced at her father, who was a blushing mess, and then at her mother, whose giggling had evolved into laughter. I still don't get it, Ruby said before she too left the kitchen, leaving her parents to their antics. Yes, her family sure was strange. Aqua hummed as he leaned into the wall of an abandoned warehouse of sorts. Kana was apparently starring in a TV drama of sorts. Sweet Today, he recalled the name. He didn't really care much for the show. Apparently, it was a famous manga of sorts and was soon adapted into a drama. However, with what he was seeing, this must be why Otto-san maintains such strict control over his work, he mumbled to himself. From what he had read in the manga and from what he was seeing, the show did a massive disservice to the manga. If anything, the show was just one big advertisement for the male leads. Kana herself was almost an afterthought. And the author did not like what she saw. Yoriko Kichijoji, he recalled. The look of horror on her face, when she saw what had become of her work, was very much warranted. The producer had taken her work and made it into a shameless advertisement after all. Masaya Kaburagi, what do you know? Aqua thought almost darkly. Masaya was someone whom his mother had worked with in the past before they were born. The only reason he had even accepted the role of a stalker of all people in this show was to get close to this man. He needed clues on who his biological father was. He couldn't go to his mother and ask. Clearly, she didn't want anything to do with the man. And while he could have gone to his adopted father, he didn't. Aqua knew that his father was a shinobi, and he knew what that meant. His adopted father was trained to be an assassin. And while he could easily hunt down the man, far easier than he ever could, he couldn't ask the man to do such a thing. This was his own personal vendetta. I made a promise to protect my family, even my Otto-san. He chuckled slightly at how foolish he sounded. His father was practically a superhuman, but Aqua realized that he himself had too much pride to drag his family into this. He wanted to protect them, and the biggest threat that stood in his way was his biological father. If the man tried killing his mother before, then what were the chances that he would try again? Even after all these years? No, he needed to be sure. And through Masaya, he would acquire the information he needed. Uzumaki, your scene's up, Aqua broke out of his thought as he was called out. He nodded to himself as he got into his character. He noticed how the staff practically treated him like he was some kind of VIP. He could reason why too. His father was a famous author and had many current TV dramas, some movies, and heck, even an anime or two based on his work. He knew just how wealthy his family was. He was sure that his father had accumulated enough wealth to last multiple generations of their family. And yet, no one really knew from looking at their family lifestyle. She's not even trying, Aqua thought as he played his role. Kana put no effort into her role. She already knew her role, and this was just a stand-in. Just a girl they needed for the boys to fight over. They were the real stars of this show, and it was reflected in Kana's acting. Cut. The director called out. He sighed at that. The scene wasn't well received by the man. Apparently in this scene, the lead male role, played by Melt Narushima, was supposed to protect Kana from a stalker, which was played by him. I hate this, Aqua grumbled to himself. He needed to get on with his real objective, first to gather some DNA, and then try to build a relationship with Masaya. The more he knew the man, the more the man would reveal. But before he could do that, he noticed Kana, who just stared out into the rain. He sighed as he ruffled his hair. His father had far much of influence on him than he thought. You know, you should put more heart into it. Aqua spoke up as he approached her. Kana turned to look at him but chuckled. It was a hollow one. And what good will that do? I'm just an afterthought, she reasoned. Yes, that's what she was. And why do you think that? Aqua questioned. The first time they met she was very confident in her abilities, but now she just looked miserable. Because it's true. I'm just a washed-up child actor who can't even find good work. You already know that this show is only for the male roles. They didn't need some big-shot female actor to play this role. Besides, my contract is very cheap compared to what they could be paying, she explained with a sigh. Aqua narrowed his eyes at that. Yes, this was the entertainment world. It was ruthless, unforgiving, and cutthroat. That's not the Kana Arima I know. Aqua started as she blinked at him. What did he mean by that? Aqua slowly walked up to her with a serious face. You are a genius child actor. So, what if you can't find good roles now? What you do now here will define what you will be in the future. So, what if this show wasn't meant for the lead female role to shine? It's your job to make it so. Aqua advised as Kana's eyes widened at that. No one had ever told her that. She thought that she had peaked, that this was it. Her acting career was already over before it ever even began. So, give it your all. He finished before he turned and walked away, leaving her to ponder on what he had said. Arima-san. Kana heard as she turned around to find Minato waving at her. She blushed lightly as she looked at him. It seems like he didn't have an umbrella, so he had been caught in the rain. There was one thing she could tell. He must work out, a lot, she thought before she shook her head and looked around in worry. Ruby was very protective of her little brother, and she did not want to invoke her wrath by even thinking about it. She sighed in relief as Minato walked up to her. Arima-san? Are you okay? Minato questioned with worry as she shook her head. No, I'm fine. What are you doing here anyways? She questioned him as Minato chuckled sheepishly while rubbing his head. Ah, well, I overheard my Ni-sama talk about this dram and his role and about you being in it. I was just here to cheer the two of you on, Minato answered with a smile. Well, that was somewhat true. He really came here to see Kana. The said girl giggled a bit before smiling. Thank you, Minato-kun. She thanked him, causing him to blush at how she referred to him. No problem. Arima-san. Minato waved his hands. All he was doing was being supportive of her, nothing big. You know, Minato-kun, you don't have to be so formal with me. You can call me by my first name. Kana offered as Minato gulped at that. He had always been the polite and formal type. If it's okay with you, Kana-san, he responded, not wanting to sound more affectionate. As polite and formal as he was also pretty shy. Kana smiled at him, liking that better. Maybe Ruby won't just kill her after all. With Ruby. Ruby sneezed as she felt the need to beat something up, though she couldn't put a figure on what it was. Ruby, pay attention, she broke out her thoughts. Yes, Miyako-san. Ruby stuttered as she paid full attention to the women before her. Miyako sighed before she smiled. It seemed like yesterday since she had been taking care of the twins. I understand that you want to be an idol, like your mother used to be, but you understand that Strawberry Productions' idol department was gutted years ago after your mother's group fell apart. Miyako pointed out. Ruby nodded at that with a serious face. After her mother's departure from being an idol, her group immediately started to go on the decline without their poster girl. Eventually, they fell apart, with them going to different sectors of the industry. That would have been the end of Strawberry Productions, but thanks to her father's work and a shift in business model, Strawberry Productions managed to survive, if not thrive. I understand, but it must be Strawberry Productions, no one else. Ruby spoke firmly. She had a goal, an ambition, no, a dream. Miyako raised an eyebrow at that. And why is that? Miyako questioned her. She could tell that Ruby was as stubborn as her mother, and it seemed she had also inherited her adoptive father's resolve as well. Because this is where my mother started, where she began her work as an idol. I want to make a new Kamachi. She declared as Miyako's eyes widened at that before she smiled and chuckled. Of course, she should have known that would be the reason, she sighed. Well, it won't be easy work. We'll need to reform an idol department, find talent, sponsors and etc. Miyako spoke. Ichigo was mostly in charge of dealing Naruto's work, leaving her to deal with this. So, will you help me? Ruby questioned as Miyako nodded. Why would I not? I already know that you are plenty talented. I practically watched you grow up and learn everything about idol and what it meant to be one. Miyako answered before she was hugged by Ruby. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ba-chan. Ruby shouted in excitement while Miyako chuckled at her antics. Over the years, the woman had become a sort of grandmother to the Uzumaki children, and it showed. And I wouldn't hear the end of it from your parents if I turned you down, she added with a light-hearted chuckle. She did not want to face Naruto's wrath, not after what see him do to those who hurt his children. The pranks were one thing, but something about that man gave off a strange feeling when he was pissed. It's like look at death itself. She shuddered at the thought. She was glad that Naruto was a man of peace, for the most part. Well, anyways, we need to first scout out more talent. Can't make an idol group with just one idol. Miyako pointed out to Ruby, who frowned before she looked away. She did have someone on her mind. I hope this isn't a mistake, she thought to herself as her eye twitched as she thought of a certain redhead. Back home a few hours later, Sapphire huffed as she stared at the ceiling of the dojo. It was her day off from school and she had no club activities, so she spent the majority of the day training with her father. Don't exhaust yourself too much, Haim. You won't learn tree walking like this. Naruto called out from the sideline as he watched her train. He had started her out with simple chakra control exercises to get her used to using chakra and establishing control over it. She had been working tirelessly for the last few hours and he had deemed it fit to teach her tree walking. He chuckled when he showed her that he could walk up and down on vertical surfaces. What did she say it looked like? Spider-Girl or something? Naruto thought as he shook his head. Don't worry Papa. I'll definitely get a hang of this, she shouted as she stood back. Not only did she want to learn this today to impress her father, but it looked so badass. She took in a deep breath as she focused. Focus the chakra on the feet. Focus. She thought as she began to mold her chakra. Her father had explained to her how chakra can be utilized to increase speed and strength, and also to stick on surfaces like walls and even water. She stepped forward as she lifted her foot up and onto the wall and focused before she brought her other foot up and stuck. Now I gotta keep the control while I go up, she thought as she slowly walked forwards, her body now parallel to the ground. As she did, Naruto raised an eyebrow. Maybe not having Kurama's chakra made her control a lot better. He remembered how his control was so bad as a kid. I'm doing it. Sapphire muttered to herself as she approached the ceiling. This would be the next challenge, walking on the ceiling upside down while she fought against gravity and the blood rushing to her head. I can do this, she said defiantly, taking the next step as she now stood upside down and walked. This was so unreal to her. Watching the world upside, seeing her father sitting down on the floor smiling at her. Oh my, I didn't realize you progressed this far. Her mother's voice brought her attention to her as she walked into the dojo with her favorite dish, possible in the entire world. Rain, oh shish. She shouted as she lost focus and slipped. She closed her eyes as she waited for the harsh impact before it never came. Are you okay, Haim? Her father's voice called out. She opened her eyes and noticed that she had been caught by her father. She slowly nodded before pouting. I failed again. Sapphire muttered. Naruto raised his eyebrow at that. Failed? On the contrary, she succeeded. Haim, you learned to walk on vertical surfaces in a day. For someone who has just begun training in chakra, that's amazing progress. Naruto praised her as he ruffled her hair. He was proud of her. You think so? Sapphire questioned as Naruto nodded while I brought the ramen over. When your father learned this, it was far more brutal of an experience. I spoke up as Naruto happily took the ramen and began to practically devour it. He had to hand it to I. Her ramen was out of this world. Wow, really? Sapphire wanted to hear this. She wanted to hear almost anything and everything about her father's past, and her mother knew pretty much all there was to know. Well, he told me that he learned tree walking while on an escort mission. I recalled. He had told her that story on one of their dates years ago and she remembered it very well. It was apparently the mission that made him who he was. What happened during the mission? Sapphire questioned as she too now began to eat the ramen. I giggled as she watched the father and daughter duo eat ramen. She had inherited her father's and apparently, her grandmother's appetite for ramen, it seems like. Well, the mission originally started out as a C rank, a relatively easy one for a new shinobi like your father was back then. But it went up in difficulty as it became apparent the client had lied. I explained as Naruto nodded. The old man did lie, but I wasn't going to give up on the mission. I was tired of chasing after a damn cat, babysitting, and all the menial chores. Naruto commented as he huffed at that. Apparently your father's team faced a very powerful shinobi on his mission. After they initially beat him, your father's sensei began to drill his team, and one of the ways he taught them was to teach them tree walking. I explained as she giggled at how Naruto explained it to her. He fell so many times from the tree. I continued as Naruto blushed at that. His chakra control sucked back then. What? Papa did. Sapphire looked shocked at that. Her father had effortlessly walked on the wall and ceiling like it was nothing. Yes, I did fail, a lot. Got a lot of bruises from all those falls. Naruto confirmed as Sapphire looked absolutely shocked at that. No way, she trailed off. Her mother had explained to her earlier that he was a powerful shinobi, a warrior. Naruto sighed as he put his bowl down and looked at his daughter. Haim, one thing you need to understand is that there is no shortcut to power. You have to earn it. I spent countless sleepless nights, training, and pushing myself to the absolute limit to prove people wrong. It took years for me to get to where I got. Naruto explained as Sapphire listened to him, hanging on to each word. I know the road forward might look hard, painful even, but never give up. You must clear your own path. Naruto advised as she looked at him in awe. She felt as if a fire had been lit inside her heart and that she could conquer all. Just don't teach her the sexy jutsu. I chimed in as Naruto almost slipped at her mentioning that. I-chan. I told you to never mention that. Naruto cried anime tears in embarrassment. No, He should have never told her about that jutsu. Never. I only smiled at him, giving him an all-knowing look. Oh, don't be such a spoilsport, Naruto-chan. She finished with a sly grin, causing Naruto to despair at that. His wife was a total pervert, a pervert of the highest caliber. Sexy, jutsu? Sapphire let out as Naruto turned around and waved his hand as he blushed. Nothingheim. Your mother's just joking. Forget she even mentioned it. Why don't you go on and go clean yourself up? You must have homework to finish after all. Naruto insisted. Sapphire's eyes widened at that. Ah, I forgot about my homework, she shouted as she stood up and ran away. She had completely forgotten about it. Naruto sighed as he managed to distract his daughter. He felt Ai drape her arms around his shoulder as she hugged him. You know I was just messing with you, right? She whispered sweetly as Naruto grumbled and followed his arms and pouted. You're going to give our daughter weird ideas, Naruto grumbled as Ai giggled at him. He was so fun to tease, even now. True, but I just couldn't help teasing you, Naruto-chan. She whispered as Naruto groaned at that. She had nicknamed his female form Naruko, a play on his name. He brooded before he slowly grinned, an idea forming in his head. That's rich, coming from you, Idol-sama. Naruto maintained his grin as he turned to look at her, relishing in her embarrassing blush. She had kept her old idol outfit and it still fit her well. While she had no need for it for idol business, she kept it for other reasons. You like it? She countered while Naruto shook his head. You're the pervert who's into it. Naruto shot back, causing her face to redden even more at that. Be baka. She let out as Naruto chuckled and gave her a quick kiss. As you say, Idol-sama. Naruto let out a hearty laugh as he watched his wife's blush grow to impossible levels. I pouted before she smirked and leaned closer next to his ear. Why don't I give you a live performance, my #1 fan? She whispered, her voice hot on his skin causing him to shudder. Do I need to buy tickets? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. No, it'll be a private showing. She responded and that was it. Naruto quickly took hold of her and the two vanished from the dojo as he took them to their bed. Her days as an idol weren't quite over yet, well, at least for one man. His eyes slowly opened as he looked around him. All around him were the bodies of the dead. Shinobi from all nations lay dead in the desolate landscape. He looked around frantically. No, this can't be. This is just a dream, he muttered to himself. Yes, just a dream. These people were long gone. His world was already dead because of his failures. He tried to wake up, trying to wake up from this nightmare. Naruto, why? He heard a voice. He recognized that voice. He slowly turned around to find his old teammate. Sakura, he whispered to himself as he stared into her lifeless, dead eyes. She was dead. She had to be dead. Why Naruto? Why did you leave us? She questioned him as she took a step forward. Naruto's breath hitched as he saw the forms of his friends come into being. All of the dead. I'm sorry, Naruto spoke. Tears slowly started to roll down his cheeks as he gritted his teeth. You left us to die. Sakura spoke once more as she now appeared right before him, her hands wrapped around his neck, choking him. You left us, you broke your promise. She spoke as her dead eyes looked at him. Was it a glare? Or was it just the dullness of them? Either way, they scared him and horrified him. He tried to speak, trying to claw his way out of her cold grip, but it was futile, useless. Leer. She spoke as he began to close his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. He had abandoned them all, kept none of his promises, and failed at everything he had set out to achieve. And now they were dead while he lived. He closed his eyes and accepted his fate. Naruto, he heard another voice in the distance. It was muffled but he could hear it. Naruto, it grew closer, louder. Who was this? Who was calling out to him? Naruto. His eyes snapped back open as he looked up, the face of his wife, looking down at him in worry. He spoke, his voice but a whisper, cracking at the seams. Ai's worry grew even more. To her, he was a strong, confident man, her pillar of strength. But right now, at this moment, he looked broken, tired, and afraid, and she knew why. After all, there was little she didn't know about the man she loved. It's okay, love. I'm right here. She gently spoke as she wrapped her around him, comforting him at his lowest moment. He sobbed in her embrace as he recalled the nightmare. I felt her heart break as she listened to his sobs. She tightened her hug as she let him grieve. I know that the pain you must feel must be unimaginable, but we are here for you. I am here for you. I tenderly whispered to him as his sobs turned into whimpers. I'm sorry he spoke through it, but she shook her head. Shish, it's okay. Everything will be okay. She whispered back to him with a loving smile. She hated this. Hate how useless she was right now. Hate how she couldn't help her love any more than now. I remembers when her husband told her when did he arrived in this world. It was his birthday, October 10th, but in that same day, he has lost everything. A few minutes later, Uzumaki family are currently having a breakfast, but the head of the house was missing. At the time like this, no one knew where he was. Not even their mother knew, but she didn't appear to be bothered by his disappearance, worried yes, but not bothered. Ka-sama, I was wondering why father never celebrates his birthday. Minato spoke up, the question that was on all the children's minds. Now that they knew more about their father's origin, they wanted to know more. Questions that still needed answering, and one of which was one that they had asked almost every year, but their mother refused to answer. I suppose I can let you know. I responded with a sigh. They now knew where Naruto was from. She supposed it would be okay to tell them how exactly he got here other than the very short reason they had initially given. You all remember how your father got here, correct? She started as she looked around the table, and they all nodded. Papa said he was fighting an enemy that sent him here. Ruby answered but blinked at that. Now that she thought about it, that wasn't much of an answer. I nodded at her before she spoke. What your father didn't tell you is that he was fighting in a war, a world war. I started. Now that caught all of their attention. In his world, shinobi used chakra for than just simply missions, they used it to wage wars against each other. These wars were brutal in nature. Your grandfather managed to root an army of 1,000 shinobi on his own. I pointed out as they all looked at her in shock. But how? Aqua stuttered out. He couldn't recall in history how one man could accomplish such a feat. I giggled at his confusion. It was very hard to catch Aqua off guard, but when he looked adorable, well, at least to her. Your grandfather was very well versed in the art of seals. One of his creations that he improved upon was the flying thunder god. He had seals written on his specialized kunai that allowed him to teleport to the said kunai. It earned him the nickname of the Yellow Flash because that was what anyone say before he teleported. I recalled Naruto telling her the specifics and the tales of his father. She looked at her youngest, Minato, as he fidgeted in his chair. Ka-sama, can father teach me about seals? He asked his mother shyly, to which she smiled at him. Of course. You know that your father will never deny your request, she offered kindly, to which he nodded. Back to the story, your father was fighting in a war for the survival of his home, of his world. A great many people died during this war, and in the end, your father had to face the one enemy he did not want you to face, his best friend. I continued as her children listened to her intently. His name was Sasuke Uchiha. He was your father's best friend. I trailed off as she recalled the stories Naruto had told her. She had concluded that she hated that man. He had caused nothing but pain for her love. Aqua questioned with a raised eyebrow. Did he die? I nodded her head. He was also a shinobi of the same village as your father, but he betrayed the village in a quest for power so that he could kill his older brother. She answered, causing their eyes to widen at that. Why would anyone want to do that? But why? Why would anyone want to kill their sibling? Ruby questioned in shock. She couldn't even think of wanting to be one of her siblings. What would drive someone to such madness? Because his older brother had massacred their entire clan in a single night, from their parents, down to the last child. She answered with a straight face. That drew a horrified look from them all, and it reminded I of just how violent Naruto's world was at times. Why would anyone do such a thing? Sapphire muttered. Why would anyone murder their own family like that? I let out a sigh as she leaned back into her chair. Because Sasuke's older brother, Itachi, was a loyal shinobi of the Leaf. His loyalty was first to the village and then to his family. And when he learned that his family was planning a coup, a civil war, to seize power within the village, he couldn't stand by and watch. She spoke with some sympathy for a man she had never even met before. He chose to massacre his clan, his own family, to prevent a civil war that would have taken more lives. Aqua reasoned, to which I nodded. Yes, but he spared his little brother. On that night, Itachi drove his blade through his parents, and his little brother was witness to that massacre. He vowed revenge, and to get that revenge he needed power. Your father and he fought when he first defected. Your father was sent on a retrieval team to bring him back. She continued as she balled her hands into fists. A rare look of anger overtook her face. Your father made a promise to his teammate that he'd bring Sasuke back home, alive. She gritted through her teeth. It was that promise of his that left him that horrible scar on his chest and the one that would claim his right arm. The two fought, but your father was defeated. His best friend had betrayed the village, his friends, and everything they stood for. This was the man whom your father was fighting at the end of the war. They fought after defeating a common foe, and in his final moments as he bled out, Sasuke Uchiha sent your father to this world. I finished telling the tale, leaving them all quite surprised and horrified at it. They never expected their father's world to be so violent. But Mama, what does all of that have to do with father not wanting to celebrate his birthday? Sapphire asked her the question that started the whole conversation. I smiled sadly at her. Because the day your father was sent to this world, it was his birthday, she answered. Naruto had told her that his birthday was a day that he didn't like celebrating because it was the day he failed to uphold his promises, and the day his world died. Your father might be the strongest man in this world, but he is still human in the end. All of his friends are dead and he feels tremendous guilt for that. She explained further before she stood up and smiled at her children. I'll go find your father. You all be good at school now. She excused herself as she left the kitchen to find her husband. This wasn't the first time he had been like this, and despite her best efforts, this would not be the last. As their mother left, the children were left to their thoughts before Ruby shot up all of a sudden, a determined look on her face. We should get Papa a birthday present, she spoke as her siblings nodded at that. Their father's birthday already passed, but they just couldn't ignore it. Now that they knew why, they had to celebrate it. But Papa's not in the mood. Sapphire pointed out with a sigh. She had never known her father to be weak. Guess there was so much more she needed to learn. And we don't even know what he would want, Aqua added. Try as they all might, there wasn't a thing in this world that their father couldn't get his hands on. Minato crossed his arms and began to think. Come on guys. There has to be something. Ruby shouted in frustration. Their father has always been there for them. It was time that they be there for him. Otto-sama loves ramen. Why don't we him his favorite one? Minato offered up the idea. If they were to rank their father's favorite things, ramen would be right below his family. Naturally, Sapphire was on board the idea in a heartbeat. Yes. Let's do that, she declared her support with a bit of droll coming out of her mouth. Ruby and Aqua gave her a blank look at that. The ramen will be for Papa, Sap-chan. Ruby stated, causing her sister to pout. She knew that. Aqua sighed as he looked at all of them before looking around the kitchen. And do any of you even know how to cook his favorite ramen? Aqua questioned as everyone shook their heads. Not one of them knew how to cook. He messaged his forehead and released a deep breath. All right, this is what we will do. Ruby, Minato, and I will buy all the ingredients for the ramen after school. Sapphire, you'll have to distract him with your training until we are ready. Aqua laid out the plan as his siblings paid close attention. I hope the ramen turns out okay. Aqua thought to himself. Since none of them knew how to cook, they'd have to learn as they go, and the last thing he wanted to do was to give the man he called father food poisoning. With Naruto. Naruto sighed as he sat in the little garden he created years ago. Over the years it had grown and he'd added a small pond as well with koi fish. He found it to be a peaceful place to be on this day. I'm sorry, Naruto muttered to himself as his thoughts went back to the war, his friends, and his dreams. Everything had gone so wrong and he felt like such a failure. As he stared at the koi fish swimming about in the water, he found himself hugged by his wife from behind. Are you okay, my love? I whispered as she nuzzled her face into his. He closed his eyes and leaned into her hug. I'd be lying if I said I was, he answered. He couldn't deny her, he couldn't push her away. She was his love, the mother of his children. The only person who truly understood him and accepted him for who he was. You know it wasn't your fault, she spoke, to which he shook his head. But it was. I was weak, not strong enough. If I had just, Naruto stared but trailed off. If he had just killed Sasuke, if he had just stopped Jiraiya, he had just done things differently. Tell me, Naruto-kun, would you leave this world behind if you found a way home? I questioned him. Naruto mulled over that. I don't know, he answered, unsure if he even wanted to go home now. If you did, what about me? Aqua, Ruby, Sapphire, and Minato? What about your family here? She questioned him as she hugged him tightly as if he would vanish. The thought of him leaving was too great for her to handle. I could never leave you or our children. Naruto quickly responded as he turned around to face her but felt his throat go dry when he saw small tears going down her cheeks, the hurt look in her eyes. He cursed himself. His earlier answer of uncertainty meant that he was on the fence. Naruto-kun, the day you saved me is a day I consider a turning point in my life. I didn't know it then, but I found the man I would fall in love with. You showed me my feelings and emotions. You showed me that I did know what it was like to love. She spoke as Naruto brought his only hand and set up on her cheek, wiping away some of her tears. And if you weren't there, I would be dead, she spoke but was stopped when Naruto kissed her lovingly before he pulled back. Don't say that. I cannot imagine a world in which you are not amongst the living, with me, with our children. I'm sorry, Ai-chan. I made you cry. I'm such a scum. Naruto finished with a sad chuckle. Ai's eyes widened before she lightly slapped him, taking him by surprise. Naruto Uzumaki, you are not a scum. You are a kind, loving, and wonderful man. Don't ever think of yourself like that. She chastised him, causing him to straighten up at that. Ai was not the angry type. While Naruto was hot-headed, she was the calm one, but her anger was very much a real thing. I'm sorry. He apologized for what seemed like the 100th time, which was now beginning to annoy her. Stop apologizing. You have nothing to apologize for. I know you feel guilty, but you cannot let the past hold you down forever, she said, as she leaned in and set her forehead to his. No, I'm sorry. Every year on this day I make you worry for no reason. You are a wonderful woman, a great mother, and an even greater wife. I don't know what I did to deserve you or this life. He whispered, but even if she couldn't hear him, his eyes told her everything. And I'd worry for you for this entire life, and then the next and over again. I never believed in fate or any of that stuff, but I know for a fact that you, Naruto-kun, are my soulmate. Don't ever forget that. She spoke firmly, her declaration of love to him. Naruto smiled at that. Truly he wondered what he did to be with a woman like Ai. Later that night, Naruto sighed as he watched his youngest daughter train in her chakra control. She had decent control over tree walking, she could easily cut a leaf in half, and she was progressing very nicely with controlling her chakra. He wanted to train her more, train her faster, but he had to hold himself back. This isn't back home. She's not a shinobi, he thought as he reminded himself of that fact. He relaxed at that thought. She wasn't going to go and fight out shinobi, she was training to control her chakra. All right Haim, that's enough for the day, Naruto called out as she stopped letting chakra control exercises, but pouted instead as she crossed her arms. But Papa, I can't get the golden chains to summon. Can you please teach me how? She begged him as he smiled sheepishly at her. He didn't have any experience with these chains. Well, try to imagine the golden chains, their form, shape, length, weight, etc. Then try to mold them with your chakra. Naruto offered his advice on how to bring forth the golden chains. He himself never inherited them, so he didn't really know how to. Got it, Sapphire said as she closed her eyes and focused, trying to imagine those chains she summoned by accident. She frowned as sweat began to form on her forehead. Naruto smiled at his daughter's attempts. It's okay, Haim. Bloodline abilities tend to manifest on their own and over time you will be able to control them. It will be like second nature, as easy as breathing for you. Naruto advised as she sighed and sat back down. But Papa, I'm not advancing nearly as much as I would like, Sapphire moaned, causing Naruto to chuckle. Haim, why are you trying so hard? You're already well on your way to learning how to control your chakra better, Naruto questioned with a raised eyebrow. He knew her dream, but she was trying so hard. Because, Papa, I want to protect you, she answered with a blush on her face from the embarrassment. Naruto blinked at that. Protect him? Haim, come here. Naruto tapped the spot next to him. She walked over and sat down as the two now stared out into the yard, at the garden. Haim, you know you don't have to protect me, you know that, right? Naruto questioned but she shook her head. Papa, I know that you are a super strong ninja, but you are still human. So, I will protect you, she shot back, taking him by surprise. All his life he had been the one trying to protect others, his friends, his village, and the shinobi world. He smiled slightly as he ruffled her hair. You're just like your mother and grandmother, Naruto commented as she pouted and tried to swat his hand away. Papa, I'm not a baby anymore, she complained but Naruto's chuckles evolved into laughter. Oh, shall I stop calling you Haim then? Naruto questioned her. Her eyes widened at that and shook her head. No, she shouted in protest. Naruto's laughter grew at that before it slowly died down. Haim, you will always be my little baby girl, no matter what. I'm sure your mother feels the same way. Naruto said. Yes, no matter how old she gets, she will always be a baby to him. Sap-chan, Naruto-kun, dinner's ready. I called out to them, drawing the attention of the two. Naruto stood up and he began to head to the kitchen with his daughter in tow. I wonder what your mother cooked up today. Naruto wondered as he stepped into the kitchen, only to find the lights turned off. Huh? What the? Surprise! Naruto started but was taken by surprise as he saw his entire family gathered together in the kitchen. All around the kitchen were birthday decorations, food, and ramen. He looked at them in surprise, but he noticed how his children were all covered in some matter of cooking material. They did all of this, for me, Naruto thought. The only other time anyone else celebrated his birthday was after the village was destroyed by pain. This was his family. He had never wanted to celebrate his birthday, he didn't like to, but this. Are you okay, dear? He heard Ai question him as she walked up to him. Naruto turned to her as she raised her hands and wiped away his tears. He hadn't even realized he was crying. It's your birthday, rather late one, but your children were very adamant about celebrating it, she said as Naruto looked at his children, all of his children. Minato was always standing there, polite as ever. Aqua seemed uninterested, but he could tell the boy was smiling. Ruby, joined by Sapphire, was grinning ear to ear. He had no words that could describe what he was feeling, but all he knew was that he was happy to be with his family. The family he had always wanted. The end. Thanks for watching, also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.